Hey, good morning. Welcome to all the tamers out there to the Digimon Trading Card Game Championship at the Bandai Card Game Fest World Finals here in Tokyo, Japan. I'm going to be your co-commentator, East here, joined by the lovable, wonderful, and here in spirit, Yoshi Saraso. What's going on, Yoshi? Good morning, good morning. Oh, is my man freeze framed? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looks like Yoshi might be having a couple of technical issues, but we'll get him situated in just a moment. But for the folks out there watching, we have had a year-long amount of Digimon games played throughout the world, and it all culminates in today. We had the 24 best players from around the world. I'm talking Japan. I'm talking the rest of Asia, so like Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Korea, China, over in the West, America, and Europe as well. All these guys fought some crazy matches yesterday, and that all culminates into the last two matches we have to decide not only our winner, but also second place and the third place for the Digimon card game this year. It's going to be fantastic. And I had a chance yesterday to speak with some of the players, not only on the English side, but also the Japanese side and some of the other players in Asia. And, apparently some sparks were flying out there. It was wild. Looks like we're going to have Yoshi here in just a moment here. And I think we're also going to get into some of the matches and a little bit of the explanation about kind of how the tournament format is in just a bit. But before that, man, the decks. Ooh. I had a chance to play with some of the players a little bit earlier this week, and I was like flabbergasted, like blown away by how skilled these guys are. I don't know how many times I lost to, and it's going to sound crazy, to 7th grade Demon Lords. I'll tell you what, Digimon Emperor is a menace out there. I think we might have Yoshi. Yoshi, are you back here, buddy?
I'm here, baby. Listening to you.
All right, what's going on? Good morning. What's going on?
Good.
How you feeling this morning?
I feel good. I'd feel much better if I was sitting right next to you.
Dude, you're here in the most like in-spirit way of Digimon
here,
possible.
baby.
It's through the digital world. Like, come on.
You are absolutely
Also, I gotta say,
right.
I wish I was I wish that I had the
Listen.
suit and tie on. Man, you're looking good this morning, man. Hold on.
Thank you. I had to suit up for this. You know what I'm saying? We got to bring in the colors of the Digimon world. We got all the Digivice with us. All the things are ready.
Oh, you're ready.
I'm ready, baby.
All right, so like,
How is it out there in Japan?
what are you looking forward to today? For me, well, it's been a really fun time. I had a chance to kind of walk around the venue yesterday. It's massive. It's even bigger than it was last year. We've actually expanded. So I don't know for folks who have never been to Makuhari Messe out here in Tokyo, but it's like the event center. Like Tokyo Game Show is here, so it's huge. Like it has to accommodate a huge amount of people, and we're taking about half of that up now, thanks to the Bandai Card Game Fest. And
So
lots of
next
players.
year it'll be
They're
the
also
full
running a bunch of
place.
tournaments as well.
Yeah.
That's my hope. Yeah. I want Digimon to take up 2 halls by itself.
Yes.
But yeah, it's gonna be a good time. There's lots of things to do outside of just the tournaments themselves or the World Finals themselves. Lots of like 3-on-3 events or team events. You can play on some 1v1s. There's a big tournament for that going on right now as I speak. So we've got 2 tournaments technically going on at the same time. And outside of that, you can just there's a bunch of merch to pick up. Some really good-looking stuff, like the 25th anniversary edition sleeves look amazing. Maybe I'll give some away a little later on. But anyway,
Yeah. That's right.
I'll send you one if you want, man.
Yes.
Yeah,
please.
I'll
Oh
send
my
you a
God,
couple in the mail
I
if you
was
need some,
ready to
man.
spend.
Um,
I was ready to spend. I was like, ooh, let's go. I'm gonna do this. It's all good. It is what it is.
And you know, with the yen,
I'm excited.
yeah, with the yen being as bad as it is, ooh. Yeah, with the yen being as bad as it is right now, like when folks come over here, it's like everything is 50% discount. Like I was talking to a bunch of the other people who traveled over there, like it's like the whole country is on sale. So they did a ton of shopping. They got all the merch they wanted yesterday, and it's gonna be, yeah. Today I'm really looking forward to the 2 finalists we have and the 3rd place match because we have a great representation across the world with just 4 players.
It's kind of insane. I'm actually like baffled at have we released the deck list because to me this is such a cool top 4, right? Right?
Yeah,
I'm so
yeah,
baffled at
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. I want to keep it under wraps because I think a lot of folks out there are going to be pleasantly surprised. I
Yes,
did a little
yes,
bit
yes.
of digging before the finals happened. I said, what were some of the decks that folks might be playing?
Mhm,
And I think that I was even with that bit of information, I was still surprised. So I think we're
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
go to the rules here in just a moment. So
Right.
for the folks who are not familiar with the rules, become familiar with them. So Yoshi, tell me a little bit
Yes,
about the time schedule
we've
here.
got the looks like we're going in at 10:15 Japanese time, right? For me, it's currently almost
Mm-hmm.
8 a.m. So in about 15 minutes or so, we'll be getting into it. We've got best of three,
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
which actually surprised me. I thought we were going best of one, but best of three, which means we get to see more Digimon.
Thank God,
So I
best of
can't be
three.
mad at that,
Thank God.
right?
Right? Additionally,
So
we've
it's
got
three
the
rounds,
style
right?
for the
We've
best of
got.
three matches.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the first person to win 2 rounds, of course, 2 out of 3 is going to be the winner of the match. So 1 round is 30 minutes with a maximum amount of time for 90 minutes total. And the loser of the round previously will start going first in the next round. So, and if no winner is decided by the end of the match time, there's going to be some additional. There's going to be an additional turn, and then after that, there could be even more ways we can decide a winner. I think for folks who watched last year's Digimon finals, that became very, very important. So just tell me a little bit more about
Yes,
the
it
additional turn here and the
was.
rest of the stuff.
So with what he was saying, East was saying last year, we had to kind of look into how to figure it out with security control going rampant. So this time, with additional turn, we
Mm-hmm.
get the first player's time running out during the turn. The turn will be counted as 0, and 1 turn will be added. That way, we're not spending the whole time on the 1 turn. And if the second player's time runs out during their
Yeah.
turn, that turn will be counted as 0, and then 2 turns will be added, which is, I think, a great way to supplement that. And if a winner is not decided by the end of the additional turns, they'll be decided by the judge according to the criteria we're going to show you next. Go ahead, East.
Yeah. So I think for folks who've been to tournaments before, this is probably going to seem pretty straightforward. But so there's a couple of ways we decide who wins if no winner is found after time. And so the first is whoever has the most amount of security in their deck or their stack will be the winner. But if they both have more than 3, then we go to the next step, which is who has the most cards remaining in their deck. And this doesn't count like tokens, stuff like that, or Digi-Eggs. But if the numbers are equal, then we go even further. Whoever has the higher number of Digimon in the battle area wins. And again, the tokens don't count here. Oh, excuse me, tokens are counted as 1. And then if the numbers are equal, we go even further beyond that, where whoever has the most cards in their hands win. And then after that, if we've exhausted all the parts of the game, you know what? We're just going to do it by letting the organizer choose, which it could be like something like RPS. We've never gotten there, and I don't think we will. But
No,
yeah,
I don't
it'd be
think
kind
we'll
of crazy
either.
to have the World Finals decided by RPS, right? I'm a rock main, by the way. I don't know about you.
There you go, Rock. Or I mean, they could do a coin toss, or they might even do the Digivice battle there. Go into another tournament. No, I'm just kidding.
That'd be
Okay,
cool.
so it looks like we're gonna talk about the pricing next, which obviously is why we're all here, right? Oh, look at that card, dude. The
Be
Digicode design to
beautiful.
me is so smexy, my friend. I dig it. Also, we get the 04 Suidra,
That's
which
the
is a
only
lot of
word.
people's favorite. So that's the only word for it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yes, Smexy is really the only word. Like, it's so clean, it's so thematic, and like it just looks so good. Like the Digimon language there, using the actual card, like on the actual card text. I wonder, are you allowed to use it in an actual match?
I don't
I mean, let's be
listen.
real.
If
Card game
somebody
players
busts
barely
that
read
out
as it
on
is.
you,
So
you
like,
just gotta run.
that's true. That's it's more of a flex, just like being able to play it than anything else. Like just knowing that it exists and that your opponent has it means you pretty much already lost.
Listen, I went to a
Also, I don't know about you,
locals
but 04's
last
Digimon,
year.
one of my favorites. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of everybody's favorites. So then, like, for this to be the winner's card makes a lot of sense. I've kind of stayed away from it because it's become so many favorites. I'm like, okay, that's going to be an expensive deck if I try to play this deck. But back to the flex
Arena
that we were
lovers
talking
in
about.
shambles.
Exactly. I
Mm-hmm.
played a friend in locals, and I'm getting to the top table. I'm trying. This is when
Mm-hmm.
we were trying to do the spring break, the winners thing. So I'm trying to get all the double typhoon cards,
Ah,
and
okay.
I'm at the last table and I'm about to win, and I
Yeah.
see the guy roll up his mat, and I was like, that was last year's second place, or this year's second place at BCF in January. Oh, I commentated you. Oh, I'm gonna lose.
Oh no. Yeah, but
I
whenever
just was
you
like, I
whenever
no
they pull
longer
out
roll
like
up.
the champion mat, right?
Yeah,
They pull out the champion mat. You're like, what did I sign up for? Things are
yeah,
about to go very bad very quickly.
yeah.
And like
Especially
I
because when you're
mentioned,
playing, you're kind of looking at your like mat, your own mat. You're shuffling your cards, and then you look up and you're like, oh,
mm,
oh, good. Why did I do
uh
any of
oh, the
that?
the final boss has finally come, and I'm not ready. I'm very underleveled for this encounter.
That's right.
But I think like once since we've got the rules set up, I think we're gonna have the players come out in just a bit, and for folks at home, I think this is the first time in Digimon's history that we have an all Japan finals. So
Ooh,
the
is
first two
it?
players are Japanese. I'm not gonna say who it is, but the first two players are
Right, right.
Japanese. So first and second play, or people
Ah,
fighting for first and second, are both Japanese. And I
wow.
will say, though, that doesn't mean the rest of the world is out of the running. There are players from around the world who are also playing for the third and fourth place match as well. So stay
Yes.
tuned for that.
Yes,
And
yes, yes. That's right. We get some Southeast Asian representation in there. What's up? What's up? I won't say who it is.
let's
Some of you
go. Yeah,
guys already know, but we just gotta say
yeah. I had a
that.
chance to speak with some of the Southeast Asian players Friday night. I went out to dinner with those guys when they got in, and they have been practicing night and day. They were like, I went to bed at like 4 a.m. like practicing for my matches. I'm like, that's crazy. I don't know about you, but I'm an old man at this point, so I need the sleep. Like me on like 3 hours is not. I'm not even functioning. Like, I'm barely drawing cards correctly.
I see. That's one of the things that I'm like, how do you guys have all of that in your head, no sleep? You're probably jacked up on caffeine at this point, but it's the only way to survive.
Double shot of espresso to get me through the day.
Yeah, dude. Like, there's no other way. I agree. I think they've been going really, really hard at it. Again, like I've moved to Indonesia now, and so my local scene has changed.
Hmm.
And being able to see how the Southeast Asians play, and they serious about it, and they're also like very helpful within the community. It's not just Indonesia's its
Mm.
own thing, Singapore it's its own thing, but they kind of have like groups within Southeast Asian, like regionally. So it's kind of cool how they help out one another as well.
They do quite a bit of traveling too. Like I've seen, like whenever there's like a BCF in Malaysia or Indonesia or Singapore,
Mhm.
folks travel. Like they're like, you know what? I don't live there, but I'm gonna go play there. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, why not? You get more
But
chances to play, right? I think the hardest thing for me when I
also
play a tournament
qualify,
is
right?
when I find out that I'm like, yeah, to qualify as well. When I get in there and then they give me the buy, and I'm like, I wanted to play.
Yeah, right. That's the worst feeling.
Yeah. All
uh,
right, looks like they're
all right,
getting set
I
up
think we're just
for
getting set
games.
up here.
Ooh,
Let's see if we
here
can
we
take a
go.
look here. The players.
Sleeves.
Oh, I love the sleeves here. Hold on. Why does one guy got to be
Wait,
the
did
bad
they?
guy? Oh, this is a third place match first. That's
Yeah. So
is
this
that
is onion. Oh, it's
Onion?
onion. It's
America's
onion.
Onion? That
It's
is.
onion,
Yeah,
baby. All right, we got America in there.
he beat the. And then Kurova, for folks who don't know, didn't see the Grand Asia Open last year in Japan. He actually qualified, even though he's from Singapore. So this guy's very strong. He was one of the only players using Dex Dota Gordamon at the time. This time, I don't think it's going to be that, though. Let's see what the mulligans look like, and then we can
I
take a look at
can't
maybe what these decks
wait for
are.
people to see what he's running. I mean, if you're following him on Twitter, you already know what it is. But ooh, it's
Oh,
spicy.
really?
I'm
Oh,
surprised.
he,
Oh yeah. Oh
he
yeah.
posted the list ahead of time?
No, not the list. Not the list.
Give
Not
an
the list.
Onion
But people
the
know
inf,
what
bro.
he's playing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Let's go,
Yeah,
Kurova.
this will be good
I
here.
mean, North America. Oh
But
man, I'm
I,
like
I
torn
feel like
between these two
Kuro.
right now.
Yeah, it's really hard to like know who to root for because like spoke with Kurova. He's a great guy. I had the chance to meet Onion for
Yeah,
the first time just a couple of days ago, and he's a fantastic player. Seems like a really nice guy as
yeah,
well. And so, and because I live in Japan, like I don't know who to root for in this entire event. Like I want everybody to
yeah,
just do
yeah.
well, but I know that can't be the case, right? Like someone's got to die for someone else to win, right?
Yeah.
Getting the cuts here now.
Oh
Oh,
man. I wonder if they like gave him those sleeves to do this, or it's like that was their sleeves and it just so happened to
yeah.
be that one was doing the white and one was doing the black. I have a feeling it's like the given sleeves.
I think that player. Yeah, I think the players yesterday they were actually given sleeves to use for the event, and I think what you can see for their egg decks are the actual 25th anniversary sleeves I've talked about before,
Oh, so good.
which are being
So good. I
sold at
love
the
that
event
sleeve.
today. It's got all of the Digimon from like with the hero trait from the upcoming set for BT21.
Yeah. And I think what was the most exciting about that sleeve was when everybody got to see Appmon on there, which then, obviously led us into our next set, which is
Right.
with Convergence. So I think that freaked a lot of people out.
So they rolled here. It looks like right. We just
Checking
rolled here. I think Onya's
mulligans.
going to be going first here. Gonna see what. Oh, they're not gonna show us the hands. Come on, production. Let me see what they're playing with. Come on, don't spoil me.
Looks like we're getting the mulligan here
I mean,
on
there were a lot of
Corona.
decks. Yeah, there was a lot of decks that people could have taken to this event. I think there was really widespread even among the top 24. I
Right.
think Finner Lugmon was really strong going. This purple hybrid was a menace.
Dude,
Royal
how is there
Knights has
no?
been like on the come up these past couple of weeks. Bro,
Yes.
Royal Knight, that deck is crazy.
It's a scary ticking
We'll
time
see.
bomb.
See
Like
if
that, I
these guys
really
are
don't
running
like going against Royal Knights.
right? Because like they grind you down, and then they're left with like a bunch of huge buff dudes, and you have like nothing left. And it's like, well, I guess I'll die.
Yep. Yep. And every turn they're like, here,
Right,
take
so we're getting the
10
security set out
memory.
here. Oh, yeah, they're like, it's fine, whatever, I've got a Mechamon in the back.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we're gonna get underway
I love
here.
this table.
Players setting the car, so
I
we can
kind of
also
want
see
that.
them at home. Yeah, this is really cool.
Yes.
If you ever come to Tokyo in Akihabara, Bandai has a place called Bandai Deck Stadium where you can actually
Here we
see
go. We see it.
and actually
We
use
are
these tables
running
yourself.
the red purple imperial.
Oh, Imperial Dramon
Two
also a
Chandras,
huge,
two
huge deck right
Beats.
now.
Yep.
This is a
We're
pretty
running
good
the
setup,
purple.
actually, for the start here. He's got the purple memory boost as well. He does have to be a little bit careful of how he's going to play that purple memory boost turn one, though, because if he does commit the Vmon to raising, he loses the color he needs for the color restriction for options. And on
That's
the
right. 'Cause I
Kurova
think he's
side,
running the Mino. Look at this. Okay, guys.
yeah,
How is
he's running the
Sakuya
purple
top
Mino.
four? That is just insane. Like the way that he's made it to
That's
top
not
four with
Talmon
his.
Loop. What's this?
That's not. It's not Talmon Loop. That's the thing. It's not Talmon Loop. That's so cool.
Yeah.
But I was
So yeah,
talking to him
just
before
regular
all of it.
Sakuya.
He's like, I hope I don't break. That's it.
Please pray I don't brick here. But yeah, raw Sakuyama. I think a lot of players have been moving away from Talmon Loop over toward like a more consistent package here. And we got the memory marker set up. I think both players are ready to go. So all we need to do is call the match time. Onion on the right, on the left. Kurova on the right. Digital
we
gate
go.
open.
Digital gate open.
All right, Onion's going to be turn player. How does he want to play this, though? Oh, he's just going to hard play the V. He wants to keep the purple memory boost option open.
Yep, that makes sense.
So we trash to draw one here. What's he going to get the pickup with? And yeah, that's going to be the turn. Wow. I'm really surprised he went this route. I feel like there's a little less draw here, but a little less like cycle through the deck. Meanwhile,
And
on
same
Kuroba's
thing
side, he's
here,
also going to be
we're
doing
doing
a
the
bit of
on-play.
searching himself. Thanks. So the Renamon here grabs the Rika Tamer as well as the Cubimon, which is a great setup for the next turn here. He's going to get a Tamer out for basically the cost of evolution. Oh, and the Evolve in Raising here. That's right. He did get passed over 3, so he gets to continue his turn here. He could actually go into the level 4 right now.
And that's pretty good if he has that in hand. Does he have it in hand? He does indeed. And go put out
Yeah, he
the
just
read,
picked it up off the Rena Search there.
There you go. Okay, he's pretty set up there. That's
Yeah, the
very
Cubemon
exciting.
here is going to let him evolve or play the Rika Tamer, and then he's going to be able to grab more stuff off of this as well. Yeah, this is a fantastic start for Kurova. All right. So back to Onion's side here. He gets the
Okay.
Wormon and Raising, so we can now use the purple memory boost.
Yep.
That Wormon,
That
though,
was a good draw,
late
being able to
game,
draw into the
Yoshi,
Wormmon. Yeah.
if he gets that Wormon late game and he just like hard plays it, he gets his entire Imperial Dramon combo set up for him. So that's the card to look out in the late game for sure. We're gonna go into the Shah Dramon here though and get to play the Vmon rested that we trashed last turn. Ah, this makes sense.
Beautiful play. Trying to see his
Yeah.
hand here.
So
But it
now
looks like he's got an analog in hand ready to go as well for the next turn. Once that gets set up as well.
I think right now I think he wants to use maybe that analog for maybe to find a Dino Beamon or a Pile Dramon in order to get those level 5s up so he can get to his level 6s. Meanwhile, on Kurova's side, he's at a great position at this point. He's got something in raising. He's got a level 4 out. He's got a tamer set up. At this point, he probably just wants to roll as fast as possible. Not letting Onion get to those level 5s before they get their effects to actually evolve whenever they be deleted is really big here. I think that's what's going to happen. We're going to go to the Talmon super early. It's going to be a cost -2 on the option he gets to play from hand, which basically makes any of the plugins free. We're going to play the Super Evolve plugin here.
Ooh,
And it's
here
going to
we
get him
go.
into a Sakimon
Growing up
immediately.
Sakuya is out and ready to go.
Yeah, all
It's
right. So
not the
lots of
Sakuya
things
that
happening.
gives
When he
you
plays
protection
that
though, so
one option, no,
keeps the
it
turn.
does give him a token, but he does get a lot of effects here. So off the option play, all of his
Yeah.
inheritance effects procs. We got a memory off that. He also got to proc the Rika Tamer. He also got I think -2K to delete the Vmon as well. And I think that he should get a token here on the next option play. Yeah. So the Sakimon also lets you play the option. You're gonna get just a quick training option, but this is gonna give him a token as well. Here we
I love that
go.
they're able to just do
This
the
is a
training on top of
6,000
like
DP
the
blocker.
Digivolution. And he
Right,
could
that's
go into
so
Sakuya X here.
crazy.
Yeah, it's so good. So as long as you get like it started, it's just gonna keep flowing. It's so smart.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, you're right. Like the Sakuya X here would be super huge. I can't see if he's got one in hand. He also has the option of some level 7s in this deck that I think are particularly scary.
Yes, it is. I don't know, like he probably wouldn't go into that right now because there's not really a need to. Because he's still got.
It'd be
I
nice
can't
to
quite
just
see what he's
lock
got in
Onion out,
raising.
right?
Yeah, that's true though. He does have the Wormmon
Yeah,
in raising, so it
he's
would
got
be
the
nice
Wormon
to
and Raising.
go into the ruin.
So on swing here, he's going to use the Talmon's Inheritance effect to also play another option at cost -2. That's why he played the training there. And we're going to get this check here on the attack. And it's a
Ooh,
memory boost.
boost. Oh, he
And
does go into
here
the
it is. This is what I
ruin.
meant.
There is the ruin.
Yeah,
Just completely lock him out for the next turn.
so the Ruin. Yeah, the Ruin's going to give his whole board a blanket -5K. So as soon as he plays something or promotes that Wormon, it's immediately deleted without using its effect. So this is huge. And then the follow-up here is next turn, Kurova can attack with the Ruin mode, and it can delete itself and put another 5K blanket down. So
Another 5K.
Onion's got to build up in raising here and just get this.
It is smart though that he's got the analog at least, and maybe if he's able to play some other like option cards to. Oh, he is gonna choose to go up in the raising, because he knows that next turn he's got to be over 6.
Yeah.
But I don't see him going into a level 5 in the back.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's where all your,
Yeah.
good stuff comes out.
No, you're absolutely right. Like you want to have that level 5 on board, and right now he's only got 1. Unfortunately, he actually needs 2 in order to get to his level 6.
Yeah.
And looks like he's
He
spinning the
is gonna
memory
go
boost
to
to
the
keep
level
his turn here,
5.
and he's just going to go into level 5. Wow. I mean, you kind of
Wow.
have to, right? Like it's either that or next turn you have nothing.
Right, you're just waiting a whole nother turn wasted.
So-
That's true. And Kurova just continues
I
to
mean, we
whittle you
typically
down.
see this deck using. Yeah, we typically see the deck like DNA 2 times in order to get to their boss monsters, but now he might just have to raw evolve instead This means he can play next turn. Kurova, on the other hand, is going to take a huge positional advantage here. He's got the 2 trainings already set up, so he can build a second stack here to get to another Sakimon if he wants.
The Starmon tech.
The Starmon!
Whoa.
Whoa.
So good. I love that.
The Starmon tech here is for like the nice DP minus, so
Yeah.
the deck does a lot of DP minus on its own, but the Starmon is kind of like the finisher if you need to like get that little bit of extra extend. I love that tech choice.
It's a very interesting tech choice because you're losing out on Cubimons, right? And Cubimons are searchable and all that stuff that you would need, but I guess they're not too worried about the Renamon search if you don't have the QBs. And he is going into
I mean, they're not searchable, here. But like... Okay, so he's going to... Yeah, he got a ton of resource and value off of those trainings he played last turn. Gets to the second Sakuyamon here. I think this is the one that does have... barrier?
Protection?
Oh, no, this is... I'm sorry, this is the previous one as well. Yeah, this is BT19.
Yeah, same one.
So he's going to do the same thing. Whoa, Kurova's deck is very thin already.
Yeah, dude, he is.
I saw him really quickly show the side, and it's. It's very. I mean, this is what the deck does, right? There's so many like draw and search options. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, thanks. Remember his effect. He gets to play the token here, and we're gonna go into the Sakuya X here.
X is out.
This is gonna give him another option.
Yep.
All right, so this is gonna be a tough follow up for Onion if this isn't his last turn. Yeah. I think that he only has that Kurova only has 4 swings though. So on attack, the Sakimon here gives him another option. We're going to grab something off of the training. Free option play. Going to play another one thanks to the Taomon here. Cost -2. This is an Evolve. It's a Chaosmon Valder arm. Yo. Oh my god. No on-play effects. He keeps turn because it gives back memory. Oh my god. That's 2 checks because it has sec +1 at this point. 1.
You know,
2.
That's crazy.
He also becomes active as well. Oh my god, 2 more. That might be the game, yeah.
That's it. That's game, baby.
Holy crap, and yet...
Wow. What a turn. What a turn.
Was that turn 3? Was that turn 3?
Was it for him? Yeah,
I mean, he is a very, very practiced player. Yeah, I mean, we saw him with a great setup turn, like turn 1. Onion passing over 3 was so big.
Yeah. No, Onion passed that 1. Like, he gave him 1, and he did all of that.
Oh yeah, the second turn, yeah, he passed it 1, but turn 3.
That final
turn 3. Remember, he played that Vmon out first because he wanted. No, the first turn he played the Vmon out to give over 3 because he wanted to keep the memory boost option available. Yeah, and then he trashed the second Vmon as a result, and giving Kurova 3 memory to play the Renamon to search. He found his level 4 plus Tamer. He evolved another Renamon and raising, so he had his whole setup from turn 1. Incredible start there from Kurova.
And it was not looking good for him.
Also, that was a very quick game.
Was not great for Kurova. Well, for me, like looking at a Sakuya deck that I'm not experienced with, I'm like, ooh, that's a rough hand. But he was able to make it work.
I mean, yeah, it's Digimon, right? Like, as long as you have a searcher in there, you can always do something, right? Like, you always feel like you have an option. Like, you can go through the deck a little bit more. Right? So it's like, it's not the perfect hand after the mulligan, but like, you're down but not out.
Yes, the hardest part is always going.
All right, so we're gonna
1 level 3 in hand, and it's a searcher. Do I play it out, or do I digivolve in the back and make sure it's safe? You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Like that's like the decision is always like, if this doesn't make it, what do I have after that?
Right, exactly. So and of course, you digivolve in the back, and then you draw into the one that's the one you're supposed to put in the back.
It's like, God dang it, every single time, yeah. The Digimon player's curse, I swear. But looks like we're going to shuffle up here for the second game. Keep in mind, I think Onion is going first this time again.
Yep. He's chosen to go first again, because I think loser gets to choose, right?
I think loser automatically is set to go first based on the rules.
Oh, is it?
Looks like we're going to see the mulligan here from Kurova again, though.
Mm.
Meanwhile,
I
Onion's
will
really mulling
say,
over this. I mean, to be fair, this could be his last game.
right, that's true. It's very true. And Grova's, even if he loses this one, he gets another chance.
Yeah, I
The thing
mean,
is,
it's
I've
really
been
great to
watching
see
Grova for
Sakyamon
a
perform
while,
like this.
and he has been practicing
Yeah?
against Red Purple Imperial. So the fact that he's playing against it right now,
Ooh.
I can tell he's comfortable. He's in his element.
Yeah, he looked really comfortable in those matches. Again, the Southeast Asia guys are very, very serious about the game. I mean, they hard practice. They are like very knowledgeable. I went out to dinner with him, and we just talked a little bit about Finner Lugamon. I talked with one of the stronger Finner Lugamon players out there, and he gave me some
Talking
great
to
insights for
Shane?
the deck. And I'm kind of sad he's not here today. Ben Tabor.
Oh, Ben. Okay.
But looks like okay.
Ooh,
I
that's at least you
This
got a level
hand is
three. You
so
got some
tough.
searches. It is tough because it's a purple memory boost,
Well,
and
you've
you're
got level
like,
3.
oh, you've got the red level 3.
Yeah, like
It's tough.
we might just see without anything for the Vmon to throw away. I mean, you could trash the Dino Beamon, but that's kind of scary because if you don't see another one of that Dino Beamon, you can't play out the second one for free. So,
Yeah.
meanwhile,
You needed to play the
Kurova might be
Piles
going
one.
Tau Loop this game, y'all. Yeah,
Without any Kuzuhas.
this might be right. This might be a temporary Tau Loop deck for just a moment. All right, so it looks like we're gonna get these guys set up for the second game here. All right, let's get into it. Again, Onion going first
here
on
we
the
go.
left, Kurova on the right. Virus Imperial versus Sakyamon. This is for the third place at the World's Finals here. Fist bump here. Let's get into it.
Oh, he's doing the purple memory boost
Oh,
now.
we're gonna
Opposite play.
we're gonna see. Yeah,
There's the worm.
can't take the Tamer unfortunately, but he does find the Wormmon, which is great. We can evolve that in the back, and we can still get access to our purple options. Man, that Lugamon memory boost looks so good.
It's so good. Oh, these memory boosts are so good. I need like 20 of them. 20 cents, please.
Right? They're selling them here. I'll mail you a couple.
There you go.
Right, meanwhile, the Rika Tamer here gets the search, but no
Rika gets-
hits, unfortunately. So it's going to be a
Is he
slower
going- is that
slower
red?
build up
Normal
here
red.
for Krova.
There you go with the train. Okay, so he's got
Wow, look at
searches
that.
on searches, so that's good. He's getting set up. Which one you go for? Another Rika?
Oh.
It's
Tough search. He does have the
Yeah.
Tau Loop and the Taumon in hand, but he doesn't want to suffer the overflow penalty, so I think he picks up the second one here. We're going to get to put Onion at 1 here thanks to playing the option. The Rika Tamer gives him 1 back.
The
So
Rika
much
is
draw.
so good with that. Just like to be able
Right?
to play a tamer and
It's like-
then do your training and put your opponent at 1. That's so clutch. What a great first
Right.
turn.
Memory gauge here in full effect. We did see the Wormmon evolve and raising on Onion side, and now we're going to see the Vmon play here to trash. Oh, he finds the Piledramon, it looks like, and
Yep.
was that the Dino Beamon? It's hard to see at
Is
this
it?
angle, but he does
I
trash
can't
one of the level
quite-
5s there.
No, I think that's Pile. I see
Okay.
the red head with the
Uh-oh.
wings in the back. Yeah, he does get the Piledramon on that. Nice.
I mean, while Kurova here pulls out, this Vmon is exposed, so he wants to make sure that the board stays clear if possible. He does have a lot of minus 2,000 DP effects, which could take out the Vmon here. But we're going to see the Q Vmon here. He can either trash a plug-in and draw 2 or grab 1 back from the trash. I think we might see the trash here. Groves explaining the effect here to his opponent.
It was like,
Yeah, the BT10
I
Vmon, we haven't
I
seen it in a
don't
long
play
time, but still
Shibuya.
very versatile.
Yeah.
This is not my cup of tea, friend. Oh, so yes, he does neither
You
effect.
can
I don't
explain
think he
that
can do
move.
either. So we're... Uh-oh, Taumon Ace drops, though. Despite picking up the other level 5 here, it's going to give us a free option play. It's going to be the yellow memory boost. This is the Renamon themed memory boost here.
Oh, it's so clean.
Ooh. Do we pick up the Sakya X here? Actually, he wants the Renamon.
Or
Oh,
the
okay,
Rena.
interesting.
He's taking the
I wonder
Renamon.
what does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean for his later turn? Yeah.
Does he have something in hand art? I can't quite see his.
Uh,
He's got Ruin. And I don't see a Sequoia yet. No. Huh?
oh yeah,
No, there is a
off
Sequoia.
the option play here, minus 2,000.
Yeah, he's got a Sequoia there, so that's fine.
Oh, sorry, not minus 2,000. It's minus security attack minus. Apologies. Rika also gives the memory, the one memory, and then we're just going to the Sakimon. Okay. So unfortunately, we don't have a Kazuhamon here, so we're not going to see Taomon drop again. But the Sakimon is going to give us a token.
No, Kuzu has. He does get to draw, which then sets him up as
Yeah,
well.
off of the.
And the
Oh,
thing
that's
is,
a
like, to be
pause
able to put in
plug-in. So it's going to
blockers
be.
against an Imperial deck is pretty clean, so then you're not getting these chip damages from, like, all the rushes. I guess
Yeah, he's got. It's
Paradramon
good.
does.
Like until. Yeah, like you stop the Power Dramon swings, but once they get into that Imperial Dramon Dragon mode and Fighter mode, things go south real fast. So Kurova's doing all he can to make sure that doesn't happen. Okay, we do see the Dynamo Bee, and there's the Dragon mode in hand. Or is it the Fighter mode in hand? Can we see the Dragon
Fighter
mode somewhere,
mode.
though?
And
Second memory
look at
boost,
that fighter mode,
Analog
though.
Youth, maybe.
That's so clean. God.
Bro, the artist from, what is it, Promise Neverland? I could be
Promise
saying that completely
Neverland.
wrong. But the actual manga artist like drew that Imperial Dramon
Yeah.
Fighter mode. It
I know.
looks so
I want
clean,
the
man.
Zephyga.
Also, the foiling
I want the
texture is so
Zephyga
good.
so bad.
Yes.
Oh, that's my baby.
All right, we're gonna play the memory boost here. Mim boost here for a little bit more dig.
What
Look,
is
that's
that?
another
Right?
dragon mode. Or is it another fighter mode? No dragon mode though. He might pick up the Dino Beamon. Ooh.
Unfortunate that there was two options.
Also,
in
you
that.
gotta respect the flex. Yeah.
I know, right?
He kind of locked out from two
To
of his
be playing with
choices,
that
but
card.
you gotta respect the flex. You gotta respect the flex of the two alt arts for the fighter mode.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what? I got them both. It's fine.
Yeah.
This
yeah,
is
yeah.
truly max rarity or all rarity.
All rarity. Yeah. I will say though,
All right,
lately
here.
I've been thinking about it. I'm like, I gotta keep all the rarities similar, so that my opponent doesn't know how many of the card that I have. You know what I mean? Because best of
Can't
three,
give
you
any
can kind
info
of see
away.
that.
Even the rarities is too much.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good
exactly.
point. Yoshi's playing 4D chess over here, y'all.
4D chess.
Meanwhile, it
Oh,
looks like
he's checking trash here.
Onion is still struggling to find the pieces he needs. Yeah, Kurova just wants to see what's in trash because remember the Virus Imperial Digimon player can utilize their trash to play Digimon. So you always want to just have an idea of what's there to get an idea of what your plays should be to stop your opponent's best plays from happening.
Right.
We're gonna play the Wormon here for 3, passing over. I'm a little bit worried for Onion's position here. He's gonna finally find the
not seeing a lot
Dragon
of-
mode though, but I think it might be one turn too late.
Yeah.
He's gonna trash the
I
Dino
feel like
Beamon.
he's missing.
So I feel like he's
the
all set
Chandra,
up at
right?
this point. Oh, is he missing the Chandra? I was so focused and tunneled in on the Dragon mode, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, I don't think he has a level 4
All right,
yet.
Kurova here is moving.
Rena in the
Kurova
back,
with the
one that he
Blitzkrieg
picked
play
up.
here. Immediate draw, immediate evolve.
Yeah, he's got
Oh, no.
ruin mode's already in
Oh,
hand,
do
so
you see
that's yes, I see it.
He's also
There's the chaos as well.
he's also got the Chaosmon hiding.
Yeah, he's
Hiding behind that,
he's hiding.
Super Evolution plugin.
Oh my god, he's got a
He doesn't even want the viewers at home to know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 I mean, he does this ruin mode.
I mean, to be
it's
fair, a
by-
Ruin mode coming down,
That's gonna hurt.
I think it might be GG's if he has the Ruin mode here.
Oh, he's searching.
Oh, this is interesting.
He's searching for it.
What's he want
Is
here?
it
Maybe he
X?
wants to Sakia X? He's going to
He's
pick up
got
the
the
QB, though.
now. He's grabbing the
Unfortunate.
QB. Okay, training for the QB.
We can use the training here, though, to
Are you
evolve for
looking
free.
for Kurova?
He's digging. He's digging. That
Yeah,
man's got a shovel. He is
very-
digging.
He is digging. He is going for the Sequoia X. What
Oh,
about
no.
the Sequoia makes you want it? Now I'm like intrigued. Hold on, let me
It gives
read
you the
this.
rush token. So
Tokens
you get the
only.
rush token, which gives you another swing on board. So if he can set up the ruin mode this turn, then the following turn
Oh,
he
I
would
see.
have the Sakya X off of the second Sakyamon, either the one on board or the one in raising to build up on.
Yeah.
All right, the Talmon here. We're going to pass over 3 to evolve into
Being
that
able
Talmon, but it's going
to,
to give us his free Super Evolution plugin.
I see, I see, I see. Yeah, he wants to set one
Oh.
up, and then one Sakuya X so that you can unsuspend when it attacks.
So
And
2
whenever
draw
the
from the
Digimon attacks,
Sakyamon
you can do the
here.
single club. Oh,
+1 from
going
the
back
Rika.
up.
+1 from the Rika. He keeps turn.
+2. +2
And
from
another
the
draw
Rikas.
here. So this is
That's
minus
so
2k
good.
to the the Wormmon.
Yep.
Oh.
And then -2K to the V.
I
No.
think this had.
Oh, no, this one.
I think that's a security attack minus.
Security
Yeah,
minus, yeah.
the effects kind of bounce between security attack minus and DP minus. It's hard to remember. Keep them all in your head. Trust me, I've made that mistake plenty of times. The pause plugin is going to just wipe it, though. Wow, he just gets the free pause plugin. Okay. And then
Wow.
there's the
Wow.
token. There's a second
Wow.
token
That is
because
a
both
4.
Sakyamon see the option there.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
So it looks like,
And
I
you
think
can
with the
just
ruin
go
mode,
to
we
the
just
X.
seal the deal.
Yep. Oh, he can't go to... Wait, that memory boost is... He could use that, right? That's been there.
Um, yes, I think he
Was
can
that
use
just...
that, but
Oh, been there,
he
yeah.
might just go into the ruin mode and pass over the memory.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
we're gonna
not worried
swing though
about
with the
it.
token first. Okay, let's.
Swinging! You're not worried about
Nice, nice, nice.
any
That's fine.
options, I guess. Yeah.
Tokens aren't real Digimon.
And
It's fine.
then, oh, ruin. There you go. Did you... Oh, that's some Digi Emperor talk there.
Right.
Yo,
Oh, the ruin mode
ruin
comes out here,
mode.
which means Onion is under another 5k blanket, and I don't know if that. I think that means he might be donezo.
That's
Like
it.
he wasn't able to
Yeah,
find. Yeah,
especially
you're
he
right.
goes into the
He
chaos
has one
next turn.
charger bomb, but he passed over a lot of memory. But unfortunately, Onion's pieces are all in the back and raising. He can't promote them because of the minus 5k blanket. The Wormmon would be deleted immediately,
Play any-
and
Yeah.
I don't know what he plays on board.
No.
If he does delete the ruin mode, nah, I don't even think it's possible here yet. This might be GG's for Onion, but I mean he is a better player than I. So if he can find it out here, I wouldn't be that
Yeah.
surprised, right? World caliber players here make world caliber moves.
I will still be surprised. I will still be surprised.
You're
but,
right.
yeah,
I personally will
this
be.
is what
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he's gonna. Oh, we just pass over to one here with the Dino Beamon and just hope for the best. But I think that might be a wrap. We're gonna promote
That's it, dude. That's
the Renamon. That's 5 checks already.
Yep. And I don't think he even
Oh, the
runs
X antibody
anything
evolve here
that
gives him.
would be scary in security. So yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
I talked about
use the
this
memory just in
in
case there's a jack rate.
previously, but
Go
I
on.
mean possible. But Saki X is gonna come out here, and he's probably gonna be able to keep turn. He's gonna gain more memory here with the Rika Tamers as well as some of the inheritance effects. So yeah, this swings. We get to play an option. We're going to use the Talmon inheritance effect first, it looks like. So cost -2. It's going to give him the Valder arm. Saki X
What's
Mon's
the
effect is
term?
going to let
What's
him
the
play an option for
terminology?
free as well. Evolve into
one of the body-
Valder.
Oh my god.
Okay, Esmon Valder arm here. Yeah, he keeps the turn as well. Rika Tamer +2.
Gains the memory.
Security attack,
dude,
2
are
checks. He
you
also becomes
kidding me?
active.
Sakuya cards are about to go
Oh
up
my
in
God. Also-
price, my friends. If you don't have your set yet, don't cry
2
about
checks.
it now. The buyout will be real.
2 more
That's the
here. The
mat.
Mat Tamer comes down, but it's
That's
way
it.
too late.
That's a good night. That is a good night. Kurova.
Kurova.
That's
Kurova takes 3rd
amazing.
place here
Wow.
at the Digimon
Third
Digimon
place.
Trading Card Game Championship. Amazing play. Like, Sakyamon, so much draw, so much memory gain. The fact that the Cubimon played the Tamers, you get so much value out of that. And you can go through your deck so quickly. We saw even from like turn 2, he was doing great. Like he's already set up
Yeah.
in both games. By turn 2, he was already in like a fantastic position.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I think it is making sure that you have like a little bit of the search in the beginning, making sure you have your line in the back and set up. But it's quick, man. It's quick because he's just running those 3-cost Rinas.
Yeah,
He's
it
not
is.
running any of the, sorry, Rikas. He's only running that, and he keeps finding them.
Yeah.
So again, I get why he's saying, he's like, as long as I don't break, I'll be good.
Yeah, right. As long as I see
Wow.
the things I need, I'm good.
Beautiful.
Every card game player's like wish. Yeah,
That's so
you know,
true.
it's so unfortunate though. Like we didn't really get to see Onion's Virus and Purgemon deck do much. I feel like he spent so much time, like those first 2-3 turns, just trying to collect the pieces he needs to get his combo off, that the deck just kind of fell by the wayside. Once the Ruin mode dropped, he's like, well, I can't promote because I don't have everything set up in the back, and I need to be in the battle area in order to get all my effects. So it's unfortunate that Onion, we didn't get to see him go off at full power there, but it's still an incredible player. Trust me, I've lost enough to him playing 7th grade Demon Lords to know that he is a really good player.
That's true. That's true. Well, that's the world. Right? You know, it's the worlds. So it's like all of the best everywhere coming together, and then seeing what they're made of, and seeing who's gonna break and who's not. It's really kind of what it boils down to.
Yeah.
Because again, with Onion, he was not able both turns. Right. He didn't have Wormmon in hand at first turn. Both turns he had the Vmons, and then he couldn't do the purple memory boost on both games. So that's a bit of a brick in my opinion.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah, I
played
mean,
it as best
we've
as he
seen
could,
with
but
some of the
not
newer decks in the game where, yeah, to his credit, like he did the best he absolutely could there. But you know, we've seen a lot in some of the recent sets where the egg for the deck is a different color than the rest of the deck. You take a look at like the Excel Chaosmon deck, Virus Imperial Dramon deck, and that does make for some awkward plays in the beginning of the game when you have to choose whether you want like a memory boost or a Digimon, and you can't get both, right?
Yeah. I mean, it has been helpful having those dual memory boosts. Like, okay, so for me, one of the big ones that I noticed for my gameplay was Dinomon, right? Having our Koromon egg be the red egg, and the Tamer is red, but then the rest of their Digimon has green, right? And then your level 5s, your level 6 kind of has like a green-black dealio to it, and even like some of the level 4s are like green-purple. You're kind of like stuck on this, like, oh, do I do green memory boost? Do I do red memory boost? But most of us have decided to go with like garnet memory boost because you get the red or the black, right? So when we get more
I like
cool
that.
memory boosts that have more of like a cohesiveness to their colors, that'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild when we saw the first like set of like the dual color memory boosts, like the Wisteria, the Garnet you mentioned, which actually I think is a fantastic pick, Sepia, a bunch of those. I wonder if we'll get like a second like wave of those where it's like even more colors. Like you get like a red yellow, or like a green black.
Like for the Marcus
That'd
decks.
be cool. That would be super cool.
Yeah.
But again, well
That's
done
the one
to
for
Kurova. He takes 3rd place here. Unfortunately, yeah, he takes 3rd place here. So I mean, he's definitely making Singapore proud. One of Singapore's finest there, and one of the Unker crew, so to speak. There's like a group of like players in Southeast Asia who go by the moniker Unker, Unker, and they are all very serious about the game. And most of those guys were actually in the World Finals this past weekend. So they had a great showing. To see Kurova take 3rd place and bring that home must be like really great for that region. You guys should be really happy out there in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, that's right. Southeast Asia represent.
Meanwhile, also, I think with Onion losing, that means that this is the first time America hasn't been hasn't won. Like I think America's won most of the World Finals for Digimon in recent past.
Yeah, for sure last year, because Pete took last year with his security control.
Shout out to Pete.
And he was against Frozen, I want to say. I think, yeah, it's Frozen, right?
From Europe, yeah.
EU, I believe.
Yep,
yeah,
from Europe.
And then, but this year, like you were saying, finals, top 2 are both Japanese, right?
Yeah, and we're going to actually watch those games after a very, very short break. So you guys out there, quick bathroom break, grab some snacks, grab some drinks, because when we come back, we're going to have the highest caliber play for the Digimon card game across the world. Don't miss it. We'll see you soon.
You have to, because the decks you're about to see is insane. All right, we'll see you guys soon.
welcome back, folks. Oh, so this is gonna be the Digimon trading card game finals. It's gonna be Mujiko on the left here from Japan going up against Doraku on the right. Now these guys running some crazy stuff. Mujiko on the left is gonna be doing Imperial Dramon blue green, not the
Imperial.
virus version. Meanwhile, on Doraku's side, he's gonna be running Galaxy Toolbox. I've been waiting all weekend to
Galaxy,
see this,
dude.
Yoshi.
Yeah, I mean, the way you were explaining it to me prior to us getting on screen, I was like, oh, I cannot
Mm,
believe that that's happening right now. So and I mean, I'm gonna let you talk about the tech because you know a lot more about that tech than I do when it comes up. But that's a really cool tech. I'm just reading about it now, and I'm like, that's wild.
yeah. So for folks who don't know, this deck's kind of like uses red and blue cards to quickly get to the level
Mhm.
sixes, and they can do it so quickly that they can just run a huge array of level 6 cards to deal with pretty much any situation. Meanwhile, on Musico's side, Blue Green Imperial Dramon has been a deck that's been pretty consistent over the past year. And with some of the new cards
Ooh,
they got, you see the fighter mode in hand from the virus side there.
I see
As
the
long as they get their
medieval
Davis and
gallant
Kin
in hand
Tamers
as
up,
well.
right? As long as they have the Davis and Kin
Mhm.
Tamers up, they can make crazy plays and get lots of free value. And so they can quickly get to their level 5, and then the level 6s are also just as nasty as Galaxy Toolboxes.
That's right. And a lot of the things that these decks are going to utilize are DNA Digivolution, or at least the original Galaxy. We don't know exactly what this Galaxy entails, but obviously, when we are talking about Imperial, it's a lot of DNA Digivolutions. So,
Mm.
wow, look at the memory gain on all this. Insane.
Yeah, so this is what Galaxy Toolbox does, right? They can use their
Wow.
cards to cycle in the same stack in order to gain memory. We're gonna see that here by
That's just
Doraku
insane.
quickly going into his level 5,
Oh,
and
and
then
then
into
there
the
it is.
yes, the
There it
Invisimon.
is.
Yes. So Invisimon here reveals
This
the
is
top
so
security.
cool.
He swings, and then he plays hide and seek with his own
Bottoms.
security.
Oh my god, that is insane the way that that works.
Yeah. So the
And then
check
that
here will
gets taken
happen.
out, so you get to see what you're attacking, so you can feel
Exactly.
safe about hitting it.
Exactly.
That's
So that, and he could have gone into another level
wow.
6 there, but he's gonna just play down the Lunamon to get a wide board. And again, this is just
Mhm.
turn what 1 from turn 2 from him.
That's turn two for him. Yeah.
Meanwhile, on
And
Musico's side,
can you explain
yeah.
to me what you were talking about with Invisimon? What happens at the end of the opponent's turn?
Oh, hold on, yo. We'll get there. Trust me, we'll get there. Wait till the end
Okay,
of
all
this
right, all
turn for
right.
Musico's side. But it's some
Because I don't
crazy
know if
stuff
Musica knows
happens.
that. Maybe he knows.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. Like Musico here,
I mean,
he's gonna be able to play down
uh,
the Raijamon here, and then evolve. On the evolve, he gets the memory back from both of the Davis and Kin Tamers by resting them and gaining 1 each. So
mhm.
he's gonna keep his turn here.
Oh, there you
Ooh,
go.
he is
There's the
gonna
option, the
play
ridiculous
return to the
option.
return to the Primogenitor here to evolve at cost -4. He's gonna go directly into his level 5 without having to DNA. I mean, if
Wow,
it
no
does get deleted
DNA.
though, he doesn't get partition. But this is going to give him
Yep.
the ability to keep turn. He can make the swing. He's going to rest as a result of Doraku's entire board, and he's going to start swinging
Mhm.
into things. Yeah,
Swing over the little.
he becomes active again
It's
thanks to his
that's
effects.
the new Pyodramon, right? Yeah,
Yeah, this is the BT16 Pile Dramon,
the
at least
BT
for blue green anyway. New for blue
partition.
green, yeah.
Right, right, right.
Or the newest version for blue green. And he's going to swing into the level 5 as well. Oh, did he make a goof there? The plus 2,000 from the Lekismon might have made. Oh
Yeah,
no, the
it's on
Honkumon
opponent's
too
turn, not
big.
during your turn. He didn't realize.
Oh, that's
I mean,
unfortunate.
because that's the thing is right. Like you're not used to Digimon having plus DP on opponent's turn unless you're playing against black,
Yeah,
right?
right. It's
If you're
very
seeing
like
black, you're like,
color
oh, that's
locked.
probably got an alterns, yeah, or maybe green will have it, but blue having it on opponent's turn, and it's like plus 2,000, I think. It's not like a
Yeah.
small significant DP bonus.
He
Wow.
plays out the Vmon here, but I don't think it's gonna stick around because as soon as this turn ends,
Nope.
hide and seek, he comes out to play tag and Vizimon here. He opens up the top security, and then he would de-digivolve the excuse me the Vmon, but then after that you delete Digimon with 1 or less sources. So if Vizimon comes back out to swing again and then go play hide and seek one more time.
That's so insane. I
Meanwhile,
think this card is wild.
so again, we checked it. We know what the card is. We just
Go
check
back
it,
in.
and then
Yeah.
the question is, what does Darko want to do with the rest of this turn? Right, he's got a level 5 on board, so we can just go into a Hexablaumon. You usually see this coming from the Imperial Dramon player. How does it feel to have your
Bottom
own
deck.
Tamer bottom decked? Oh, Hexablaum, one of the rare cards that has Tamer hate in blue. Being able to bottom deck a Tamer.
Correct. And it's not even like it's the hard kind of tamer hate. It's bottom decking, which like if you put it in
Not
trash,
trash. Like,
maybe people can get it out. Yeah.
mm. Okay, there's his own Hexablaum bomb, but he picks up just the Stingmon instead. Musico's got to move quickly here. Yeah, Musico's moving like 1,000 APM at this point.
Yeah. And Hexablau is so hard to get over because especially with like decks like this where you can keep making more and more Digivolution lines underneath it, the Ice Clad is going to be insane to try to like go over.
Yeah, that and the Hexablaumon preventing you from suspending if you have less sources than him means that, yeah, there's not a lot you can do to actually swing if you're a
No.
smaller Digimon, right? Or smaller sources,
Yeah,
rather.
yeah. Or even going against me being a green player, like Bloomlord, we're locked out of being able to do any of our things because we can't suspend our pieces
That's
to
true.
do the things that we
Yeah.
need to do.
Like you have 1,000
Yeah.
pieces, but they all are just frozen, right?
Yep. That's the
It's really interesting
hardest part
that
about it.
both these guys, they mentioned on Twitter they were really, really nervous. Actually, I think it was Doraku said that he woke up in the middle of the night and just decided to go to the hotel, like, public bath, and he actually saw Musico there. And they kind of just talked for a bit about, like, how nervous they were going into today. You know, it looks like Musico
Yeah.
going to be able to spin down the Hexablaumon, but that's going to be the turn, and Invisimon... Oh, doesn't pop back out, excuse me. He's stuck around. Is that a once evolve effect only?
Uh, maybe it's on evolve only.
I need to double check that myself.
Yeah, let's see.
Vizimon,
On
not a
play,
card you
when
normally
evolving, you
see.
Digivolve. One of your opponent's
Uh,
Digimon and flip your opponent's Digimon face up security, then delete one of your Digimon with a fewer security. When your Digimon checks a face up security card, you may place. Oh, because it's not a top stack, so you need to have something underneath it for it to go and hide and seek.
yeah.
So, I
Doesn't
see. So
matter
it's a
too much,
once per
though.
team.
Yeah, it looks like Doraku here is going to be building up that second or that third stack at this point, right?
Yeah. I wonder if he has a card where it's like when attacking, you can place a level 3 blue Digimon under one of your Digimon. Probably. What does that? I'm forgetting.
that is the Huangkumon actually. So Huangkumon could be useful here.
Honku.
Looks like he's gonna do some Light Fang Nightclaw shenanigans here. We're gonna cycle Digimon to the bottom in the stack to get some memory back, as well as some cost minus Digivolves. The Gaomon here, it's gonna give him memory and card draw. So we're just gonna go into the level 5 Crescimon here, who's only 1 cost if he has 3 or more sources, and he definitely does. And then
there's
second
the other
Invisimon comes back. Here we
He
go.
Digivolve 2. That's rough. Goes into the Wormmon.
Yeah, we
Checks
open that
it.
security up. Oh, that's scary. Hold on. Be careful of that check.
Boy. That's a big boy. Is that a fighter ace there?
Yeah, the Invisimon
It is a
also
fighter ace.
deletes
How
one of
much
the Digimon
DP
with
does he
1 or
have?
less sources.
Yep.
Oh, did he have the DP to get over?
He has enough. I think so because he's got
He
2.
He's got the plus
Yeah.
2,000 as well, so that might have been enough actually. And we're just gonna pop back
I guess
to
fighters
another
don't play team.
Hexablaumon to bottom deck. The second Davis Ken Musico, nothing left.
Wow, this is complete domination here on one side.
Look, I didn't know if we were gonna see the Invisimon, but bro, we've seen Invisimon today.
Listen, I don't know if Invisimon is the tech here. I think Invisimon is the win con.
He might be the game plan. Yeah, he might be the game plan, bro.
Yeah. I think the Hexaplow is the gatekeeper, but the Oh, he's like, all right, let's call it. Let's move on. That's it. They're wrapping it up.
That's it.
Next game.
Wow, the concede there.
Wow. I mean, yeah, why waste
Doraku's
time?
gotta
Right?
feel
Like,
great
what's the
about
point?
this.
Yeah.
You know, the one thing I was really worried about is that in that game, Musico was, I feel like, moving a little bit too quickly. Here in Asia, where games are just typically
Yeah,
best of
he was trying
one,
to get through stuff. Mhm.
right? Here in Asia, where games are best of one, I feel like you do have some pressure in order to finish your matches pretty quickly, considering the timer is normally 25 minutes.
It's like,
But
yeah.
I really hope that he
Oh,
can like take
25?
the moment. Yeah, yeah. I really hope that he can take the moment to like pause, just take some time,
Yeah.
breathe, and really consider your options. I mean, we saw that swing into the Huang Kunman there that he ended up just killing himself.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was
And
a
like he lost
very
his stack
very
because of
unfortunate
that.
move.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think it would have made a huge difference in the long run, considering Invisimon could have popped
No.
back out and just got rid of the Digimon himself anyway. But I mean, it would have been nice if that swing went into something like security, right, rather than a Digimon where you just
Right.
die. Um,
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
I really would like to see Musico just kind of slow down this next game, really take some time, consider your options, and yeah, again on the world stage, you don't want to be making mistakes like that.
Yeah. Man, it's gonna be tough because I think like even with Return of the, I don't know how to say it,
Primogenitor,
Gender, that
yeah, Primogenitor,
card could save him from the. It sounds so wrong. That card could save him from the Invisi, like, but you would have to be already a fighter mode for it to
yeah, you got to
even
be
work
careful too.
because you still need to be a level 5 to for it to digivolve into an Imperial.
Well, luckily if he does have enough sources, the Invisimon can't delete him, right? He has to have one or less source. So if he's got more than that, the
It's
Invisimon just kind of
true.
like de-digivolves and that's it. So if he does
And then
get to like a
it's the
fighter
other
mode
way. Yeah, it's true.
that doesn't have any ace cards underneath, he'll be in a good spot, right? He can just go back up the chain.
Is it frozen for you, or is it
Although
just me?
no, I can see here. It looks like Doraku and Musico are shuffling up on their sides, getting into the next game.
Uh huh. Here we go.
Looks like this time the Musico will be going first, and again he's moving at a mile a minute. I just wanted to really slow down here.
Did they mulligan here? I missed it. I guess they've chosen.
I believe. I think we might have gotten the mulligan off screen. No, we're actually gonna have the mulligan happen
Oh, there
now.
we go.
Okay,
There
so
we
yeah,
go.
they just set the cards first to get a good look. Yeah, those tables are really cool, man. Being able to just like kind of set your cards down and
Yeah.
really like consider your choices without having. Although I did speak to some of the English-speaking players, and they're like, you know what? I kind of want a hand shuffle though. I'm a hand shuffler. All right. Again, I really think Musico's super nervous here. I just think he'll
Yeah,
feel better
you're,
and
you're right about that.
he'll play with a clearer head here
Yeah,
if he can
the
just
demeanors
slow
are so
down.
different here between the two players. Like one has this soothing calm about him, and the other is let's move, let's move, let's move. You can even see the raised shoulders right now. Okay, that's
Yeah.
going into psychology. But it's true, you know, when you're in that position, you're on the world stage, you know, and you're going against presumably one of your buddies for the title, the main title.
Right.
It's tough, and you've just gotten like stomped. You've made a very big blunder in your first game. It's hard to
Hmm.
reset. So hopefully he does get that reset because it looks like he's got a pretty good hand here. I will say that's kind of rough that it's the searcher and he doesn't have another level 3.
Ooh.
You could
Yeah.
just
We may.
give off the worm in the back and level 4. I mean, drop the tamers in.
Yeah. I mean, there is a world where you can actually get to level 5. You can find. Maybe he just plays out the Davis Kin Tamer this turn. I don't want to give away 4 memory though.
Yeah,
You can
exactly. That is a big one.
Aldramon with this hand, right? The
Ooh,
Wormmon, play out the
Invisible
Wormmon, evolve into the
Fixer.
Raijamon. You're giving away a lot of memory though by doing that, and then you just hard play the Stingmon for 3 cost, and then you can get into the Powdramon.
Go into the Biome.
Meanwhile, here on Doraku's side, great hand.
No level 4.
If you can find a level 4? Question mark.
Question mark? Yep. Yeah. That's a lot of level 6s in hand to have in
We'll
your
see. We're gonna
first
get to the
turn.
match
That's
here in
3
just a
double
moment, though. I
6s?
think player just about to start. Oh, okay.
It's quite nerve wracking.
All right. This could be
Here we
for
go.
the World Finals of Digimon card game Musico, Doraku, Imperial Dramon versus Galaxy Toolbox. Doraku, or excuse me, Musico's going first here.
And seeing that original Pyodramon in hand
He
is
does he
kind
does
of cool.
evolve in race though, actually.
I do like that.
And he just
Oh,
plays
he
out the
does do the
Daiken for 4.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Davis Kintamer comes down
Yeah.
here for 4. Yoshi, you seeing this,
Hoping he
buddy?
gets a Wormmon or Vmon there. Yep, I see it. Oh, draws right into it.
Meanwhile, here on Musico's side, the Wisteria Memory Boost and the level 4 in Raising
Wisteria.
is going to be good here. So he did find the level
Ooh,
4 here in
Imperial.
order to connect his pieces. He can pick up the Paladin mode, but I think he
He's gonna
wants
get the
the
level 3.
Lunamon instead. This makes sense. He's already at the level 6s in hand, so maybe you don't need the Hexabomon just now, or the Paladin mode now. That's maybe a later game play. But the Lunamon here will definitely pay dividends within the next turn or so.
I'm pretty sure he already has a Hexablow in hand, right? He has Invisi, Hexablow, and Apollo in hand. Yeah, there it is.
Meanwhile,
there's
here,
the
the second Davis Kintamer comes down on Musico's side, and Doraku here is going to get all the memory in the world to work with here, going to his Lekismon. He doesn't pay the full cost at 3 here, but we're going to use our Galaxy Toolbox effects to cycle down the card and gain some
now
memory.
he's doing the
We'll go into the Lekismon here, potentially free. Do we want to spin the Wisteria Memory Boost is the question, though. Whoa! The C... Wow, is that Mega Siegramon X Antibody?
Mega
Bro, this deck
Digimon,
has
yeah.
so many surprises. The level 5s are all fishes. Invisimon's at the top end. And Doraku was really cooking in the kitchen with this one. For the folks at home here, the Mega Siegramon here, X Antibody is going to be able to bounce level 4 for the deck, but it looks like instead we're going to go into the Hexablaumon here to bottom deck one of those Davis and Kin Tamers to stop Musical from searching as much, and that's going to pass the turn here. Now, Musical does have the ability to potentially get higher than this Hexablaumon at what, 2, 4, 5? He'll have to get into a level 6, maybe go from Dragon Mode into Fighter Mode, and he doesn't have all the pieces in hand just yet. We're not going to be able to see a level 3 come down using the Davis and Kintamer's effect because there's none in hand for Musico, unfortunately. The question is, we play for...
Keeping it in the back. Yep, keep it in the back. I mean, that is a big Hexablaumon. Like, there's no way for you to be able to suspend unless you DNA Digivolve 2 full stacks at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And we need to get to the level 6, yeah. But only being passed over 1 memory, I think that Musical is trying to force out that Wisteria memory boost. And honestly, he might get it this turn, although...
No, he's just passing him over the 1.
Wow, he's not even gonna swing with the Hexablaumon. He wants to keep it as safe as possible.
Yeah. I think we were right in saying that Invisimon is the win con. Hexablow is just the gatekeeper. Like, Invisimon is the way he wins this game.
Kind of feels that way, right? Invisimon does the damage. You see what you check, so there's a lot of safety in that. Hexablaumon also has jamming, if memory serves me correctly. Oh no, that's the older one. Excuse me.
No, he's just got
Ice Clad, yeah.
Ice Clad. Yeah.
He does have Sec +1 though.
Just Ice Clad.
yeah. Saying just Ice Clad is kind of a misnomer, right? Like Ice Clad is really damn good, but like maybe not for the security checks. Ooh,
yeah, Ice Clad doesn't work for
discovered.
security checks, but he does have security plus. You're right. He has got the security plus 1.
Wow, Musico is just going to build up and raising here. I feel like this is the harder route, like trying to get to more sources in the Hexablaumon this way is kind of tough.
But if he's able to, oh no, you're right, because you can't DNA anymore after that.
All right, so we're gonna do some Lunamon shenanigans here. Lunamon gives you +2 by cycling down to level 4. He evolves here to do some card draw and some search with the Lekismon. Lekismon's gonna pick up the Cressimon, which he needs to get into level 5 anyway.
Oh, there you go. Man, you know what's funny is like all of this. If you just play a Terriermon that stops memory gain,
yeah. I mean, what
Galaxy out.
one of the weak points of the Galaxy Toolbox are those Floodgate Digimon who stop people from gaining memory outside of Tamer effects. This deck has tamers, but they don't like they use it's just like a memory, 3-start memory at the sorry, turn start 3 memory tamer.
Yeah.
But like not being able to get all the Lunamon effects off and the rest of the Galaxy toolbox plus memory stuff going is so much to your advantage.
Yeah, you would need
But we're gonna
to go to level 5 to be able to pop anything, right? From what I understand.
yeah. So it looks like we are gonna see another Invisimon come out. Hey, look at that XVmon. I
There's
think I'll just swing
Invisimon.
this. What's the
Just
second check?
swing
What's the
into it.
second? Second
And
XVmon. That's
also
where they've
he-
been.
Oh, interesting. He
Vmon.
kept it standing because he wanted the Hexablow to swing into it as long as it was safe. And now he could go into another level 6. Maybe he could go into the Apollo here that we've been seeing in his hand. Oh, he's also
what
got the
happened?
Mirage Galgamon. There it is.
Oh
The Mirage
no! Players in chat are mauling right now.
man. This
Oh,
toolbox
no.
deck is insane. Makes him draw.
Mirage Galgamon makes another triumphant appearance at the Digimon Card Game Championship in 2024-2025. I know
The
players have
doggo
some
is
choice
never
words for
going
this
away.
dog. Never. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. You know, he's
He's a
only
good
like
boy.
14 in dog years. He's got a whole life ahead of him.
He's only 14 in dog years. That's a big
It's
dog.
fine. That is a big dog, yeah, and even a bigger presence on board now that anytime Musical will try to draw cards using effects, he's going to get taxed for how many ever cards he has in hand. So if every 4 cards, it's Doraku's going to gain 1 memory. So 8 cards in hand is 2 memory, 12 is 3, and it just goes up and up and up. So like now, if he wants to play the Davison Kin Tamer, he immediately like starts with like 1 memory in hand or for the turn.
Yeah.
So he's got to be really careful about how he plays his turn out. He has evolved as a level 5
That
in
Stingmon
Raising,
is gonna
though.
do nothing for him. Yeah.
Yeah, the Stingmon not great here. I'm not seeing the level 6 pieces I would like to see, though. Is the
No, I'm just seeing
Hexablaumon
him-
here useful? You can Source Strip with the Hexablaumon, I think, which is a way to get over the other Hexablaumon and use the Ice Cloud ability to your great effect. However, we're not going to use Davis. Oh, excuse me. We're going to pull out first and then not use Davis Kin. The problem is he's
thinking about
1
it.
memory short from the Hexablow,
He's
isn't he?
Digivolving. That's it. Yeah, it's a 4 Digivolve, right?
Oh, this is the Imperialdramon Dragon mode. Okay, so he's going to suspend. He's going to lock something from unsuspending for a turn, and then he could unsuspend something to suspend something to unsuspend, but it doesn't matter because he's already unsuspended. But we're going to lock. Yeah. Looks like we're locking the Mirage Galgamon here.
Of any attacks, yeah.
He can't attack here, though, right? Like the Hexablaumon. Oh, sorry.
He can't
So
suspend
we suspend the Mirage Galgamon, but we lock the Hexablaumon. The Sec +1 is too hard to ignore.
Yeah, but he's also not going to be able to swing unless he has a fighter. Even then, can he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2.
Remember, he does run the fighter. Oh no! I don't think he had
No,
it.
he's just pushing it. He didn't have it. I think he was hoping to
The
draw
Vmon
into it.
search here. I guess so, but like the Vmon search here might be curtains. This Vmon is also not long for the world, right? Oh no, he does pick up. No, he doesn't have the fighter mode, right? Yeah, it's just showing it on screen, but I don't think I see it in hand.
Yeah. I think he forgot about the Invisimon.
No.
He
I
digivolved
mean,
there.
oh, he's gonna digivolve this,
Yeah.
and then this gets turned over,
Pops the Vmon.
and the Vmon here gets popped. Yeah, like he had to get the Vmon for the search, but like during the active phase here, keep in mind the Invisimon comes at the end of the opponent's turn, so it can attack. Active phase, the Mirage can become active, but the Hexablow can't because of the previous Imperialdramon effect.
Yeah. And there's like no real level 5 aces that are going to do anything anyway to this.
Yeah, Zudomon A is really not the move here, TBH.
Yeah.
Invisimon here for the check.
Ooh.
Oh, return to the Primogenitor here.
Plays,
Is it?
play 1 Tamer, that's it?
Yeah,
That's it, yeah. It's just a Tamer.
play the
No
Tamer, but Yeah, no tamers. They all get
No
bottom
tamer, in
decked.
fact.
And
Yeah,
then
they go bye bye
for
anyway.
oh no,
Oh, on the
Omnimon
X.
X
Oh,
antibody
and he
deleted,
swings with
and
the
then
game.
that's gonna be it.
Wow.
Doraku takes the game there. You see his
Wow.
face; he's just so relieved. Like one
Flawless
wrong move, and
victory, dude.
Imperial
That
Jumon could have just
is,
made a
yeah.
huge swing back, right? Oh my
I
goodness!
mean,
Well
to me,
done.
that is
Yeah.
insane. I don't. It sounds bad, but like, we just saw
Mm-hmm.
both versions of Imperial get smashed,
No,
right?
don't say that.
Right?
Imperial play.
The way.
Yoshi, you're kicking Imperial Jumon players and they're already down, right? They just got a new deck. Their old deck still sees support, and he's just like, no. Oh, that's so unfortunate. But
It just,
again, like,
I mean, obviously they're top four, right? So they've been through a lot of different other decks, but the
yeah,
showing that we got to see in the top four was literally both Imperials getting smashed.
yeah, it was not Imperial Dramon's day. That is for
It's not.
sure. Again, well
Sorry
done
to
again
him.
to Doraku. The Galaxy Toolbox, the
Uraku,
use of
congratulations,
Invisimon was
man.
so great there. I
Yeah.
think you were right. Like,
All
it's
right.
not the tech,
Yeah.
it's the deck.
That is the deck, yeah. The rest of it is the tech. He made the tech to make that card work. That's
Right?
crazy. Because again, here's the thing: there was no hype for Invisimon. By the way, there's gonna be a buyout of
That
that
was also,
Invisimon at this
hold
point.
on, that alt art was pretty cool. Come on, we gotta give the
No,
artwork
I
some
agree.
due credit here.
Fully. I think it was like a dope art. Like everybody was talking about the
Yeah.
art, but then everybody was like, nobody thought about what it would do, you know? And
Yeah,
seeing
yeah.
it in play is like, oh, okay. And Doraku really brought that to the spotlight. Like, just that was clearly the MVP of this entire the Worlds match, right? The
Yeah.
finals match. That was the MVP.
Like
That was really cool
it's
to
like the
see.
old meme, right? It's like I'm gonna play Doraku. Oh, Doraku got hands. Hold on. Oh, excuse me, Busy got hands. Yeah. I'm gonna play
Yeah, this guy.
if Busy got hands. Hold on a second. Let me take a moment. That guy kind of hurts. Wait a second. But I mean,
That was so
he's
cool.
not the only player in the deck. Like the Hexablamon did great work locking down the
Yes,
board with
the
his
lockout.
effects. The Mirage Galgamon making a surprise appearance in order to lock out the Davis and Kintamer from letting them play level threes at search was also huge.
Mhm.
I mean, Blue has so many great options at their disposal, and the best part is that deck can also just use red. Like if they want to go an entirely different route, they can. And they've got some crazy
Yeah, yeah,
plays
yeah.
using cards like Gurudamon Ace, etc., etc. But yeah, Galaxy Toolbox, a very, very powerful deck. Definitely had it on my radar, and I'm glad we got to see it, especially with the Invisimon this year.
Right, right, and it's very interesting because like that deck was built for what is the level 7
There's
of Galaxy?
the Grace
Uh,
Novamon. I pulled an art
Grace
dart,
Nova.
never got to use it. I'm so sad.
Never got to
So
use it.
sad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
Never got
the
to use
Grace
it.
Nova didn't quite work for it, but the rest of it works for other decks, and it's kind of a cool thing. That's what I love about Digimon is that you're not
Mm,
locked into playing a certain archetype. Like, yes,
yeah.
it has things where it's like, oh, you know what, this costs a little cheaper if you Digivolve it within its archetype, but you don't
Mm-hmm.
have to. You could pay the pricier hit for it, and then like again, Invisimon has its own deck, a completely set up deck for it, but
Shout out to Espimon.
clearly it works in a Grace Nova deck or in a Galaxy deck. So it's I really love Digimon because you're able to do those kinds of things with it and make your own path with it. And with this world
Yeah.
convergence that's happening in April, we
Yeah.
get to do that together versus like North America or the other regions having to wait and be like,
Mhm.
oh, we'll just copy off you guys, right? So I'm
No more
really
X
looking
copy,
forward to that.
folks. No more X
That's
copy.
right. No more X
Although
copying.
although Japan winning does mean maybe we X copy a little bit. You know, maybe maybe
Yeah. I think
Japan
that
win,
Galaxy
we
deck's
X
gonna
copy
be
a little bit.
enough
Hold
right
on,
now.
yeah. Doraku
Yeah,
might be cooking. You
it's
know, we.
cool. Yeah, exactly.
uh,
I mean,
but
again,
yeah,
even
to
with
your
musical, like he had cool cards and cool text in there. We just didn't get to see it, unfortunately. And I'm sure his opponents that got smashed by him were able to see all of that and how overpowering that was.
Looks like
I
we're
think
gonna
we're
go to
going
the
to see the ceremony here
awards
soon.
ceremony here. Yeah, those got a crazy. There's Kurova, our third place winner. This guy's been training all year since
Yes.
Gal of last year. He's been going ham. He made it through. He qualified with Dex Dorugorum on it, like a deck that a lot of folks didn't really like believe in because Premier
Yeah, you're
Lugumon was
right.
literally right there. But he made that deck
Mhm.
work and in great fashion last year to qualify, and he got his third place spot here using Sakimon, a very versatile player as well. I mean, being able to switch up from like black, purple to yellow is no easy feat.
Right, right. Like you have to memorize all of those cards. Getting the gloves on here to make sure that they're handling the cards properly and the. Well, actually, I don't
Do
know.
not, do not
Trophy
damage
as
my
well.
cards,
Yeah,
bro,
probably.
please.
Yeah. There's the trophy.
But yeah, the
Wow.
trophy here got some weight to it too. You saw him; he was struggling on that
Oh
initial
yeah, that's
pickup.
heavy.
Congrats
That's a
again
big
to
boy.
Kurova, third place here. Digimon card.
He's all,
Please
hold
don't
on to
drop
it.
this. It's
Hold on to
heavy,
it.
man.
You look like
Yeah, please don't drop this, bro.
you're like
You just
you're
made of
handling it.
crystal. Yeah.
Please handle it. Yeah. Oh my god.
Additionally,
Wait. Oh, that's the Vijamon, huh? Arrow Vijamon?
yeah, this is the level 4 Vidramon third place trophy card. I think this
That's
also has
so
like the Digimon
cool.
script as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Well
yeah.
done
I
to
think they all
Kurova
are
there.
gonna be. Did we miss
Looks
the
like I want to get a
Vmon?
couple of words from
Oh,
him.
yeah. Yeah, you bashful
I feel
boy.
proud.
Can't quite hear it.
He's just happy that he's proud he got to this point, and he's happy that all of his friends are here supporting him as well. Again, a lot of these Southeast Asian players flew out for this event, and they've been here practicing and playing all weekend, not only in the World Finals, but also in some of the other events as well.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, well done to great guy, fantastic
Well
player.
done, Kurova.
Love to see him take a dub there. Oh, you
I'm
can see the
clapping,
players in the
Yoshi.
front there. Gary, yeah, Ben, yeah.
Hey, that's awesome. See, I love the community that it built as well. Like to me,
Right.
Digimon
Yeah,
just top tier.
I had a chance to actually visit one of the car shops out there in Singapore, and very, very cool scene. Tons of people, like new and old, and like also very competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Players were playing with stuff I had never seen before when I went out there last year.
That's so cool, dude. That card, look at he's just like waving it around and it's shining in my face. Like I cannot.
He's like, I feel like my deck was like able to like basically go through any opponent's board as long as like I found the pieces that I needed. So he felt like he couldn't get locked out of the game, like maybe we saw in some of the Imperial Ultra matches. And so the strength of Sakimon there on display. Well done to Kurova for also piloting and figuring out like the tech to get there. Again, once again there, congrats to Kurova. Southeast Asia takes home a big dub this year at the Digimon Card Game Championship. Nice fox.
Nice fox. Nice fox. He trusted in the sequoia.
Right, she did not let him down. So that means that after third place, we're going to take a look at our second place winner here. We just saw him on stream, Musico. Well, unfortunately, we saw Musico take the L there, but first trouble, he still takes home second place. I mean,
yeah, dude, that's still big. That's the face of somebody who's like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm here. I love that. That's so cool.
So gives him
He's
the trophy there. Please don't drop that. Oh my god. Of course.
And here's the arrow. Arrow Vijamon.
The Arrow Vijamon level 5 here in all of its stunning glory. Second place trophy here goes to Musico. I wonder if, I don't know how folks do it in the West, but over here in the East, a lot of players will also give their trophy to the car shop they go to normally. So if you go to the car shop, you can see the trophy. I wonder if he'll do that.
Oh, interesting. That's possible, yeah.
ああ、そうか。感じますよ。
Did he-
そうですね。
Oh, did he say that he beat Doraku in pools? Is that what he just said? Oh, that's so Doraku got the revenge afterward? Oh, no!
Isn't that what happened though? Like in last year's, Frozen
Yeah,
had
yeah,
beaten Pete, and then
Yeah.
Pete won. And
The revenge match,
man, that's so
the revenge
crazy.
power
The
up.
revenge match is real.
あそこがやっぱりゲームの要だったなとは思ってますね。はい。
ヒデさん今のコメントを受けて、上から見てましたけどいかがですか？
Oh, yeah, he's just saying thank you to everyone who sent him comments last night. He was up super late on Twitter responding to people who would like congratulate him for getting this far. And he actually had to go to bed early. He's like, I need to get enough sleep in order to like actually play well, so I can't respond to everybody, but thank you so much.
予選を一緒に戦ってきた外国他の国のプレイヤーだったりとか、そういう人たちとやっぱり掴み何が何でも勝ちたいっていう気持ちで今いたのが本音で、やっぱり最後自分が勝てるかもしれないなっていう場面でミスをしてしまったっていうのがちょっとショックだなっていうのが本音ですね。
So he's saying that like everyone here was like so ready to win, like so prepared, and like he was still feeling a little bit uneasy about himself. And he's like, am I able to get this far? So like when he did like manage to like do well on day one, he's like, is this really happening? Like I'm kind of shocked. Like
That's so cool. Yeah, he was looking for the dragon mode.
すっごい有利だったんですけど、まあそこがいかんかったなってのが本音ですね。
なるほどなるほど。悔しい。
yeah, he's like if I could find he was like trying to like find the fighter mode, but like when Invizimon came out and Hexabomon was there, Raj Galgamon also like made things difficult, so I just wasn't able to get there in time.
Yeah. I think the timing of which level 6s that was put out is difficult.
He's like thanks so much everyone. Thank you Piledramon for getting me this far.
That's awesome.
So yeah, congrats again there to Musico. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to win today, but walks away with second place, which is still very commendable.
Yeah, dude. It's funny because he's got the arrow Vidramon, right? But that's the wrong level 5 for the Vmon that he likes.
Oh no! He's like, give me the Piledramon next time.
Give me the Piledramon.
Next year we're doing Imperial Dramon. Where's the question there? I gotta fill something out. Hold on. And then
No, it's gotta be
congratulations to our
Zephyrmon.
winner.
Don't you dare.
Our winner, Doraku.
Doraku.
Running Galaxy Toolbox here today to great effect.
And bringing out what most people don't even know, you know? Like seeing Invisible
that is-
work like that.
I think
Did
it's
he just
huge.
pretend to like drop that?
No,
That's a big one.
it's bigger than the other ones. They increase in size.
Oh, yeah,
It's
you're
actually
right.
heavy.
It is a big one. That's a big one.
Please don't drop that. Yeah.
he says it to all of them.
I think my man is hyperventilating right now.
Dude, is that?
Of course.
Oh. He's like, I
He
don't
doesn't want to give it away. Give it away. Give him his prize. Give him his prize. And
Is
so
that Ulforce Vidramon X antibody or normal?
I believe that is the Ulforce Vidramon X antibody here. The first place
God, that's so
trophy.
clean.
Yeah, the Digiscript, the black and gold.
ライトファングナイトクローっていうデッキを、もうそれこそ1年以上使っていて、それを
He's used the Galaxy Toolbox deck for over a year.
持ってこれたことが
Can confirm, seen the locals. So he was very well practiced with the deck. I mean, when you play the deck for at least a year, like you definitely know the ins and outs, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Which means, I mean, that also bodes well for the game, right? Like to know that you can play a deck for that long. I mean, we take a look at decks like Mirage Galgamon, Imperial Dramon, Galaxy Toolbox, and just so many more. You can just kind of stick with the deck. Like if there's a favorite Digimon you have, then you might play them for quite a while. And then once new support comes in, you just get the power up.
Yeah. The problem is I have too many of that. Too many copium decks. You know, I'm still trying to make Justimon work. Machine Dramon. You know, it's
Well, I
kind
got
of
a
rough.
list for Justimon.
Machine
Don't
Dramon
worry.
is getting
Don't
support
worry.
though.
Yeah.
I
So he's
was
talking about some of the
huh,
matches.
why is the new support worse than the original one we had?
Oh no. So Dorak was talking about some of the matches he played. He's like, I was really worried about things like, Virus Imperial Dramon, Purple
Yeah.
Hybrid, Royal Knights as well was a big threat for him. And he's really glad he was able to clutch out the matches that he did play because he did see those decks this weekend.
今実感が半分湧いてないのと、ただそれでもなんていうんですかね、結局
Well, I am wondering where Royal Knights is better than his deck. Because if you have Hexablow out, he's going to be stronger than any of them.
I mean, Royal Knights has a lot of like removal effects, so like the Hexalomon has to be on his on like pins and needles, right?
Yeah, that's true.
すごいのよこれが。千葉さんからいかがでしょう。そうですね。じゃあパイルドラモンに一言。
So we're just asking here him about his feelings about the deck.
キーカードで言ったらヘクセブラウモンでしたか今日は。
So the Japanese commentator was saying like the key card seemed like it was Hexabloomon. What do you think?
ブラウモンかインビジモンかでいうと、
インビジモンですね。
Invizimon, yeah, it's
Yeah, he said like
Come on.
he's like he realized
Yeah.
that when practicing, the combination of Invizimon and Hexabloomon is really strong. And so he like basically he started with those as a core and then built the rest of the deck around it. Although the Galaxy Toolbox for the most part is kind of set, so I think that his biggest choice with the other level 6 is how to fill out the deck.
Yeah. So him choosing to go Mirage Galgamon and Apollo for the other level 6s. That makes sense. Yeah, but he's only running 2 of each.
Yeah, I mean, you have like not a lot of space considering like you have to fill out the level 5s and level 4s and 3s. So the level 6s are really tight. You do give up a little bit of consistency because sometimes you just don't see your card. But the deck does have so much draw that you have a better chance of finding pieces, turn after turn. Once again, congratulations to Doraku. Takes first place for Japan for the first time ever, by the way. Japan wins the Digimon Trading Card Game Championship for the first time ever. American players in shambles right now.
Fourth place is not
It's
a
fine.
bad
I
place
mean,
to be at, but it is
right,
rough.
but I
that
mean,
it's not
also-
first place.
They've also won, I think, almost all of the other ones as well. So, on America, share the spotlight a little bit,
Yeah. And can I just say, I am so glad to not be commentating another security control deck.
Bro, I love watching Pete. I went off last year in the crowd. When people, I was like,
Oh,
play the
we were
Magna
going
Hajimon!
off too.
Yeah!
We were going off too, but in a different way.
Some was
Granted, I was in the US
others in
at the time.
pain.
Yeah. I think I probably heard you yelling in there because we were like, oh, there's definitely people yelling in the stands.
Yeah, the
Every time, what was it? What is the option card? The one that bottom decks kept coming
Bottom
out.
decks?
Chaos Degradation. The Chaos Degradation. The bottom
Pocket
security.
security.
Yeah. When that would come out in security, we're all like, ah!
Not again!
Yeah, because we did it for
Security
nationals,
control.
and then we did it for worlds. We're like, okay, security control is the king right now.
Yeah, security control, unfortunately unrepresented here. I thought it had a chance. I mean, the West has a better showing of security control than the East does, just because of the way the rules are for normal events. But it looks like I think after this we have a short video presentation. Is that what they're telling me here in my ear? I think we might have
I have
some
nothing
news for the
in my
folks at
ears,
home.
so I'm just going. Ooh, what kind of news? I'm excited for any kind of news.
Right? Again, with
Listen,
the game
I'm always
now,
dying for more Digimon news.
like the game with more parity, or excuse me, with parity, like now everyone's playing the same game. Like, it only gets better from here, right?
Right. The world convergence is like just around the corner, so I can't wait to see how that changes everything.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of those new cards, like the hero traits, the adventure traits are going to be really interesting. Also,
Yeah.
the new starter decks releasing
Starter decks.
at the same time. It's like a great time for folks to just hop into the game. And so they've had seen a lot of folks really interested in Digimon here at the actual event center itself. kind of watching some of the games, kind of trying to figure out what's going on. And yeah, it's good to see that there's a lot of like cross-pollination at the event here. We're getting some final comments from the commentators themselves here, but I think that after this we might have a bit of info for the folks watching at home. Congrats again to the
and
players.
Us too, 'cause we wanna see.
Right? I'm trying to see some news, man. They don't tell me nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
I just
they know
walked
we big
into
fans
it.
of it too.
I just saw a microphone, walked up to it, and the cameras were rolling. Like, uh-oh.
Oh, I guess we're going. That's so cool. Oh man, I can't wait. Next year, I hope to be there so I can feel the electrifying vibe that is happening there because I'm so jealous.
Yeah, it really is a crazy experience.
Congratulations
Like,
again to Japan for winning this world's
first
and getting second place as well. And we get Southeast Asian representation in the third place with Kurova. Very exciting.
Yeah, wow, it's an all Asia top. That's crazy. Now that you mentioned it, first, second, and third is all Asia. That's wow. All right.
East side, west side.
This time just east side, but I mean, West side's taking enough depth.
Just
It's
east
fine. They'll be all right. They'll handle 1 year.
East southeast. There you go.
That works. It's all east.
That just means that the next time around they're gonna come back with revenge. It just like goes to show that winning once does not mean that you could be the champ. Oh, here we go.
The Digimon card game. One card links to the world. Where there are friends, there are Digimon cards. Cards connected by friendship. Breed them, digivolve them, strategize with them, dominate with them. Cards connected by ingenuity. Have a favorite Digimon. Play with your favorite Digimon. Cards connected by love. You just do it. No matter the opponent. With the Digimon card game, you can have rivals from all over the world. Cards connected by passion. The Digimon card world unites as one. Now, let's open them and play. With these decks, with these cards, you're connected to the world, united with Tamers worldwide. Digital Gate, open! The newest products arrived April 18th. Check the website.
And there you have it. There you have it.
Uh,
The Digimon card game is
Well,
worldwide.
hold on.
Say?
Stop.
What's up?
Did you see what I saw in the beginning there? The somebody playing it on
I don't
their
know what
phone?
you saw. Was that that might have been the tutorial app, but if it's not, I'd be very, very happy.
What is it? It looks very
I don't know.
different. It looks different.
No sure on my
Hold
not
on.
sure on my
I'm
end, but
sweating.
I think I think the big takeaway there might have been like the Digimon card game is now unified all around the world. I think that
Yes,
we just got the same
That's what
set
it was.
released in America as Japan, and our next release is on April 18th, I think they said, and that's going to be
18th, baby.
worldwide. Although I gotta say,
Worldwide.
my man Lucas is a gangsta out here for just playing with that Imperial Dramon deck completely unsleeved. What a G.
They're all playing it unsleeved. I was like, no. With the cutting, with the
All right, so it looks like I think we've also got a little bit of news on some of the starter decks that are being released alongside BT21's World Convergence that we just took a look at the promo for. Let's take a look at the starter deck promo as well. Dude, the Chase, Agumon, and Gabumon cards from the starter decks look so good. Yoshi- Yoshi's like, I'm back, baby. I'm ready. It's my time to shine. Yeah, man, that was fantastic. As a person who really likes Greymon decks, I have been so excited to see like the release of all the new Tamer adventure, the adventure Tamers, as well as like the adventure Digimon, and then all those Digimon connected as a single trait. So now you can put all those Digimon that you like together from like your favorite series. Again, the Agumon here you see here is one of the is one from ST20, the starter deck Agumon from that starter deck, of course. Low pull rate with the Greymon behind it. Very nostalgic of like the old anime itself, right? Also, the gold lettering looks fantastic. And then on the other side here, the Gabumon in silver with the Garurumon in the back there. Again, adventure trait. And this one, thank God, all evolves from blue or purple for 0 cost. I think that's been a kind of a pain point for some of the Gabumon cards in recent memory. But now they don't have to choose. They can just have both purple or blue Digi-Eggs. So alongside these Gabumon and Agumon cards, we also got to see some of the included scramble cards. I completely forgot they were actually included in the deck, but if you're trying to get your hands on some like really good, generic, great cards for the game, picking up a starter deck, it seems like a great way to do it now with the addition of the scramble cards. I think that folks are trying to get their hands on them over in the West, and so that's an easy way to do that now. And also, the new artworks look fantastic. And, you know, you can also start to like combine the scramble cards with like your favorite theme decks. Like, for example, if you like Numamon, then there's a black scramble for the Numamon deck, so you can pair those up perfectly. Additionally, I think we've got a little bit more info for you folks at home, but we'll get into that. Oh, we've got the real life versions. Those are the first edition of those cards. The texturing looks amazing. Holy crap! Did you see this, Yoshi?
I am just now seeing it. I guess I got booted off.
Oh no!
Holy
Well, guess what? You're back, baby. And you're back just in time because we're
Oh
showing
my
off
God,
the
they look
actual
so
versions
good.
of those. Nobody rush the stage. Someone protect that man. Those cards, yeah. Not even
Unsleeved,
released yet,
guys.
but we got to see.
Unsleeved, no gloves.
Unsleeved, yeah. We got to see those
I
again.
had
Those will be
so
low pull
many
rates, so
people at me last
You know-
year because I was holding those cards with no sleeves as well. I'm like, they didn't tell me. They didn't give me gloves either.
I'm just raw dogging these cards here.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm sorry.
Looks like we've got a little bit
Oh, my
more
goodness.
info to share with the folks at home, though, and it looks like,
Ooh.
yeah. So
Welcome Tamers pack.
Here we go.
So for people who are just joining in, this is to bring in new people to play into the Digimon world. I love that.
yeah, so the idea is that during from April 19th to May 8th, if you come to a Tamer battle or in a local Digimon event, and you bring a friend, you'll both receive an additional pack. It's kind of cool. Like you both get a bit of extra bonus for your troubles, and you get to teach someone or show someone how to play the Digimon card game. Again, the community out here, I've been across the world at this point, and everywhere I've been, the community is awesome. Korea, America, Japan, Southeast Asia, so many great places to play Digimon. Europe as well. I haven't been there yet, but I'll get there this year, I promise you.
That's awesome, dude.
And
I
yeah,
love
now
that.
you get some bonuses for bringing in more folks into the fold.
I wonder what the cards are that's in these Tamers packs. Has it
Ooh, now
shown
that's a
anything?
really good. I don't
It
know
might
if I
be
know that
more
quite
of the
yet.
Tamers, huh?
It could be cool if we got like some like alt arts for some of the Tamers, or even some new cards as
Like a
well,
full-
right? Yeah.
I could see it being like a full art, like the way that they do for the Tamers box toppers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've been liking that recently. They've been doing like the full arts for cards. Like I think in the most recent BT20 release, they did the full arts for some of the Digi Eggs. Those look fantastic,
Yes, the Pinamon is so cute.
right?
It's so good. It's so good. I will say that Axel deck has kind of been like the bane for me because it's
Really?
straight up because I love the heavy Leo deck. But Axel has
Ah.
cards that would work for the heavy Leo deck, but it doesn't allow it to work together in a sense. Hey,
Oh,
there's the
no.
Angemon. We all know that Angemon.
What? Antoine toot it up, bro. What kind of squats they doing in bro? Is that staff got a phone?
Oh,
What?
man. America has
Keep
Captain
up with the gym
America.
posing.
We have Angemon.
Looks like I think that some of the cards you can get in those welcome packs as well.
Yep.
So
Welcome
alongside that,
packs,
you've also
looks
got
like
the Gatomon here. Again, fantastic Mastemon support, fantastic through gain Angel support. Yeah, man. Yellow players, it's finally your time. You're back.
It is indeed. You're back.
And it's not
You're
just
back.
vaccine armor. It's
Ever
not just
since-
vaccine armor. It's fine.
Ever since the Jet Selfie attack.
Oh, God. I still have nightmares.
I still have nightmares. Yeah, that was rough for me. I was definitely playing yellow hybrid, and that hurt very badly.
Now, you were the one doing the damage, bro. I'm over here trying to put together and hobble together my little Ragnarlord deck that's from 3 sets ago. And you're like, you know what? Digimon Tamer.
That's
Like,
true.
how could I fight
Ragnarlord
the
was
Tamer?
having a hard time then. Yeah,
It's like, how could I fight the Tamer? They're just
there's
kids.
one now. They're just
That's true.
kids.
They're just kids. And
No,
I didn't see Blackboard Greymon until years later when I actually destroyed the children.
Yeah. Black or Gray, and then the Gaio and all that stuff. Getting to enjoy.
Hottest
that.
force,
I do
baby.
miss that life.
Looks like we are going to
Looks
have
like
a
we're
little bit
getting
more info
another,
for the folks
but-
at home. What is it? What is this?
Oh my god. That was wild. The autograph
Gas
cards.
did. Bro, that like it's so cool that BT21's World's Convergence is a celebration of like the entire like history of Digimon. Like no matter
Oh my.
what's like what show you grew up with, like I might be showing my age here, but like starting with Adventures and also like I caught Tamers quite a bit as well when I was a kid. Like it's so hyped to see all those in one like collection. So no matter what series you got into, like there's something for you in BT21's World's Convergence. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Also,
Even all the
some
way
of the
to
new cards
now. Yeah, that Zephygamon. Oh my god. I'm just yes.
right.
Oh.
Also, I think they snuck in a couple of cards they haven't released in there as well. I don't know. I've never seen Medusamon in my life. I don't even know who Gaiamon
Nope.
is, but I want to know more. There's a bunch of stuff that they were kind of just like they sprinkled it in, you know. Can we get some more info,
Oh,
Bandai, please?
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anybody want to show
Is
up
it,
any slides that we can talk about? Because I want
it
to.
anybody named anybody got an uncle named John Bandai that they can put me in touch with? I want to know more, right? Also,
Yes.
like
Oh my gosh.
the
All of the stuff.
Thai secret rare like
The tie
Chase
with
is
all the
so
yes,
good with all the
all
scenes.
pieces. Yes.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god!
god. Dude, they're hitting the
April
nostalgia
can't
so
give me
hard.
right. Oh, my uncle John
Ah,
Bandai came through. Let's go.
there you go,
Gaiamon, the
Gaiamon.
second secret rare for the set. 5 costs from
Oh, it's Atmon
red, 5
stuff.
costs from Ultimates for the Appmon cards. Blocker link +1. You may link one Digimon card with Appmon trait from your hand or the Digimon's Digivolution cards to one of your Digimon without paying the cost. Your turn when your Digimon gets linked by when your Digimon get linked, by unsuspending this Digimon, trash your opponent's top secret. Yo! Why does it unsuspend and trash? That's so scary. Because you just trash and then
At
you can attack.
Fusion. If two such cards
Oh
are
my
linked
god.
together, stack the link card on top and then Digivolve for free.
Oh, so if you fuse Globemon and Charismon, or is it Charismon? I may be saying that incorrectly. Excuse me.
I'm not sure.
For
I don't
0
know this
cost, you
one.
just get a level 6 Gaiamon. That's insane. It's almost like the DNA Digivolve of the Appmon cards.
Yeah.
See, we have some.
Wow.
Uncle John Bandai, you got something else for me?
So, give us more. Give us
No,
more.
it's just me.
Dude,
No.
oh my god. What's arts? It's just our faces. No.
That's crazy. I don't want to see me right now. Come on, like.
Yeah. Listen, my birthday is in April. So
Oh,
I'm just
same.
gonna assume that this world convergence is for is your birthday is in April too?
Oh yeah.
It's for us.
It's
It
for
was
us.
literally for
It's
us.
for me.
Yeah. When's
It's for
yours?
me. After this. I'm gonna walk over to the stage and just grab the Agumon and Gabumon chase cards.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, yeah. Save me one. Save me one.
it's a birthday
I
present.
think
It's
they're
fine.
saving it for us. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Birthday present. Ah! Oh, there it
Oh,
is.
I'm gonna walk over and grab that as well. I'm gonna just grab the Gaiamon at the same time. You know, while I'm there, I might
Might
as well. You know,
You're already going there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's no need to
no
go back
reason not
twice.
to.
That foiling goes hard.
But yet,
Yo!
see the
Sorry,
the chase for the alt art as well.
it's just the
Yo, the
ults.
angle is
The ults
so
insane.
good.
Here's the thing, man.
Oh,
Digimon
nice. They got
just
the boys in
is
the
not.
crowd.
There's no one that can beat Digimon art and foiling. Like how you gonna tell me the card on the left is a normal art?
Yeah, right.
Like, no.
Yeah, I
That's
have
the
friends who
normal
play. I have friends who play lots of card games, and every one of them mutually agrees that Digimon has the best card art of any game out there by far. It's not even close.
by far.
Like
Not even
the artists
not
also
even
go
by a mile.
crazy.
Yeah.
By like
yeah.
100,000, like it's a light year
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, there's a lot of like, especially like Digimon has all these anime scenes, right? They use their anime scenes like this card specifically,
Oh my
very
god!
very sporadically and really nicely done. Like they do it in such a tasteful way, you know. Versus other games, they're
Right.
like, oh yeah, this is the card of this card, so I'm just gonna slap on the anime scene and that's it, done. You know. Look at that.
Yeah,
That is such good composition. Like,
so clean. Oh my god!
oh man, and it's
Like,
all gonna be gold
how-
too. Get out of here.
How many people do I need to sacrifice for this? Like, what is the how many people do I need to sacrifice for Philosopher's Stone to make this card? Like,
Yep.
I'm sorry, guys, but I may have to sacrifice you for the tie. And was it worth it at the end? Absolutely, it was.
Dude, this is such
But
a
again,
good
yeah,
card. So beautiful.
the tie here. This is going to be the the double star basically for the secret rare of the BT21 Worlds Convergence set. The
Yep.
tie tamer. I was
I'm-
really surprised we got a secret rare tamer again. I think the first one we ever got was Rena, and so seeing them take a pivot back here again to the tie, I hope bodes well.
Yes.
Really,
Oh,
bodes really
it
well
looks so
for the
good.
adventure set.
Oh,
Oh,
my gosh, it
wow.
looks so good.
Even the
That's
scenes are like
beautiful.
textured. That's crazy. They
Yeah.
textured the anime scenes.
Focus,
No
focus,
way.
Focus. Oh, that is so good. Yeah,
Nah,
you can see
Bandai's in their
Matt's hair
bag
kind of
today.
glowing there. Yeah, this is not fair. I really hope you
Bandai's
don't play a
definitely in their
full
bag
playset
today.
of this, so it doesn't get too expensive for me to
Nah,
buy.
I'm playing two full playsets of this. You can't stop me. I'm an Agumon fan. Like that's like first and foremost. When it was the Agumon and Greymon
War
card game,
Greymon or
that
Black
was
War
my
Greymon?
card game. Like that that was for me.
Oh, you're War Greymon style. Okay, you're War Greymon
Oh,
style.
absolutely. War Greymon, Black War Greymon. As long as it's got Greymon in the name, I'm there for it.
I definitely am more into the Black War Greymon side of it because I
Oh,
love Gaiomon.
Oh, you
But
like destroying
I
children.
really don't like
That
that.
tells me.
I like destroying them. I like it. I like popping them.
Tamer's got to go.
Yo, the SPs. Whoa.
No! Oh my god, they look so
There it goes,
clean.
there it goes, there it
Oh,
goes.
the Medusamon. Have we seen this before?
I don't
It's got.
think
I don't think we
so. I think
have.
it's for this. No, Medusa's
It's got a
like
new keyword,
completely new.
progress. While attacking your opponent's effects, don't affect this Digimon. What?
What? Oh, so
Bro,
ace cards are just null. This is just to stop ace
Yo.
cards. Null and void.
I mean, I guess anything else that would happen, right? As long as it can attack, it becomes invincible during the attack. That's kind of like the stone gaze on like effects is pretty wild. Of course, we saw the Puppetmon Ace here for the new Wind Guardians. We also talked about in the promo video there, as well as the new Galacticmon.
Oh, they are so nice. Oh, the texture on it. Oh,
Yo,
I
the
need that
diamond
Puppetmon.
texture.
Okay, so Puppetmon actually is such a good ace for green. Like before Mega Gargo, we didn't really have a good ace for green, but now we have another
Yeah.
one. Finally.
And the
Yo, these are
Jesus, look
so
at the
good.
alt arts there.
Oh my goodness.
Note to self: go get those promo
I'm
Destromons.
Yeah.
No matter the cost. I only got one when it came out, and now I'm kicking myself. But yeah, as good
Which
as that
one?
Galacticmon looks, it's time to go in. And the Gaiomon there as well. They immediately showed off the alt art, which is crazy.
Yeah. So there's 3 versions of that guy. Oh, she
Yeah,
just hit
you're
him with
right.
the mic.
Calm
He hit the
down.
card with the
Calm
mic.
down. That's my car you're hitting, buddy.
Oh man.
I think we've got a little bit.
I remember when I had to
show.
do that. Oh, yo, the Omnimon, serial Omnimon.
Yeah. So
serial
you folks over in the West have the War Greymon and the Metal Garurumon serial cards, and now they're finally putting out the Omnimon as well. This is the BT13 Omnimon. So like if you're running Royal Knights, fantastic pickup.
Fantastic indeed.
Again,
I will say I don't run Royal Knight, so I was hoping it would be the Blitz, but it is not the Blitz.
it'll be all right. Trust me. You can become a Royal Knights player.
Yeah. No,
But,
I can't. I can't. That's too blinged out. I'm gonna have to bling it out, and that's too much money.
Right?
Wow.
It's like, hold on, I can't just have one alt art. Like then he's lonely. But we see here the 000 version of the Omnimon card here. Keep in mind that in the English version, these will be randomly put into boxes for the BT21 set, I believe. And then for Japan, I think there's a different way to achieve these. In the past, it's been like when you open boxes, you get a lottery card essentially, and you can put in a code, and you're entered into a lottery, and then they draw the codes at the end of the month, and then the winners will receive them by mail. But that's like I think Asia. And hey, hold on, take that. There you go. Yeah, Connor, that's mine.
I think that one was
that
sleeved,
000
though,
is mine. What's up?
Was that one sleeved at least? He was putting.
Yeah,
it
it
in
was.
his pocket.
Yeah.
The funny thing
It
is
was definitely
that's
sleeved,
what they did is they handed me like those SP cards last year to do the same thing, and they had like told me to like put it in my pocket, and then after the thing they're like, oh, you just put it in your pocket so we can walk off the stage. and they like forgot to come get it for a while. And then I was like, oh yeah, I still have this in my pocket. And then somebody came out, I was like, oh yeah, can I get those cards back? I'm like, dang it, no.
Rats
You may
foiled
not.
again.
Not the good kind of foil either.
Oh, but yeah. So then the Omnimon here. So now if you have the War Greymon and the Metal Garurumon, getting Omnimon gives you the full set. And I don't think we know
That's
who has like the
cool.
number 1 or any of the other numbers, right? Folks have been keeping that really close to their chest.
Yeah.
Additionally,
I'm
Worlds
surprised no one's
Convergence,
posted about it.
right? The Worlds Convergence has the event period for this set is going to be from April 18th, the release of BT21, until May 9th, I think,
May
which we may see
9th.
another set at that point. But
So do you
I
already...
guess now they're letting you know.
There it is. There's
sign up for the release
participation
events.
stuff.
And when you go to the release events now, they have these special cards that aren't the special art cards that aren't given away anywhere else. And the first one is going to be Imperial Dramon Paladin Mode Ace, a fantastic card in its own right, but also the new artwork for this
Yes.
looks amazing.
Such a staple in any green blue deck. Wow,
Right?
that's nice. Wait,
So
is it not foil?
what
the
you see here-
participation? Yeah, it's 0 foil.
Yeah, so the left one there is if you just go to the event. So if you go to the event, you just get a Paladin Mode for free, and then
right,
if
which
you
is
win
good.
that event, you actually get the foil version of the card, which you see on the right. So I mean,
Clean.
just going
Clean as all
nets
heck.
you one of the best ace cards in the game.
Yeah.
Also,
that's
bring a
true.
friend, by the way.
Bring a friend, get them in. The more people that play
Hey.
this, the more support we get. Oh,
Yeah, and
what
this
are we
is
hiding?
this is
What are we
the,
hiding? What are we hiding?
the rest of the cards here. So the cool thing is for each of the release events for BT21 and then the upcoming BT22, 23, and 24 afterward, the cards themselves that you get from those events will create a single mural. So if you put the cards together
Is
side by
that-
side, they'll create one giant scene.
So the second one's gotta be Vicemon, right?
I don't know of any other Digimon that have a mace like that. So
Yeah.
unless there is, I think it's also the Vicemon
Vicemon
too.
Ace, I think, and then Metal Seedramon Ace, and then Magnamon.
Is that it?
I
Do
mean,
you
it
have
kinda looks
better
like it,
eyes?
right?
Than, my vision is like awful looking at those
Who's
things.
that Digimon?
Oh, actually,
This is what I'm waiting for.
Yeah,
This
EX9.
finally Machinedramon support. Let's go, more Mugendramon. Oh, here we go.
so releasing June
We
26th
get
is
our
going to be
level
the
5.
EX booster set versus Monsters.
See, and that's
Which
my
should
wife's
include a
birthday, so
bunch of
you know, there's
support.
just it's just for me.
Dang, the Sudazo family all smiles right now.
That's it, all smiles.
But yeah, this set I think is going to be including some support for Machinedramon as well. Some of the other cards that were released or Digimon that were released in like the old like Digimon like V-Pets.
Look at that Greymon flexing, and we get a new keyword for red, training. In the main
Training?
phase, by suspending the Digimon, place your deck's top card face down as this Digimon's bottom Digivolution card. This effect can also be used in the breeding area, so that's insane. Red gets a
Whoa,
new
you
thing, and I love the border on this because it's the brick Digivice border. When
Yeah, I
attacking,
think all the
placing
cards
your
in this set
deck's
will have
top
that.
card face down is Digivolution, and gets plus 1000 DP for each of its face down Digivolution cards until your opponent's turn ends. Oh, interesting. Until
Top
your
face
opponent's turn
card.
ends. That's different than they've worded it before. That's new
Yeah,
wording.
I mean until the end of your opponent's turn. I guess it's functionally the same.
I wonder
time.
why. Yeah, I think. Right?
I think maybe
I think
just
so.
they changed up the words here a bit.
Yeah. More specific.
It's interesting that you can now just kind of build cards underneath, face down, and use the actual deck
Yeah.
as a resource. That's really interesting. And we also have the DM trait, so digital monsters maybe. Like
Yeah.
you see the Digivolve from level 3 with the DM trait
yeah,
for 2
you're right.
costs.
And version 1. I wonder what those card down face down is gonna be like. What happens afterwards, right? Like, does it go to your hand? Is there
Yeah.
gonna be something that War Greymon can do to get it back to your hand? Because then you're
Maybe you'll be
losing
able
on
to search
cards,
through
right?
them. Yeah, you have to be
Yeah,
careful. Maybe there's a way to like search
something
through
that we can
them.
do.
I imagine some option cards
gotta
got to be coming, right? It's got to be.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
again, the
Option
event
or
period for
digivolving thing.
yeah, the event period for the versus monsters set is going to be from June 16th to July 3rd. So fill out most of the summer playing some good Digimon.
Yes, we love it.
But you know what? I really want to know about some of those other EX sets, man. Like the I think they had, what was it? The set that was focused only on like the villains. Me as a Edamon fan, I have waited with bated breath for some villain support.
You are the Digi Emperor, aren't you?
I might be
Talking
That
about
might
taking
be the
out
case.
kids.
We've also got
I
what
will
on the
say
horizon.
Paimon
I
was a
think
favorite.
yes, Paimon was also a big favorite of mine. So like when I saw the Dark Magic stuff, I was like, oh, this is cool. But I was like, wait, it's not just a Paimon deck. Dang it!
Yeah, yeah.
But-
I know that's actually why I didn't build it. I was like, eh. Eh.
What, bro? Also, Apocalypse himself was
I didn't
a
end up building it.
menace. I lived through that for an
Was
entire
indeed.
set, bro. Me
So
with
that
my
only
one
lasted
little
like
like
3 days
Omnimon
in our
merciful
set.
mode. Oh, you guys, you sweet summer children over there. I came out the other side of Pokemon as a man. I went as a child myself, and a Pokemon put hair on my chest. It's like him and Nubismon and the Numamon cards. Like, oh god, I'm in the darkest
Yeah,
timeline.
that was never a thing for us. I mean, Numamon menaced a little bit, but then it kind of went away pretty
He's
quickly.
alright. Yeah.
Yeah. But now that we're getting this world convergence, like we will be the testing ground as well. So there's no more of like
Yeah.
that. You guys will not be saving us from any grief.
Yeah, I mean that's cool. Like we also get to
Versus
explore the game at the
monsters.
same time.
Cyber
Speaking of exploring the
Eden!
game,
Oh god, I love
we can
these
explore
games.
BT22 with Cyber Eden here. I was a
July
fan of the Cyber Sleuth
25th.
game. Oh wow,
Yes.
so actually also summer, yeah.
Yeah,
And it feels
all
like
of
they're
it's
filling
gonna
out
be in
more
summer.
of
We're gonna
the.
have a good summer.
It feels like they're filling out the rest of the support for some of the Cyber Sleuth cards that got released a long time ago in what was it, BT5? Am I remembering
Was it
correctly
5?
here? I think 5 or 6. I could be fumbling the numbers here, but you know, I'm an old Digiman at this point, so I've seen some things.
Yeah.
My memory ain't quite what it used to be, you know.
Yeah. Fair.
But I'm so
Yeah, that's right.
excited.
We only
for-
got like what the Tamers from the Cyber Eden before, right?
yeah,
Just
we
a
got a
couple
couple
of
of cards, but like I hope we'll get some more Digimon from that game.
Whoa, Eater! We get the
Eater, yes, the big baddie.
And more Alphamon.
So this,
More Alphamon.
So
for
they're
all of
showing
you
off-
Alphamon players. Rejoice.
bro, they got Chronicle. They're good.
Yeah, I know. They're so insane. The Alphamon or you can like this right now is insanity.
Crazy. Yeah.
Playing that out for 9 and just bopping everybody is insane.
Or if you've got the Chronicle deck just like evolving, he gets so much mileage. Also just like takes turn immediately. But yeah, we're just taking a look at some of the not alts, but like the illustrations for the cards. We don't get the effects yet, but like these, we can expect to see the Eater potentially their own kind of Digimon.
Yeah,
And
it looks
yes!
it's probably gonna be some sort of like mother deck kind of. Yeah, there you go, Black War Greymon. We get Black
That's
War Greymon
right.
again.
Sinister Order
Finally,
releases
my boy.
September 9th, EX10. If you're a villain fan, you got Piedmon in your heart, you got a little bit of hate in your heart, EX10 is your time. Whether you hate
The Black War
Tamers
Greymon
or you hate
comes back.
the heroes, EX10 is your time to shine. I'm
I will say,
please just
you know, you being a
singular-
Greymon player, isn't that the hardest thing? Like figuring out how to build it because you have so many Greymons and Agumons to choose from.
Exactly. That means I have all the options in the universe to murder my opponent with. If I hate Tamers, Black War Greymon's right there. Hades Forces right there. If I want to get big, War Greymon's right there. And then if I need the extra swing for game, Omni X got my back. Don't worry.
Omni X. Omni-S is crazy.
Oh, are we actually getting
Bagramon.
Bagramon support? I went
See,
all
you
in
are
on
villain, man.
Bagramon
What is
and the Bagramon
this?
army deck, bro. It I went all in on that deck and I struggled, but I shall struggle
Yeah,
no
it
more in
was-
EX10.
It was a rough one. Well, who knows?
This-
New support doesn't necessarily mean good support.
Oh no! It's good. It's got to be good support because you know how I know? Because he's got the Dark Knightmon cards
Because the
behind
art's
him,
good.
bro.
Okay,
Look
that's
at
fair.
how could this
fair.
card be mid? Look at the art here, bro. It's just not possible. It's not possible.
I can show you very.
Nobody clip this, by the way.
A lot.
This
of...
this will age like wine. Trust me. No one clip this.
This will age like wine.
But yeah, the Dark Knight
Oh.
support cards in the back gives me hope for some of the cards that we got in the
Good
BT18 and BT19 set, including like the Lumina, the Nene, Luminamon and the Nene, excuse me, and the Dark Knight cards, Dark Knightmon cards there as well. Hopefully, there's gonna be some synergy
Isn't
between
Dark Knight
those
just
and the Bagramon
for
cards.
Lord Knightmon?
I mean, you could. It's kind of like Greymon, right? Toss in a little Dark Knightmon, sprinkle it with a little bit of Bagara army. You can do whatever you want. Lord
That's
Knightmon's in
right.
there, so a little dash of him.
This
More options is
this
always
is
better, right?
why Digimon is top tier, because you can do that. I love that.
Yeah. So again, Bagramon also gonna be revealed in EX10. Gonna have to wait until we get the actual card text and what he might be doing.
Yeah.
It could
I
also
love
just
that
be
they're showing the art like this in full, though. Like,
Yeah,
I kind of wish we
honestly,
had
I wish they
that
would put those
for
up
all of our
everywhere.
cards.
right.
Yes, agreed. Because they did that for BCF in the States, the Nationals, and we got to see some of them with like just no text. Oh, this!
Yeah.
I ordered mine already, so I can't wait for this one.
Yeah, so being given away here at the event are some really cool, I guess, merch. So the first one is like a Japanese-themed Tamer selection box like this of all of the hybrid level 6s. So you see Ancient Greymon on the top left there with like the Japanese paper doors. You've got the Ancient Garurumon as well, like next to like the pillar at the temple, and just a bunch of scenes like in really like traditional Japanese style for the rest of the hybrid. Was it 10 Warriors? Is that right? Someone double check me on the name there, but I believe that is the 10
Yeah,
Warriors
yeah.
cards.
That's
They look
it.
fantastic. I had a friend pick up 3 boxes
think this was
yesterday. He's like,
on-
I don't have enough yet.
This is the one in Premium Bandai, right? I think I already ordered mine. Be sure.
I'm not sure if you can get off of Premium Bandai, but I know they're being sold here at the event. Hopefully you can. But these are some of the memory boosts that we saw during
English
the matches.
version, yes.
Yeah. These are some of the memory boosts we saw during the matches here. We saw the yellow memory boost from Kurova. We also saw the purple memory boost from
Hey,
Onion
there you
here.
go. Yeah. Yep.
These look
that's right.
fantastic. Also, they are textured as well. So the gold foiling and then the foiling behind the cards as well is textured. And they just look great.
And it's
Like,
very
if you run
color
any of these
versatile.
decks, right? Like, it's your time. It's for you. You can just pop them in.
Yeah.
I think we also got some of the other merch being given away here at the event itself.
There it is.
Oh, wait, this isn't being given away. Hold on a second.
This is the
Oh.
LMO6. We are getting the dual memory cards. What we were talking about earlier, we get the red and yellow. We get the blue and purple. We get yellow green. Thank you.
Oh
and
my
we get
God.
the green black. We get the
Chrome is
black,
green black,
and
wow.
blue. And we get to see a red purple. So that one specifically is for the red purple decks
Wow.
with the Doggo, Fenriluga, and along with the red Imperial. These are gonna be
I
so
promise
clutch.
you. I promise you when I said it would be nice if we got those, I truly, in the bottom of my heart, I did not know these existed. I promise
you didn't
I
see
didn't know
it
these
yet?
were a thing.
Oh.
I did not. I that wasn't a leak. I straight up didn't know. They just fulfilled my wishes, bro. That's really what it is. Red, yellow is a thing.
It's funny because
Green,
you
black
said
is
it.
a
You said
thing.
red, yellow,
I-
and green, black, and I was like, oh, he saw the slides.
I promise you, I had no idea.
I was like, wow, I can't believe he's saying the colors.
I promise
Yo,
you.
this
Ooh, what's
box
this?
is gonna go so hard. This is the new Tamer's Evolution box. It's gonna be coming out. Well, I don't want to say it yet until they show the thing, but it is gonna be a premium Bandai 21, and you get. Oh, I'm gonna wait until the slide moves on. Gosh.
With bated breath.
But this looks so good. I know.
It looks like it's also
There
just
we go.
hero themed,
So you're
right?
gonna be able to pre-order it March 20th, and you
Yo.
get the Omnimon card, and that is the Blitz Omnimon that I was talking about, the BT5. We do get the Bloom Lord as well. They're only showing 6 cards, but there's gonna be 12 cards in this. But
Oh, two of
they're not showing the other 6
Oh, one of
just
each,
yet.
I
So
see.
we get Omnimon. Yeah, we get Omnimon, we get Venusmon, we get Bloom Lord, we get Shoutmon X7, Magna X Antibody, which is going to be huge. We get Leviamon,
Yo.
and this playmat is insane. It looks so good. But what I'm super excited about is the special storage box, because it's going to be made of like faux leather, so it's going to be actually like something we
Got that
use.
pleather feel
you know
to
what I'm
it?
saying? Yeah,
This looks
it's something
so
that you can
clean.
actually. Oh, this looks so good. I need like 4 because
Bro.
there's no way I'm gonna get less than that.
Magna X
Oh,
X
and sleeves.
Leviamon
Oh, there's
both
sleeves.
given away. Oh, really?
It's gonna come with 2 types of special sleeves, 50 pieces plus 5 pieces each. But I don't know what it looks like. We do get the counter markers as well. See, there we go. So we have got the 6 cards, and then there's 6 more cards.
Yo.
We just don't know what it is yet. Oh, this looks
This
so
is-
good. Dude,
This
that
is actually
Omnimon card
insane.
is insane.
That's actually
Yeah.
insane. Like the black gold with like the
Magna
hint of like
X.
color.
Oh. I think my favorite out of
Oh.
the 6 here is the Omni, the way it looks. But obviously, Bloom Lord, I'm gonna need 4 of these guys to actually use in my deck.
Bro, I'm so hyped to get my hands on another Leviamon card. Like that card here in Japan is hard to come by. It is hard. Leviamon like
Really?
never is bad, and so like Leviamon only gets better as more and more cards play cards by effect. So he's always waiting in the trash
Yeah.
ready to chomp up Digimon. That and the Magnamon X is
Oh.
incredibly looking. It's incredible.
Dude, the incredible. Oh, they're also freaking good. I'm so excited.
Oh, they actually have
Oh,
it
you're
here.
showing it to us. Oh, that looks so good, dude.
That is clean. That is clean. I actually got
It
something
looks,
similar to this for a birthday present a long time ago.
Yeah.
Might be time to replace it. Might actually be time to
This looks
replace
a
it.
lot like my. Oh no, it's so nice. I love it.
Jesus. I like that it's also just hero
Just
hero
don't-
theme. So like
Yeah.
if you run the hero deck, then like this is for you as
They're
well.
in there. Yeah.
Shout out
Just
to
don't
the little
accidentally
Huckmon right
think
there.
that there's a card on your playmat and it's actually just a drawing, and try to.
Nah,
draw
bro,
from it.
that's
That
the
bottom right.
mind game. That's the mind game.
That's the
I
mind
always
game.
have a card
I
somewhere.
have a trap card. Just hide it within
like-
it.
Got like 20 cards just like
Oh my god.
posted up on the mat. You'll never see them.
It's looking.
Oh, they actually have,
that
like, the
big,
markers as well.
giant- There's the marker.
I really like this. Like the little counter
So-
marker here they've got.
There's a great one in there.
I mean, for whatever you want to use this for, it's useful, right? Like cards in trash, X cards like you've seen,
0, 5,
or you know,
6
it gives like
cards
count
left,
for some
2
effect.
cards.
Security attack pluses if you want, like security attack minuses if you need to. Just super versatile for the game.
Yeah.
Also, it's just a dice, right? If you
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
just
yeah.
roll to see who goes first, there you go.
Yep, that's true. I think the box that we get, it looks like it is gonna be able to fit like 2 rows of
All
deck
that.
boxes.
Yeah,
I
that
really
and I
hope
think
it
there's a
fits deck
space for
boxes and
the
not just
counters
cards.
as well.
Right. Yeah.
I'd imagine it's deck boxes. I think most
You know
of the
what I mean?
boxes like that.
Oh,
Oh,
my
he's also
god.
got them.
Oh my god, that Omnimon is actually so insane.
Yeah, the gold foiling is amazing.
That's so good.
Yeah, they're all
I just
already
got
all
my
sleeved
premium
up.
Bandai of the Omnimon set, and now I'm like, I
Time to
need
go back
this.
in.
Yeah, dude.
the meme.
it
Here
is
we
a
go
big price
again,
point, but it's because but you're getting so much value out of it, right? Like it is a $200 order, but
Mhm.
you're getting so much out of it. Even those deck boxes are usually something around like $60-$70, and it's not branded, right? And you've got the Omnimon on there, you've got a playmat that's usually $30-$40, and all of these cards that are gold foiled, the counters, we got sleeves as well. So I understand the price point. I would rather pay more for something that I'm gonna use than like something that's
It's good
cheap and
quality,
that I'm
right?
like not even gonna ever. Yeah, exactly.
Trust me,
Exactly.
you're gonna use all these
So,
cards. Trust.
I know, I know. I'm
Trust.
playing that Bloom Lord. I'm playing that Magnamon. Omnimon, maybe I'll hide away. But
What? Nah. Someone come get this man. Omnimon haters?
fine,
Nah.
fine, fine. No. I mean,
He's
like, put away
blitzed?
in a folder. In a folder.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
that's true.
Collector status. I
I'll
understand. I
definitely use
understand.
him for my Dynamon for sure. I do run one of those guys. Two.
Any red blues get the blitz? We got a quick
That's right.
we got a quick shot of the English players who are here at Worlds, who are some of the finalists from yesterday, and they were popping off as well. Yeah.
Were they?
Yeah. Oh, speaking
Okay,
of
looks
tournaments,
like we
though,
get the store tournaments. Nice.
yeah, we got the store tournaments from April to June happening, and then the regulation battles will be happening from April to May, and it's going to be Pauper format. Yes, we were just talking about this online recently. It's been a while since we've seen a Pauper format, but the last time we had it, it was actually really fun.
Yeah.
Just like you can only use common and uncommon cards, and there's a surprising amount of really cool and also really jank stuff you can do with only common and uncommons. And like every match, you're gonna see something new. I promise you. Like every match is something new.
Yeah. Exactly.
Everybody's cooking up something, but no one makes the same dish. So this will be going on
That's
from
exactly
April
right.
to June. The regular store tournaments, but the regulation battles will be going on from April to May. I wonder if the store tournaments are starting in April. Does that mean that the tournament season also starts from April as well? Like for next year's Worlds?
It
That would be a
looks like-
crazy fast
Yeah.
turnaround.
That would be really fast.
We've got one of the English,
Here's our English
producer.
producer.
Shout out to Miss Chi. Oh, she's doing a Japanese announcement here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Whoa!
Oh!
Ban list! Oh!
is this the ban list?
This is the
Updated?
ban list. We've got Matt banned completely. We lose him completely. He's not even restricted. Oh
He's
my
banned.
gosh. Or sorry. He's banned,
Yeah, he's
right?
he's banned. He's
Completely
banned. You can no longer use Matt.
We've got a
Belger
banned
players
pairing,
in
which I've been
shambles.
waiting to see.
Oh,
Mother
hold on.
D,
Shut up, mother.
Shoto
Come on, y'all.
makes
This was not a mistake.
Goodbye. That was
Why?
too insane, dude.
Why?
Turn one,
Just give me a
Mother
wall.
D 15,000 blocker, and you
Look,
can
I
have
don't-
4 of him. That's insane.
My
And he's
Justimon deck is in
unaffected by
shambles right now.
anything.
But then restricted cards, restricted to one.
cards.
Blinding Ray, Jack
Restricted
Raid.
to one. Yep.
Thank God, Jack Raid. Mirage, Galgamon, everybody be
There goes
quiet.
the Mirage.
You got what you wanted.
Gone.
Fenrir Lugamon, this
We
was the
got it.
right card to hit. Everybody was saying the Balmon, but the Fenrir Lugamon is the problem because he's the one who helps you stack the memory counter back to 3. Now, Fenrir Lugamon players have to eat those costs unless they can find this guy in the deck.
Yeah.
Kazuhamon makes sense, although Sakimon had a great showing today anyway. And then both of the hybrids, red and blue, and then the Stingmon to touch Imperial.
The Stingmon hit wild to me, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. It was the Stingmon
We-
because of the draw power that it gives, I think, and being able to just play it out for so cheap, and then digivolving up into their Pyldramon within that same turn. And I think it's because of the Ken and Davises being able to keep your turn after DNA digivolving. So
Yeah.
it makes sense. It makes sense. I get it.
Look, I think by those standards, it makes sense. But at home, if it doesn't make sense, don't worry. Bandai typically hits a green card for no reason. Another case of that. If you want to blame it on that. So we've got the logic for both sides here. We've got the logic for both sides. But yeah,
They're like, we can't not have a green card get banned. No, but then there's no black. There's no black getting hit.
good. Look, I am a Dex Dorogoromon fan, and it's good that I can still use that deck. Thank God.
Yeah, that's
But yeah,
true.
Blinding Ray makes it harder for
Dex
Magna. Jack Ray makes it harder for Velgar or any purple deck, to be honest. Kazuhamon stops Talmon loop for the most part because of consistency issues. I am kind of surprised we didn't see anything for the Galaxy Toolbox, which we just saw win. Again, I'm not a fan of hitting decks that are just winning, but I think the Galaxy Toolbox is really,
true.
really powerful now. Like, and it uses none of these cards here, so.
Yeah, I think.
Well,
though,
I guess the
like what I
Mirage,
was
but like
saying before,
Hexabla and Busy seems to
Yeah.
be the way to go now.
Right, right, and he was only using one Mirage anyway. But the Galaxy Toolbox, the thing is, it can easily be stopped if somebody just puts down a Modoki Betamon or some sort of memory blocker.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
it is
There is counterplay.
not that big of a deal. There's counterplays for it, so it's not that big a deal. And the Aguni and the Lobo promo hits, I mean, yeah, that makes sense with all this new support with all the hybrid stuff. I haven't been touching it, so I'm not 100%.
So
I remember Blue going rampant, but Aguni,
Aguni is also quite strong. Red had some really, really powerful ways to early game just like check 5 securities on like turn 2. And most decks are still trying to catch up by that point. So this limiting that Aguni to 1 kind of makes sense. You kind of slow down Red Hybrid, but you don't kill the deck, right? Red Hybrid still has options. Ancient
Yeah.
Greymon is still good. Kaiser Greymon with getting a new promo card. Also, some of his older cards are also really good. And yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I think, for both those colors to just kind of get hit.
yeah.
So the producers here kind of get.
Ooh, man, that was a hefty hit.
I mean, a lot of folks there wanted to see a lot of cards touched. I think even when I spoke to the players who are here for the finals, they kind of echoed the same idea. Like, I don't want it to be like 1 or 2 cards. I want to see a big shift in the game. It'll be interesting to see where things land, considering, we got the Belger touched, Imperial Dramon touched a little bit, Magnamon touched. So it'll be really cool to see how things shake up. I'm a little bit worried for Royal Knights, maybe Sakimon as well. But again, with the stronger decks kind of dropping down a bit now, we can see other decks kind of pop up, and we'll see how the meta and the landscape evolves and changes.
Yeah. I'm just happy Shoto and Mother are a band pair now.
Look,
Don't be taking
I'll
my
say
don't be
I'll
don't
say
be
it.
taking my
It should have
Shoto
happened.
and use
Bro,
it for evil.
there is nothing stronger than a mother's love. And a mother's love for her son there, now restricted to 1. Come on.
No! No!
Look, dude,
so
like,
it looks like
I-
we're gonna be getting a video soon, but I'm so happy that happened. It's banned, right? It's not even restricted to 1. You can't even do like at all.
Pair band, I think. Yeah, so you can't use them together,
so
which
it's pair
again for
band.
my Justimon deck does not bode well. Unfortunate. I worked so hard on that. I retooled it like 2 days ago, and this is how they repay me.
So are you just playing the Cyber Dramon hard out? That's cool.
I gotta play the actual Justimon line. Come on, bro. I just want to hard play a Justimon for 3 with Supreme Connection.
Oh, that's interesting.
There's one more thing we're gonna talk about here. What's this? Let's take a look.
The Digimon card game. One card links to the world. Where there are friends, there are Digimon cards. Cards connected by friendship. Breed them, digivolve them, strategize with them, dominate with them. Cards connected by ingenuity. Have a favorite Digimon. Play with your favorite Digimon. Cards connected by love. You just do it. No matter the opponent. With the Digimon card game, you can have rivals from all over the world. Cards connected by passion. The Digimon card world unites as one. Now, let's open them and play. With these decks, with these cards, you're connected to the world, united with Tamers worldwide. Digital Gate, open! The newest products arrive April 18th. Check the website.
ということでね、配信ご視聴いただいている配信の皆様も本当に
Dude, that mobile game, pretty sure that's a mobile.
15分頃から
Are you
Please.
sure?
Right? That's a tease. I mean, it
Are you
looks different
sure?
than the starter deck trainers, right? It doesn't have that background.
ユーザーの皆様にメッセージ頂戴できる
Really? Are you telling me there's a
The tutorial,
digital version?
The tutorial doesn't look like that. I mean,
I'm not
unless they've
sure on this
updated
one.
it and there was something. I mean, that's just teasing me, man.
Hold on.
He
Now
said
you actually got me
connected-
like considering. Hold on.
Connected to
Like-
the world.
死んでやりましょう
Are you telling me that we're getting like a digital version for the Digimon card game? Like, I mean,
Please,
it does
that's
seem
what
on
I'm
brand.
Speculating. I'm speculating.
Is that? So I
It
do
just
want
looks
to.
different than the tutorial.
Yoshi, you and the folks at home can't see this, but someone has just walked in, and I think we've got top men here to take me out. Now that I've said the word digital. Uh-oh.
Digital.
Hold on.
gate.
Hold. I think there may have been a slight error there. I think we might have shown the wrong. I think that we might have something. Hold. I'm
What?
so sorry, folks. To the folks at home, I'm so sorry. I think we just showed the wrong promo video, but we have another one. Hold on for just a moment. I don't want to say what it is. I don't know what it is, but hold on. Because Yoshi, I feel like you've planted the seed in me, and like I'm gonna take that back. Pause. Yoshi, I feel like you've planted the seed, and, and now I'm really wondering. Like, I'm really wondering. Like,
I
because
mean,
you're right. It doesn't look like the.
it has the. Usually, it's just got the red and blue background. It doesn't have like a field.
Yeah. Now I'm wondering. Unless it's being updated, I don't know. Unless it's being
Unless
updated.
it's an
But hold-
update where you can play more.
But yeah, hold on for just a moment, folks. I think we're going to get the correct promo video up in just a moment. Just bear with me. I've got top minimum production storming the room right now. It looks like the Matrix, where like all of the agents are just storming the room. So hold on a second.
I love it. I love it. Do they have their glasses as well?
They got the suits and the glasses. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Go take the pill. Which pill was it? Which one are you supposed to say?
I'm gonna eat them both at
The
this
red one,
point. Like
blue
that, I feel like it feels like
take the red pill and the blue pill.
it feels like this weekend has been both pills, where like I wake up tomorrow and like things are great, but also at the same time like all this new stuff is coming, and it couldn't be a better time to be a Digimon player. So
Fully agree. Fully agree. This year is gonna be amazing. I mean, what's your collection at then? Since you play in multiple parts of the world, have you
Yeah.
done away with your English cards and only gone to Japanese cards, or have you?
No. So I only use Japanese cards because I live here in Tokyo. I only use Japanese cards, but when I go abroad, back what I used to do before we had parity was that when I would go back to America to visit my family for the holidays, I would just take my Japanese decks and I would basically like drop the cards down to whatever the current English version was. So when I went back last year, I used a fun little Blackboard Greymon deck and also a Dark Knightmon deck. So this is 2 years ago at this point, the Christmas before last. And I would just play there. So I went to New York. I got to play with some of the guys down in New York. And they're a fantastic group of fellows out there. Additionally, when I went over to Korea, the Korea scene uses Korean and Japanese cards. They're technically separate versions,
Mixed?
but the player base plays. There's a Korean version, and then the player base plays also a Japanese version. And so I just played with my Japanese cards in the Japanese version, and things were all hunky dory.
Oh,
But now, I mean,
do
no
they
matter
just
what,
mix
no
the
matter where I
cards
go,
in the same deck?
no. So there's either Korean cards
okay.
or Japanese cards. Yeah. So the Korean.
I see. So
Korea
their deck
is
would
the
just
one
be single
place-
colors.
Korea is the one place in the world where I think the game is still catching up. Where I think we now have the West, like Europe, North America, South America, the East, China, Southeast Asia, Far East Asia, Australia as well. All of those are playing the same game, but Korea is still catching up. They started the game a little bit later than everybody else, but they're like shooting forward as far as
Yeah.
releases are
Are
concerned.
they
So
gonna
every single
converge
month,
with us?
it'll be at some point, but I don't think it'll be until either the end of this year or like the middle of next year, because they're getting product every, like they get a new release every single month.
That's so crazy.
So whereas
I'm
the worst
just-
of the world
'cause the
is
thing
going
is,
for like, what's up?
I just started slowly collecting Japanese because now that I'm here,
Yo, that's a good ass card to collect. Hold
that's
on.
my baby. That's my baby. That's my baby.
Whoa,
Yeah, but
that is clean.
that's all my Zephygamon stuff out here. This is my Zephygamon
Oh,
shrine.
I respect it. Yeah, I recently
But
just
that's the only deck that I decided to do Japanese because all of my cards are in English. So when I moved here, we
makes
play in Indonesia with the Japanese cards. So I ended up just building another Zephygamon deck in Japanese. But my hope is that we'll be able to slowly get into English cards because most people in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, speak English, and not everybody can read Japanese. So it'll make it easier for the general public and like younger kids that just are wanting to get into the game to get into it, be able to read the cards versus having to like memorize the cards or like read it from outside.
that is tough, eh?
Yeah,
That's a good
because the
point.
thing
Yeah,
is, like when you go to tournaments, you're not allowed to use your phones, so you can't just be
Of
like,
course,
"Hey, I
yeah,
don't know what your card does. Can you show me the card?" And you're like, "I still don't know what it does."
Yeah, that's a spooky moment because
that's gone.
as soon as you come up against something you're unfamiliar with, it's like, time to play blind. But
Yeah. I guess I do my thing.
yeah, I don't know if Bandai's given word on how that'll work, but it looks like
Mhm.
it looks like production in my ear is saying we might have a trailer for you folks. Johnny Production, roll that bad boy.
Get it! I'm ready. My phone. Oh!
All right, well, Yoshi's got his phone ready. Get your phones ready because at Digimon Con we might have some info for you. But stay tuned.
I'm so happy right now.
That's as much as I know too. So.
That's as much as we know. Oh my god.
All right, well,
All right.
take that for
Dude.
whatever you think it might mean. I certainly don't know. Thoughts, Yoshi?
My happiness is through the roof. Like you don't even. Oh my god. Because. I mean.
Tears of surprise is a
holy
first for
moly.
me, you
Let me
guys.
just get my- yeah. Sorry.
Compose
This is
yourself.
what I've been
Compose
waiting
yourself.
for.
Yeah, apparently
So it sounds like we're gonna
yeah.
be getting more info on that March 20th, Digimon Con. So if you guys are in Japan, make sure you go see if you can check that out in person. I don't know if you can. East,
That's like-
please
that's-
go if there is.
That's in 4
Right?
days. I'll be there. Yeah, that's in 4 days.
Yeah.
That's so
Oh
right.
my god, can I go?
It's
I'll
happening.
go with you.
it's happening. All right. Well,
But
I've gotta
for
go
those of
prep
you
my
who are
trip.
gonna be offline, go check it out. Go ahead,
Yeah,
sorry.
for the folks out there, I don't know about you, but I've got to go pack my bags for Digimon Con in 4 days. Yet again, I've got some news I need to figure out.
Mhm.
I think that's gonna wrap up the Digimon card game here at the Bandai Card Fest 2024-2025
That's right.
World Tour Finals in Japan. Yoshi's been a fantastic time hanging out with you, man. We got to see some great games. Got to see some fantastic news, an incredible
Yes.
band list, and I cannot wait until Digimon Con to see what comes next.
What to me is going to be so exciting is we've got so much stuff now, and yet we still have Digimon Con. So that means they are withholding stuff that is going to be juicier than we've already been given. So ready your minds for it to be blown away, and I can't wait to cry with you guys. Okay, thank you so much for having me, you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you for East for being such a great co-host. Appreciate you, man. would love
Thanks
to
for
play
having
with
me.
you someday, and hopefully we get to hang out. All right.
Absolutely. Come
Uh,
through. Come through. Or I'll try to
signing
visit.
off,
Yeah.
eh? Yeah.
All right, folks. All right, folks. Take care. Bye. Dang. I thought that maybe. I actually didn't know if that was the tutorial or app or not. Wow.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Bandai Card Games Fest 24-25 World Tour Final in Japan. We're going to be jumping into the Gundam portion of the day. I'm Aspira, and with me is joined my phenomenal co-host, Kaz. Kaz, how are we doing today?
I am very excited to dig into some Gundam news today. Of course, we got some exciting stuff coming up, and it's just been a great time leading up to the full launch in July. So hopefully we'll get a couple new things today to celebrate, and all of us are getting excited to play.
Yeah, 100%. We have a very exciting panel for you guys today. We've got some gameplay, a little bit of information to come through. So a lot of that is going to be very exciting to look forward to and see how all the action breaks out. We're going to be your watch party to follow along with you guys, give you guys some context, and walk you guys through along all of that excitement. But we've got a little bit of a period of being able to chit chat with you guys and being able to talk through things before things get started over in Japan. So with that, how about we stick it back, provide you guys some context, talk some Gundam, and have a good time while we get that started. So for context, Gundam is a card game that was announced earlier this year and then has had a beta release happen in the past month, with a full release slated around end of June, early July. And Kaz, I don't know about you, but those beta boxes were a heck of a time.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with them. The Houston kickoff was a great event, getting to see it first and foremost. But I know at least here locally, a lot of people are really excited to go to their LGS and really get to open them, see it firsthand. I really love the dice that's in them too. I know it's such like a little thing. Everyone's like, oh, I love my alt arts and I love getting to see this in person the first time. But just the extra little details and like the supplies that we're going to get is what I'm really, really excited for. And obviously getting to open up the box, I had Wing as my box topper, was super, super exciting to see. So they were great locally. How was your experience with them, Spiro?
I mean, I had such a fun time. A big part of it was the fact that there are people from other Bandai games that were there, but there were people who Gundam was their first TCG, right? Saying, I love Gundam so much, and jumping into the beta events, trying to understand card games. And it was a really fun event in terms of introducing people to what TCGs are about, polls. And I think the premium factor of the beta box really lent to that factor, right? Things like the dice, which look really good in person, to the box itself, which has the foil trimmings and of course, everything that Bandai does on that front in terms of making things feel premium. The card stock is really solid. So I think it came together to be a really exciting event. And of course, there's all that energy behind the exciting alt arts, right? And you were talking about getting the Wing topper, and I can just imagine for anyone who got the Wing alt art feeling absolutely
So
phenomenal.
nice.
But it's so beautiful. There's that, the aerial, the pilots, of course, Benage and Char. So the array at which this has, I think it's had a really strong impact, and I think was a marvelous introduction to what the card game is about as we get inch closer and closer to that full release.
Yeah, I think you really hit a good point there too. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased. I think the aerial is the best alt art, just from a styling perspective. But for those who are maybe familiar with other Bandai games, just the extra treatment that they do in the alt art and the foiling, I think a lot of us are just really excited to see what the full set is going to have. Because if I remember correctly, it's something like 44 alt arts, which is the most, if I'm not mistaken, the most we've ever seen in a Bandai card game before. So lots of hits to collect. And of course, really have to ask the question, what are going to be like the main chase hits? In some of the other card games, we call them double stars or this secret alt arts. I'm really curious to see what's going to be that prize pick of the very top end that people are excited to get. Again, me, I'm a little bit biased. Anything Witch from Mercury, I'm going to be a super big fan of. But Aspira, what about you? What's been one of your favorite series so far that we've gotten to see in the beta boxes, or maybe that we'll see more of in set one?
I mean, I grew up with Wing Gundam, right? So
fair.
and it's just, so to me, it's just anything in regards to the Wing Gundam. We've already seen potentially the art for Wing Zero on the box art for the main set. So like, I'm just jazzed to see, what components they're going to lean into. But I love Wish from Mercury as well. So anything in terms of aerial, maybe we see something with the rebuild or what have you. So yeah, I lean into Wing. I'm a big alternate timeline guy. So to me, Seed also speaks a lot to me. So we'll see what we can get on that side in terms of Kira, right? We've seen phenomenal alt art pilots, but not all of them, right? We haven't seen one for Hero. We haven't seen one for Kira. So there are so many places for them to be able to explore in terms of the alternate arts, especially with those 44. But what I love most about those 44 alt arts, right, is the fact that it gives the opportunity to be able to explore alternate art treatments for commons, uncommons, right? Like, so it gives me the ability to be able to express my deck in, you know, different foilings in the ways that I could want to, much more than just if it was reserved for the super rarity and what have, or legendary rares, as they would say in this game. So the expanded exploration of how I can customize my deck, I think, is going to go such a long way and will render box openings extremely exciting.
Yeah, I'm really excited because, again, as you mentioned, with so many of them, obviously you're going to have all the legend rares are probably going to get their own special alt art. You can almost guarantee they're going to have a pilot alt art. So for collectors, I think there's that part too, right? If you just like a certain series and you really like a pilot in that specific Gundam, right? That's a very nice collection piece that you can have, just putting those side by side. And of course, how it works in Gundam, where you get to pilot them. It's very thematic, so I'm really excited to see how that all comes to play together. But as you're mentioning too, just the different art styles that they can pull, or we've already seen. Let's just acknowledge what we have, right? Looking at the aerial altar, which I had mentioned, and then just some of the other ones in the beta sets that we've had so far. There's a lot of interesting stuff that I think that we'll end up seeing. And of course, we're going to have some other ones to talk about too. But I think it sounds like we are going to be swapping over now to some information, really start to dive into things.
Yeah, 100%. Of course, there's the show here. So let's have ourselves a watch along with the panel. So very exciting over here. Lots of things that we can still find out about in terms of the game, right? We've got this period as we get closer to launch, and I'm just so excited to see, you know, every reveal, every ounce of information is just more that we can unpack as we get to the release of the game. So super excited to see the guests here over for the panel, and will follow us along in terms of any information, any gameplay, anything of the sorts for the remainder of the panel.
Yeah, so I know that we will be, of course, getting some more information later, and if maybe this is the first panel that you're seeing, some of the information will be in English as well, so when we get to that information, it will be available for both us on the stream, talking through it, being excited to see this information for the first time, and then also some of the other parts of this segment that we're going to be diving into. So really excited to get this going and to see what all they have in store. So again, we have until July, right? So we do have a couple more months. We're definitely going to be trickling out some more information as we get closer, as we start to build up the hype for those pre-releases and other special events. I know that we're going to all be excited for that Bandai typically does. So very curious to see exactly what information that they're going to get to share with us today.
Yes, absolutely. And I love that for these panels, we get the producers of the card games involved. We've gotten our first opportunities to be able to talk to them at the multiple card fests around the world. And now here in the finals in Japan. And the developer, designer, producer insights are things that as a player, truly appreciate, right? It gives us a little bit of perspective in terms of the vision, where they'd like the game to go. And every opportunity that we have here, so we get Mr. Nashimoto here to be able to share something with us, always super exciting with me. I'm a big guy on comms. So Bandai being able to push the envelope here and getting the producers in front and center to be able to talk to us, always such a huge fan.
Yeah, it's definitely one part that I really appreciate, that they've been leaning into a lot more across all of their games, getting to have more of these special panels. Again, thanks to the Bandai Card Games Fest that they've been expanding into, especially over the last couple of years, making a more worldwide celebration and just giving us the opportunity to, you know, hear directly from the developers and hear from special guests of the different things that they're trying to do with the game, or new updates, or in our case, again, going to get to see some new information today, and hopefully it's some gameplay or new announcements, right? There's a lot that we could see here as we lead up to the July release.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, the fact that the guest invitees expand from things like voice actors, like we saw over with their first gameplay video that they had done so long ago, the more that we can incorporate parts of the fandom, right, to go even further and really enjoy it. So here, we'll be going through a quick breakdown of the Gundam card game for anyone new here. So there are 4 types of cards. We have our unit cards. Those are your character cards, your battle cards, the cards that will be on the field to be able to combat and, you know, go mano a mano against your opponent. And then pilots will be piloting said suits, of course, and they have a bunch of interplay between the two. So those are going to be the things that will be playing onto your fields. And then the other two cards obviously open up different kinds of gameplay because you want to take on the other half.
Yep. So command cards are going to be your one-time effects, or your magics or your spells. Really, those powerful cards that can get you ahead in the battle. And what's most interesting for Gundam is those base cards at the end, which are going to protect your shield area, and a lot of them have different effects. So what's interesting about this is, compared to other games where it's just a strictly shield or life system, these bases you can play at multiple times through the course of the game to give you just a little bit more defense when you need it. And again, because they have special on-play effects or activate effects, they really level up the gameplay and give us other ways to, again, use our life as a resource and think about how we want to interact with our opponent, or have to attack into their base before we can attack their shields.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, I love the base system. I think the fact that you have a way to effectively turn one of your shields into a base, right? On deploy, you take a health, but then it itself is a higher HP card, is phenomenal. It gives you so many play opportunities, so many comeback. When you're at 0 life or 0 shields, you can go back up a base. So you're allowed to, able to extend your gameplay there. If your last shield is a base, then it goes down.
Yep.
So it's just the fact that it is a means of always being able to keep yourself in the game that has a balance that goes beyond just like gaining life, right? If my opponent plays an aggressive strategy, I can play a base, and now their 1 AP or 2 AP units need to attack multiple times to take down my base. I think it's an extremely elegant solution to the shield style gameplay that Bandai is very much well known for now.
Yeah, and what's really interesting too, right? We saw the attack power and the health that was on it, and they are 0.5s, and we have some other modifications in the beta box that we've seen. But what's really, to me, the most exciting part too is, this is just the first set. We have to, of course, make it new player friendly and intro into players, but the way it's designed, we could potentially see design space that allows us to upgrade these bases even further to then protect, deal damage back, get extra health. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to level up the bases as the game continues to grow. And as we were just talking about, the victory condition in this game is going to be attacking your opponent's shield area. Of course, the base, if it's there, will take the first hit. And then, of course, there is still that one last direct attack that you need to make. So again, really important that that base could come down in a critical moment to make sure that you still live through another turn.
Yeah, 100%. And to help you be able to close out the game, we have the pilot system. So of course, pilots can, pilot units to be able to help them and give them stat buffs. By here we'll see Soletta able to give +1/+2 in stats, but additionally, there's opportunity to be able to link pair. So to create a link unit means that you see that name in the bottom corner of a unit, they might say things like Soletta Mercury. If that's the case, then they become a link pair and thus will have the ability to attack right away. This is huge in terms of strategy. You can play out your unit and they won't be able to attack for the turn, so kind of chill it out, but you can always have the opportunity to be able to use pilots to go in right away. And this does phenomenal things in terms of giving you the ability to close out the game or to use those cards as like a removal spell or something of the sort, right? The malleability between how you choose to utilize pilots with their units, and especially the link pairing, gives you so much flexibility in terms of mastering combat and mitigating what your opponent is doing against you.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts is absolutely the split pilot and command cards, because as you just mentioned, sometimes you want to save it for a key turn because you can interact on your opponent's turn. You need to save it to, bounce their unit back to their hand or something, or you could play it and pilot one of the Gundams and make sure you get that haste style effect or the link pair to then crash into the base and get the tempo right back in your favor to catch back up in the game. So just even within the first set, there's a lot of dynamic deck building choices that you get to make based on, am I using this to pilot, or is it going to be better served as a command card? So a lot of options that you ultimately get to make over the course of the game really does help Gundam stand out.
Yeah, especially since we've got ways to be able to blend colors when it comes to deck building. As we saw with the example, we have Soleta Mercury piloting the RX-78 because any deck can be constructed with 2 different colors. It gives you a ton of flexibility in terms of deciding strategies, and you still get effects of pilots so long as they don't specifically specify that it has a link requirement. So for whatever reason, if your blue deck really wants to be able to min-max your resource usage, which is what you utilize to be able to pay for costs, well, we can just throw an aerial right under, for an example, an RX-78, and allow ourselves to gain 1 resource when we attack. So the flexibility in deck building on top of the flexibility of strategizing based on the flexibility that the game mechanics and system provides you, absolutely massive. And that's before you even start to consider what I find one of the most elegant systems in the Gundam card game, the level and cost system.
Yes. Yeah, I'm really excited to see that played out a bit more because it just adds another game design balancing aspect. So in Gundam card game, there's going to be 2 different numbers that you're going to see. One of them is going to be the level, and the other one's going to be the actual resource cost. So as you're gaining resources turn after turn, that's just a phase in the start of your turn, you are increasing your level, and you might see something that has like a 3-2 stat line or a 4-2, and that means you need to be level 4, so you have 4 resources in play, but you only have to pay 2 of them. And at least what we've seen early on, a lot of the Gundams and their pilots line up in a way that they cost a total of 4 resources and go together while you're at level 4, but there might be other pairings that we see that really play a critical role as we get the full set spoilers in July that really make the pairing of different cards really interesting, and I cannot wait to get into that deck building.
Yeah, absolutely. If you allow me to nerd out a little bit, it's a lot of room to explore skill expression in a game, right? Especially with the cost system, you get the benefits of a curve-based system where as the game goes on, your cards get progressively stronger in terms of the level, but because the costs are generally cheaper, it means you can mix and match depending on how the game went one way or another. So very excited to see how that goes. And now we got the guests, thanking them for their attendance, and we'll be progressing along. So lots of things excited about the game, lots of skill expression. Honestly, I wake up every day thinking that it is one day closer to the release of the game.
Yeah, getting little updates like this does help out as we slowly get closer. But I know that July does seem like it's quite a bit of ways at this point. So I believe, if this information is correct, we should be going into a battle here pretty soon. So we were talking about a couple of the different game mechanic parts. We're going to get to see some of that played out. But I really just quickly want to go back to the other part, too, with the color combination. So, again, we're going to have blue, white, red, and green at the start. As in typical that we've seen in other Bandai games, other colors will get into the game later on. But, just from having those 4 base colors and being able to pair any 2 of them together, you really do have a lot of deck flexibility. And again, going back to the pilot aspect of it, which, yes, I'm sure the link pairs will play a critical role in game development. But how many pairs that we make will be really interesting. And also, the Gundam miniatures, I am so excited for this one, too. And so there will be special starter decks where you get the Gundam assemble pieces. They covered this in a previous presentation. What you're looking at right now is one of them painted up, and all of them come out as one runner in the deck box per each one of these miniatures. So even if you're a beginner, even if you haven't gotten the chance to get into gunplay and really start building your own, this will be a great way for people who maybe you're only a TCG player and you really haven't dived in yet. This will be a great intro piece. And then for maybe even people who are master builders and already kind of well experienced with it, this is just another way to level up the gameplay, because all of these characters that we're going to see, or the miniatures, are cards in the actual card game. So as you're playing the game, you might summon a gun tank, and you can put your gun tank miniature on top of the card and really level up your gameplay in just a unique way that we really haven't seen before. I just think it's a really, really cool idea to see this kind of come to life and really bring the Gundam universe together.
Yeah, 100%. I love that bridge between the card game. Gunpla Assemble will have its own rule sets as well, so expanding into that tabletop space. So I am thrilled and jazzed to see that collaboration come forth with the release of the starter decks, and that collaboration live and expand even further going post the release. So Super Jazz here does look like we've got our players lined up and ready to play. So we'll be jumping into that gameplay in just a moment as the players settle in and get ready. What has been your favorite strategy or color combination going into this beta format?
Yeah, so I'm a very big control player traditionally. So blue-white I am just right at home with how those cards have lined up. Lots of bounce mechanics. We have some extra draw.
All right. So jumping into the match here, and we're a couple of turns ahead here. So we've got Jim alongside a demi trainer here on the right versus the left here. We've got a green unit here. So the demo deck switch. A reminder to all of you: make sure to keep in touch with the Gundam Card Game socials. Those will be the best place to be able to know when demo events will be happening near you. But so far, pretty chill start from them both. And we do see the base here. So my apologies for how I'm about to say this, but Ruula here going to be able to deal 1 damage. And the red reveals mixing up all of our excitement in terms of what we're to expect with the Gundam card game. Even just these last couple of cards that we've gotten from the demo decks have been such a shakeup in the way that people have been thinking and strategizing for the Gundam card game.
Yeah, red is going to really All right, apologize for the technical delays that we have going on, but our battle continues. And one thing to mention, in case you got cut off there as well, Gundam will normally have 6 shields in your area, but because this is just a demo or exhibition match that we're getting into, we will just have the 4 shields on this side. So getting to play the aerial and getting the link pair here, as well as Soleta Mercury does allow you to untap a resource or recover one. So it's a great way to extend out your resources and making sure you're going to do extra cards each turn. And it is just a way to also get its health up a little bit more to help you trade effectively into units. So very awesome that we get to see that link pair here right away. And Soleta Mercury being one of my favorite cards, again, because you get the plus HP. Usually it's like a 1+1+1 stat line that you'll get on a lot of the pilots, but Soleta Mercury in this case does give you the extra HP and the ability to, again, recover your resources to play a couple additional cards works out quite well.
Yeah, 100%. It is so surprising at the impact of that extra HP or that extra AP. So the impact that pilots have on the game can not be understated, especially once you start to get into that realm of like 6 HP, 6 AP. With Wing Gundam, it's like 7/7. It gets to these numbers that are incredibly spooky and very impactful.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point too, as it's so different than a lot of other Bandai games, is that damage does persist in this game as well. So if you use those, 1 attack power units, they crash in and slowly damage your opponent's units turn after turn. So we are going to see some shield break here. We do see the Hero U8 with the burst effect that is going to go to hand, and we are going to see just a pass of the turn here. Again, we have the ability to play the unit. That last unit on there came into play that turn, so it can't attack unless it had a link pair. And now, because those units are rested, the opponent can swing into them to try to save them a little bit of damage on the following turn.
Yeah, and we've got the MA form on board. I've got the Athranzala just right under it. So a huge potential here to clear board, but also have some breach damage. So we've seen it in green, and we have seen it in red as well now. Some opportunity to be able to get some damage here while doing board control. And now we have one of my favorite cards that we have seen up until now. Close Combat, a 2-cost, deal 2 damage action main. The fact that on our main phase we get the interaction, on the action step, on our opponent's turn, we have the ability to be able to do this, incredibly impactful. And that's really where, whenever you have 2 standing resources, is really going to get those juices flowing in terms of what your opponent is going to have to play around. So every single card that we have seen up until this point, especially with the introductions in demo decks, has added to that strategy. So here, huge momentum swings as we're able to control the board. We're going to get some breach through, and let's see what the top of these shields are. Oh, bro!
Oh.
I wish my shield. I wish my shield was this good.
Yeah, so we do have Yamare, which is going to go to hand. Very, very good pilot to see here. And I really want to stress, too, that action window that we had talked about, because also at the end of your opponent's turn, there is a action window. So if you hold up your resources and if you wanted to use that close combat, your opponent just can't pass the turn. You go, no, excuse me. I would like to play this command card and remove that unit before it goes back to my turn and I get all of my resources back. And that is going to be a huge part of this game, of knowing when to hold those command cards and getting to get the most value out of them by playing on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, I'm Canadian. So there's a few socialist policies in there in terms of our legislation, and a big one for me is it's not your turn, is our turn. So, any game that gives me the opportunity to be able to have more meaningful engagements against my opponent, all the better. But here we see the powerful white base, 2-cost base that for 2 will be able to generate a token, and this really starts making you think about the sequencing of how you're going to go about your turn, because white base has this condition that says if your board is empty, you get a 3/3 Gundam. If you have 1 unit, you get yourself a 2/2 gun tank or gun cannon, and then anything afterwards that 2 units or more, what have you, you will create yourself a gun tank. And as much as I love the goat tank, I always will be partial to generating myself a 2/2 or a 3/3 first and foremost.
Yeah, just a great base, and this is what we were talking about earlier about them having such a dynamic impact on the game. Again, having that 5 HP, so it's going to stick around, usually soak up 2 attacks for you. And then also now, because as we're sequencing out our turns, we have a engine that can still give us an extra unit every single turn and just slowly grind away at our opponent's board. Or sometimes, if we're ahead enough, just push for game, knock out those last shields, and try to get a victory. White base is a very, very strong card, and I'd love to see what other bases that we will get in the full set.
Yeah, 100%. And now we see the power of bases come into play here. The green unit on the left side here only has 4 AP, so we're going to need a little bit more juice or another unit that can attack to effectively be able to break through into it. Here we see the play of the 4/3 Vanilla Wing, establishing our board. Oh, and the hero, Yui here.
There it is.
Powerful stats here. Hero giving an additional +1/+1 if it is a link pair. That's what we have here with the wing unit, and thus now we have the juice and power we need to be able to break through this white base.
Yeah, this is going to power it up to be a massive, massive unit. And, we just needed a little bit of a boost to break through the white base, but we have the absolute base breaker himself ready to get on board and clear this out in 1 hit.
Yeah, but now what are we going to do, right? We're in a position where we have 1 shield left. Our opponent is threatening us with 2 units. So do we have more in our hand to be able to close out? Do we swing at shields and maybe we've got really cheap play to be able to break in with a link pair? Do we have an action card that might be able to save us? Or do we just decide, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and attack the board? So we've got the swing. Yes, and it looks like we're going to go for the trade here, saying you're going to need a little bit more than what you have on board to be able to take me down.
Yes, and we know that wing is going to stick around due to its stat boost. But again, there could be a base in either one of these last shields. But instead, we are just going to see another 3-2 come online here, get onto the board, and threaten a win on the next turn with that Zulu coming on in the board.
Yeah, so let's see. We do get ourselves another unit here and then pass on forth. So again, Link pilots give us the opportunity here to be able to still push through. So we'll gain our resource here. We'll up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 available. Lots of play to be made here. So we're going to go ahead, pay our 2, and the follow-up here is the gun cannon.
All right, another unit does have a nice 2-3 stat line, and the Immortal Ray coming online.
Okay, so here we've got the abilities on pair. Both of them will be able to rest something. We only have one target here, so the red card will be rested. And now the question is that a base? And if it is a base, do I have enough means? It won't even matter. Okay,
all right, another,
so you know
another +2. Let's go.
All of the stats. Now, in this situation, a base will still prevent the win here, but because of the ability of the MA form, we will be able to draw a card on pairing with the Emerald Ray. And now, I mean, we've got the bodies, but anything could happen depending on what's in that shield area. Here, we won't forget that we've got the rest mode ability, so we'll be able to rest the unit on board. And then let's see what the deciding could go board control, or we could just say, you know what? We're gonna go for game.
Yeah, and Gun Cannon does have that repair effect, so we did mention that damage is going to persist turn after turn, but Gun Cannon can actually heal itself 1 damage at the end of its turn. So again, board control is a option here, because if it is a base, we can't get through that last swing, but we have one more card to play here, which is going to be the Aerial. So we get another unit on board, and you know, okay, we can get a board control and then try to win on the next turn, or it is a very, very close game here both ways. So we are going to go attack in.
Swing here with the gun cannon, wing in the shields, open position here. We're just going to make sure that we sequence things accordingly. And then, I mean, do we greed? Yeah, looks like we're going to swing in here for the final hit. And that'll be the win for our blue-white player.
Yes, definitely love. Of course, taking that first swing, just saying, hey, is it a base or not? Let's find out, right? Otherwise, I'm just going to win on the spot here. And another important thing to note, right, if our opponent had resources available, there might have been an action card that they could play to stop that last attack, but they were tapped out. The path to victory was clear, and we got that last point of damage in that we needed.
Yeah, I mean, games could go anyway. I remember... So we've been exploring having locals and stuff like that. Actually, I was playing games with some local Bandai folk last weekend, and sometimes you just gotta make your call, right? Like, I don't have the pieces I need to be able to go long. He's got the board control on me. I just have to go for the game. Last security, or last shield, was a base, and immediately I said, wow, I lost. And I had the swings on board, but sometimes, and that excitement is what can really kind of push. And the fact that even if that happens, like you were saying, I could still have the resources up to interact with my opponent and potentially still hold on to be able to kind of push for the game after that, is what gives the Gundam card game this sweet balance between excitement that you would get from things like burst triggers and the like, but with the balancing act that depending on how I play the cards in my hand, how I play, how I sequence my turns, there's that ability to mitigate some of that RNG factor to my own benefit. You see that with all of the different Bandai games and the depth that we get with the Gundam game because of the accessibility of the different card types we have available and the different timings, really allows me as a player to be able to express my turn in a way that hopefully allows me to get the best benefits possible.
Yeah, and again, another thing to note too with just having the 4 shields there instead of the normal 6 that we'll see in the full game was a little bit faster. I know it seemed like we didn't get to that many resources, so I do want to just make sure we call that out one more time. But would have really liked to have seen, I don't remember the exact card lists that are in the demos, but we did at least get to see a link pair. You know, we got to see some of those action cards. or the action and command pilot cards come into play, the commands, right? So a little bit of the Gundam card game that we got to experience there, but there's still a bit more that we'll get to see. And of course, these demo decks, I know they've been hosting special events. Bandai was just at Gamma, so they were showing off the game to distributors and store owners and stuff like that. I believe it's already confirmed as well that we will have demo events with the demo decks themselves, right, at more stores. So the beta box events, I know a lot of people are really excited, but also really sad that they didn't have one that either was close enough to them or it filled up right away. But don't worry, there will be more ways to enjoy the Gundam card game very, very soon. July's a long way away, we know, but yes, we will have some more demo events to look forward to. And again, Gen Con, I'm sure Bandai will have something special. So that's, of course, later on. That'll be after the full launch. But fingers crossed, something really big is going to be planned for Gen Con as well.
Yeah, 100%. Lots of opportunities to be able to get in there. And, you know, there's a great opportunity to start gauging locals' interest, seeing how you can start establishing players around you to want to be able to play and stuff like that. I already know a bunch of individuals who are practicing day in, day out, so that whatever comes our way in terms of the card game, they'll be ready for it on launch. And I do believe that they currently already have the demo events that are happening in Irvine, California. And I believe that the last weekend will be this weekend. So I know we are already Saturday. You guys are watching this late night at home, and you've got some time to be able to stop by on their last Sunday. You guys are definitely going to stop there, get some demo decks and jam in some games. But of course, you guys are definitely going to keep track of the Gundam card game socials, the website. There are updates usually about every single week, where you guys will be able to get more information about where to get more of your Gundam fix. So exciting stuff there. Demo cards, absolutely thrilling in terms of what they presented gameplay wise. But now we have a little bit of opportunity to kind of sit back. We saw kind of what the gameplay is kind of looking like. And in terms of, you know, as we look forward to things to look forward to with the main set and stuff like that, what are the kinds of things that you would be looking to see in terms of the release of the game, in terms of mechanics? I mean, there's so many different ways that they can explore just with the foundation that they have right now.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about too. One of the things that still sticks out in my mind is that we did get to see a Death Scythe that was at one of the events. So we know that card is coming and exists, and I just want to see how they bring that into the game itself. Now, we do have some keywords which tie into, you know, the speed of certain units that then can't be blocked. So there's different ways that really play into the thematics of each of the different Gundams. But again, for me, it really comes down to what all is going to be available in that action window. And just based on the other games that I've played and have experience with, I'm honestly just really excited for Red to see what type of damage or direct damage to bases on play style effects that we will get that can have a major impact on the game and how the game normally progresses turn after turn. So we do have a number of spoilers out there, but again, it's a little bit of a smaller sample compared to what we're going to have in the full set, plus the full starter decks. Like, there's a lot to look forward to. So for me, it's probably all about Red, seeing what action windows we get, or I would love to see, and I'm sure we're going to get it eventually, maybe not set one, I would love to see cards themselves that have pay effects into them. So it's a Gundam that you have on board that you can maybe pay a resource or pay 2 resources to get an additional effect. Just more ways to manage and engage with our resource system, I think would be a great way to have Gundam shine through and being unique.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've seen some of that with White Base in the beta format. So to see more of that play into the ways that we can dump our resources into cards to get more advantage. And I think the beta format has, or the beta cards, have done a great way of just kind of like breadcrumbing what we might see in the future, right? With green, we see all of these ramp cards, first contact, bird mode, that want you to get into these later resource situations. But the best thing, and don't get me wrong, very impactful card, but the best thing that we've got going for us right now is the level 6 Wing Gundam, right? So what are we ramping to? What are we getting to here? With or like with a lot of the Academy stuff, where you're trying to play a strategy where you want X number of commands in your trash. Why are we doing that, right? What is the payoff here? So it's just got my head running in terms of the different seeds that we've planted. And I mean, with every single reveal, I just get more and more excited to see kind of how those are going to be elevated in terms of things that we're going to see. So many different places to explore. Just like yourself, I mean, I'm more of like a combo player, but you need a little bit of control to be able to get there.
Yep.
So I just love building my little machine. So I'd love to see how we're able to get to those kinds of places with every reveal. So super exciting, a lot of runway to be able to kind of get there. And with every new thing that we see, all the better in terms of being able to start getting a better understanding of the bigger picture.
Yeah, and you make a great point with the Wing Gundam, right? That's kind of taken the spotlight in our limited, to be fair, beta box environments, but it's only a 6 cost, right? I want to see that level 10 card. I want to know what that big behemoth at the top end is going to be, right? Make it some super big card, make it have a crazy effect, and it doesn't have to be a level 10 resource 10, right? But something that just has to have that high of a ramp up to get some type of effect, I think will be really, really interesting. So that's another big part of there could be something in the main set that goes beyond Wing Gundam, but especially again here in the West, that being such a key staple of how a lot of people got into Gundam, not surprising that'll take kind of a forefront in our initial meta and look at set 1, but fingers crossed for some other type of big unit to come crashing down on us on the set 1.
Or a big base, right? Like you can look on the cards and bases have AP. 10 cost base that has 10 AP, 10 HP. Why not? The possibilities are endless. So there are so many, like little dongles, effectively, that we can play with in terms of the cost, the level, AP, HP, and that's not even considering abilities. That I think really allows for the expansion of the different things that can come with the card game. So I don't know. I clearly jazzed, clearly biased, but very much jazzed in terms of the things that are going to come down the pipeline.
Yeah, just make one of them orb, and it blows up when your opponent destroys it and takes their unit with it or something. Like, there's a lot that they can do for bases that I'm going to be really excited for. But and then again, we only have the initial 4 colors that we have so far. We know on the cards themselves they have a little cutaway for an additional color, so that's going to add even more depth to the game and more options for us to again deck build, look for other effects. There's a lot of really exciting stuff that we can look forward to once more of those either product announcements, official reveals, whatever that looks like. We'll be getting into more of those as they are made available to us.
Yeah, 100%. And, we're just talking about the first set here. There's so many opportunities in terms of the different mechanics, but how those play well into each other and the different, new different storylines that they bring in, because Gundam's history is incredibly rich. There's so much for them to pull from and so much inspiration mechanically, thematically. And then there's the interplay between them. Because of the way that deck building works, I'm very much in a position where we can mix some Wing Gundam with some Wish from Mercury. Lots of opportunities between different timelines, different storylines, and different thematics to be able to really allow players to be able to express themselves. I think the free form in which we have to be able to do those things is something that I love, especially, with just so many games that very rightly so thematically will lock you to a specific corner. Gundam gives you that freedom of expression that I know you're a big fan of. And to me, I think the discovery of the meta and being able to find key techs and key cards in between in between different colors to be able to get an edge when people think that they've got the meta fully solved, I think is a huge boot.
Yeah, again, can't say enough about having the different color combinations, different pilot combinations. Like, there's a lot going into. All right, and I think we are going to go into some announcements, it sounds like.
Alrighty, so here we've got the reveal schedule here. So in terms of things to expect down the pipeline, we've got the 4 starter decks and the main booster pack. With the starter decks coming out a little bit earlier than the main set here. But now we've got some further reveals of things that are coming down the pipeline. STO5, 06, and main set 2, followed by a starter deck 7, starter deck 8, and main set 3 in the winter after that. And I gotta tell you right now, I just love the inclusion of starter decks in terms of these product lineups. Just easy, great ways to get into the game and then jump into expanding on your strategies with further booster sets.
Yeah, and again, because there's just so many series that we can really lean into, or just kind of like off the main timeline that are just short stories or other opportunities we can get into, there's many different areas for us to explore with Gundam, and the first one is gonna be the Heroic Beginnings. This is gonna be the first starter deck. We do have a new illustration here with Mirone from Mercury, the bride herself, and I'm very excited to see. This is definitely a pilot card. If I'm not mistaken, this is when they're coming out of Ariel in one of the scenes, so very excited to see more of these pilot cards, and really great to see some of these illustrations for, again, the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge jazz here in terms of just the inclusion. There are so many different iconic scenes from Witch of Mercury that have still to come to life the card, especially with the beautiful card arts that we have. So, lots of ways to explore that in the starter deck, especially since we know based on announcements that there'll be alternate art foilings for that. Super jazzed, especially as we break into one of my favorites with Wings of Advance, which will be exploring all of the Gundam wing things. We've been seeing it, a little bit of it with the beta format, things like the Wing Gundam. But of course, there are some Gundams that we haven't managed to explore, and I hope that here we'll be able to jump into potentially some Death Scythe and other fantastic different units from there.
And starter 3 is going to be Zeon's Rush, which is going to have the pilot card himself, full frontal, and we're going to have Zeon and Neo Zeon cross the timeline and fight together. So again, with we saw in STO2, it is just going to be Wing, and some of these starters are blending some of them together. Some of them are more thematically combined together, and definitely going to be more of a aggressive focus, at least for what we've seen so far in the reveals that line up with this deck, as some of them are in the beta boxes that we've seen so far.
Yep, and then jumping over to our final starter deck here for the first release, we've got Seed Strike here featuring some of your all-time favorites like Kira, Atherin, and the like from the Seed timeline. So very exciting there, a lot of board control stuff that we've been seeing, and we'll dive deeper into the mishmash of red and white, which seems to be a very exciting mixture of strategies going into the release of these 4 starter decks.
Yeah, and again, this is just the start, and Seed in particular has just so much content to pull from the different parts of it. I'm really curious to see how they expand on that starter deck, in particular with the main set. I think there's, again, I made the orb joke earlier, but there's a lot of different ways that they can lean into that and really give us some custom bases that I'm excited for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from the main line to the movies, there's so much more to explore, and that is true for so many of the series here. So I'm absolutely jazzed to see, the things that we've got coming in. And from the looks of it, all right. So we've got a PV here. Let's see what we've got going on.
I believe this is going to lead into a special preview, but we just have our normal. Okay.
Yes.
Just had its theatric release. Pretty big. It's going to be on. There it is. Clan Unity. G-Quox is joining. There you go. There's our first look.
I knew so many people who were talking about, are they going to do G-Quirks? Where is it going to be? Right? Because the release of set 1 kind of lines up with when it's like finishing airing just about potentially as the scene go on. But looks like with ST06, we'll be jumping into some G-Quirks. And I'll tell you right now, as someone who went to theaters and saw the movies, I am jazzed to be able to jump into this world. Those first 3 episodes gave me so much to crave and look forward to. The blending of that alternate telling of the main timeline with kind of this variation in a brand new world, I think is so exciting. And just to see how they're going to integrate everything with the clan battles and all that kind of jazz into the storyline, absolutely thrilling.
Yeah, I really want to see Red Gundam make an appearance, because it was just such a nice crossover, as you mentioned, again, kind of the timeline blend that we saw, and just, again, no spoilers as it were, but it had some really cool moments in the theatric release I was really excited for, and obviously we're going to see more as the series premieres here in just 3 weeks, I think, from now, if I'm not mistaken. Very, very soon, all things considered. So especially, I think this is a great time for people who are, new to Gundam. Just like we saw with Wish for Mercury, there was a ton of new people who got into Gundam, and I think this is definitely going to be another series that resonates well because it has so many popular figures behind it in the anime industry.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
here we've got the announcements. That's looking like an announcement for Worlds Championships 25-26. So confirming that we will have a World Championship for the game taking March, just like the other Bandai games. Very exciting to know that this early on too, there was a lot of questions about, with a later year release, where is Bandai going to fit in terms of the global strategy for organized play. Absolutely jazzed about this confirmation here that we will have a World Championship. If anyone on stream right now knows me, you guys know that I love competition, and I love the cross-regional competitions, the ones where people from North America get to face off against the people of Europe, who get to face off against Asian players, and just kind of meeting at these grand stages, declaring our champions, telling these storylines. That is those are some of the things that keep me going. So I am so thrilled to know that we are going to have a competitive circuit right out the gate.
Yeah, this is wild to think about too. For those of us that know the normal Bandai tournament structure, we are launching in July. We are going to have the regional championships and grand finals leading up to it, right? So we're going to have July till about November, likely, to have our regional tournaments, then going into the nationals that we have for all the different regions. And then we have Worlds, which we're celebrating today, right? In March, and nationals is usually in January. So it is going to be a very, very quick timeline that we see here to make sure all these events are happening. And right there, it does say that we are going to see these starting in September. So September and November, get ready to travel, play some Gundam, and earn your spot in those national finals that we will see leading all the way up to Worlds. Very similar structure to what we see in all other Bandai games.
Yeah, and I love the fact that we're starting on the ground kicking, right? Like, people are going to have their cards in hand. They're going to be able to jump into this exciting world of Gundam, and then right off the bat, the opportunity for them to be able to take those decks, travel out, meet other people who love the Gundam card game, and compete out to figure out which ones of them will be crowned the rights to be able to participate at the next level of competition is so exciting. It gets me going. So excited to see that that's going to be kicking off right after the release of the game. And now we're just on standby. Give me some dates, Bandai. Give me some events. Give me some venues. Let me know where let me get my flights. I'm ready to gobble it all up. And of course, there's always the opportunity for there to be other events at other locations as well. Maybe a Gen Con. We shall see.
Yeah, and this one is really exciting that they're actually going to be hosting a new broadcasting channel just for the Gundam card game. And they're going to share all the details about newly released cards and talking about some of the changes from around the world that use the edition beta, or the beta edition as they call them, booster boxes. So there will be more information on events being held at official stores other than the championships as well. So there is a lot of information that will be coming out very soon. We just have to know when, as Sphera mentioned, right? Give us the dates. Give us when that next stream is going to happen, because especially if it's a shortened timeline, we need to know, when do I need to book these flights? When do I need to, request that time off? Or is it going to be in my backyard and I'm just taking a quick drive somewhere, right, to go to the regional? So we'll have to wait and see. But a lot of exciting updates for Gundam to come around the corner. And again, with that Link Station channel they mentioned, I'm really excited to go back to what we talked about earlier. I want to hear more from the devs. I want to hear more about the game and the conversations that are happening around it. And just always great to hear about new products or new card designs that we will see in future sets as well. So Gundam is going to be getting a lot of updates and official communications through their various channels that we can look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about earlier about how we love that they get the game producers on for these card fests to be able to talk to us, and having things like the Link Station is a perfect avenue for them to be able to let us know what's coming down the pipeline with the game, where their thoughts are at. So you guys are definitely going to want to stay tuned to the Gundam card game link station to be able to stay up to date with everything in relation to the card game. And, you know, things like this, things like the World Championship. And I have to say, competition is really what fuels a huge part of my love for card games, and the fact that we're jumping right into that with this tight release of the Gundam card game really has me going. And Kaz can preach with me that one of the best events I ever had was traveling over all the way to Europe with him. And there was like 6 of us, and we all roomed together, and we spent a week just sitting at this cafe attached to our hotel room, jamming games nonstop, right? So the fact that with the Gundam card game, it's going to be able to provide us with that same experience, especially because of the deck building, right? Why did we spend 10-hour days in a cafe just jamming games nonstop? Is because we were playing a game that had that kind of flexibility in deck building. So the fact that we're going to be like, okay, but what if we had blue here? What if we had green here? What about red? What if we do this strategy instead? And the fact that you can level up against the meta is just so good. It's just so good. So the fact that we're getting that up front has me raring to go.
I mean, hey, the coffee wasn't half bad either. I think that was a great part of the cafe too.
True.
But you know, this does bring the point because we will be seeing a simultaneous release. It does beg the question, you know, for other games for Bandai, we do see people travel quite a bit and just jump into other regionals and whatnot. So I'm very curious to see what type of, you know, open travel and open invites that we might see to this various events that they're going to be hosting. Again, I know that year 1 is going to be shortened and accelerated by all accounts to make sure that we can all get to the world stage a year from now, where we'll be talking more Gundam. But it'll be very interesting to see, you know, how many players make it. What is the exact qualification needed to play in the nationals or wherever that regional top level is going to be. So again, very excited. I think it's a great opportunity to really dig into a card game that is going to reward deck builders first and foremost, because there's going to be so many combinations, right? Just starting with color combinations, and then even within that, thinking about the different pilots that you want to be using. Like, can't be stressed enough between getting to choose between the +1/+1 stats or the +1/+2, right? Just those micro decisions that you get to choose in your deck building process can really lead to a very different gameplay experience, which I think is one of the best parts of Gundam.
Oh, absolutely. And look, between all that different levels of skill expression, I might be biting myself in the foot here, but I'll be aiming for world champion. So here we've got the wrap up here. Of course, reminder to everybody that the first set release will be aiming in July of 2025. That is this year. If you guys have not reached out to your local game store, make sure to do so and get your slot in for the release of the game. Get your hands on those starter decks. Get your hand on the main set and be at the forefront of a brand new Gundam card game.
Yeah, again, can't stress enough, having that worldwide release, everyone starting at the same point, at the same time, clawing their way out to that world championship that we've been talking quite a bit at. But I also, again, really want to stress to start talking to your LGS owners. Tell them that you are excited for the Gundam card game. This fall is going to be crazy with all the other news that's going to be coming out, but Gundam, I think, is something truly special, and the gameplay mechanics are just so new and refreshing. And again, the action window might not seem like that big of a deal up front until you really start to play it out, but getting to next level your opponent when you're holding up resources and then get to have that one big trick at the end of their turn, it is just a fantastic, fantastic experience in card games. So, Aspira, any other closing thoughts here of the Gundam panel that we got to share with everyone today?
I mean, I'm just super excited for everything that we have to come. Reminder, keep up with the Gundam Link Station and the Gundam card game social media accounts. Anywhere and everywhere that news will be posted in terms of things like demo events, whether they be at convention halls or in your own local game store. You guys are going to want to be on top of it. One last reminder again that the sets will be releasing in July. You guys are going to want to stay on top of that. But with that, that was our Gundam card game panel. I've been Aspira, and with my good friend Kaz, thank you guys so much for joining us. You guys won't want to go anywhere. The show's not over. There is more Bandai Card Games Fest 24-25 World Tour Final in Japan to go. So with that said, we'll catch you guys on the next one.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bandai Card Games Fest World Tour Final in Japan. I, though, am the only one of our trio not in Japan. I am doing this remotely from California, but over in Japan, we have none other than the Eggman and Diego as well, otherwise known as Orange Samurai. So, guys, how you doing over there? I'm jealous, but I'm caffeinated, I'm awake, I'm ready for some One Piece.
As in, it's cold, it's raining, and a lot of people are excited to see these last two matches we have for us. And it's been amazing to be here, see the energy for it. And Diego, you've been having a good time as well, right?
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. It's been actually, I love the cold, and today was, I think, way too cold because of the wind and rain. But we're here, cozy. It's been a good time. I've enjoyed the weekend here, seeing everybody play all different card games. So it's definitely been a great weekend. Yeah. Now we see the finals and third place, right?
Yeah.
Let's review for a second. Diego just said, I love the cold, but today was way too cold. All right, I'm getting mixed messages here. I'm not quite sure what to think of this. But yeah, we've got a couple of great One Piece matches for you tonight. Obviously, we're going to see the third place match, which is going to be Marco on Anel versus Josh on Rob Lucci. And then our grand finals is going to be WF playing Shanks, believe it or not, and then Bao from China playing Lucci. It is going to be a great set of games. And, you know, the scourge of Dofi that we've heard about all throughout this entire season, in the end, not even making the top four. It's kind of funny, I think. Although my big surprise, and I want to get your opinions on this too, is that we don't see any Black Yellow Luffy. I was convinced we'd see at least one in the top four, but none at all. Is that kind of shocking to you, Eggman?
Yeah, a little bit. And I mean, we are the only Americans in this top four of this broadcast for us this one. So a little unexpected from that side. So yeah, I was expecting BY to a little bit better. I did see Marco was in the top four. I was hoping for a different Marco, but I'll take the Marcos I can get.
I was gonna say,
yeah, there is also, I think, a little bit of spice between the couple of that we have, and I'm really looking to see our third place match as well as our finals match as well.
Yeah, no, we got some diversity here. So like we originally started with way more leaders than I ever imagined compared to last year, and then it concluded to the top 8. That was almost 7 diverse leaders.
6 or
so
7.
That was huge. And now we have no mirror matches. First of all, so. Shanks and Lucci and Anel Lucci, so that's pretty good. I'll take it. Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, it's going to be neat. I mean, we've got, you know, again, like I think Anel is funny to see like back up there again. Last year was Sakazuki mirrors all day, every day, right? But we got a good amount of variety this time around. And you see on the Japan side of things on the stage over there, everybody getting ready to go, probably saying a lot of the same things that we are, and probably getting ready for that season 2 of the Netflix show too, judging by who we got there. But I know, right? Yeah, it's that's going to be fun too.
Yeah, I was going to say a little bit less actors on our side of the stream, right? But yeah, really excited for
yourself.
Yeah,
I've been in commercials, all right.
I promise I am speaking for myself, but it's great to see him. He was playing in the 3v3 Cup yesterday as well. I think his team went 6-2. There are over 700 teams.
That was a lot.
Holy cow!
A lot of players under there. Yeah, and he was able to get a 6-2.
Wow!
Seems like we're going over the rules right now.
Yeah, that's really impressive. And, you know, I think if you're familiar with high-level One Piece competition, you're fairly familiar with our rules here. Usually in the top few rounds of a lot of these bigger tournaments, we have best of 3s, which I kind of think is a bit of a treat, right? Because so much One Piece competition is best of 1s. Here we really get to see players try to adapt game to game, right? You can't swap the cards out. You can change your game plan, right? You can sort of download your opponent, attempt to do a little bit better. Do you feel, you know, Diego, that produces different gameplay game to game, or are you kind of stuck on one thing and you just hope it's working? How much do we actually see players switch it up in a best of 3?
Absolutely. It comes down to what you drew from your hand and how you're going to play out from the beginning. But having a best of 3 definitely eliminates a lot of the RNG that is the best of 1 format. So the more consistent decks will be the ones that are going to have the advantage.
Yeah, and
I love it.
You know, all the way this weekend, we've only been doing best of 1 tournaments. So this is the first chance that these players are going to be in the best of 3 format, which is exciting and it shows like more consistency for the better players.
You know, I feel like in a One Piece sense, I'm like one of the giants from the manga, from the show, and you guys are kind of like regular humans at this point. I feel like I should be wearing more like kind of like Viking attire. I should have like a horned helm and like a big axe or something like that. This jacket doesn't really match the size thing, but hopefully it matches One Piece in flamboyance of attire anyway. But you guys are looking good too. do you want to make any predictions for the finals? I mean, we're going to see the third place match first, but I want to get some wild speculation going. So any predictions at all on who's going to take it?
Shanks.
Shanks.
I
Okay,
want Shanks to win.
Shanks?
It is the
this
format
a heart
that came
thing or a
out.
head thing?
This is the hard thing. I want Shanks to win. We haven't seen Red be relevant in so long, and let's give Red a win.
Yeah, and I was thinking, from my brain, your heart immediately you knew Shanks was the one for sure, and I do think Shanks has always been fun to watch gameplay from. It's a deck that has a lot of 50-50 matchups, so I would expect this to be a best of 3 inherently. I don't expect a 2-0 blowout in that sense either.
Sure.
And I think it will be a lot of back and forth between the deck that's really good at playing large bodies versus the deck that's very good for removing large bodies.
Yeah, I mean, with Shanks, it's kind of like get to 10, play 10 cost stuff, right? Get to the high dawn, play big stuff. But I feel like Rob Lucci has sort of been this like creeping death throughout the meta where it's like nobody really talks about Rob Lucci all that much. It's like, oh, it's the Dofies. Oh, have you seen that one teach that was doing okay? Oh, now we don't have to worry about it. Shanks is scary. No, he's not scary. Enel is still out there. But beyond all that, Rob Lucci was out there winning games over and over again. And now we see that deck represent 50% of the top 4. Does that surprise either of you at all?
Yeah, it definitely does surprise me to see Lucci get there, seeing that we have such diverse leader pool. We even have a green-purple Doflamingo as well in there.
Yep.
A lot of BYs,
Wow.
Reiju, I believe that's what it was. Green Bonnie as well. So a lot of variety. And out of all of them, Lucci is a very good deck, but it is surprising to see me in the final. And third, very nice cards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, our
Yeah,
first,
these are
second, and
super
third
nice.
player prize cards, I believe. And man, those look sick. All right, I want to go back to that. We didn't get to watch that enough, I think.
Yeah, those are some very great prize cards, right? That Luffy's been really relevant, I think, in the meta too. Not that I would expect any of them to really sleeve it up to play, but they're your cards, right? You can do whatever you want
In
with
a
them
world.
afterwards.
For sure. Cards that 3 cards I will never own, but I will enjoy looking at, and it's going to be a good time at least to see who's able to take it. I have to give my predictions too, and
Yep.
it'd be fun to see Shanks win, I suppose, just because that's a deck that I think a lot of people have enjoyed playing, but have kind of been down on a little bit here. But at the end of the day, I think you just got to have a tremendous amount of respect for these Rob Lucci players, because that's a deck that it can be tricky to navigate. You really have to know a lot of different things for a lot of different matchups. Not to take anything away from Shanks players or NL players, but I really do feel like Lucci is a high skill ceiling deck, and so I like to see it do well.
Yeah, and one thing I would say too is that one of its worst matchups is the Marshall v Teach, which, as far as I know, I don't think anyone brought that deck for the 34 entrance for the final. So it was a good meta call from that sense. They played against a lot of BY Luffy's, but there are a lot of upsets, I think, with them being able to beat that normally hard matchup. And to see Rob Lucci persist this far is, I think, is really remarkable.
Yeah, it was very surprising to see no Teach, because there were players, I believe, in the Japan side that had earned their invitation via Teach.
Yeah.
So it's surprising to not have him run it back as well, because that's the most reps and everything else. And we've seen some nice plaques, way bigger than last year. They're these gigantic little squares of acrylic, probably. Oh,
I love that.
Lovely.
Yeah, that was lovely.
Ooh.
I like how they've incorporated the card kind of into sort of it's not a trophy so much, but that's something that you can just win and take it home and put on the wall, Like that's something that you just like, oh, that's going to be behind me on my stream from now on,
Yeah, make it very easy for you to have it, as a wall ornament for sure. And what an accomplishment to be able to earn this Luffy here.
Right, for sure. And I say it every time I cast this game that I underestimated it coming into it when I started about a year and a half ago. I thought it was more simple than it ended up being. But this game is so complex and requires really the most gigantic of brains to excel in. And, this is it, right? This is the pinnacle of all of that. This is what these players have been working for the entire last year. And I can't believe it's been a year already since the last one. It feels like it's flown by, but the game couldn't really be in a more different state, could it? I feel like the only thing we really kind of see is the NL, right?
Yeah, and something else too, because from all 3 of us, we had the pre-regionals that happened in Dallas last weekend that we were also a part of. Diego and I have been running around Japan watching a lot of different players. I still, if you asked me to play a game with you right now, I would. There's so much diversity going on, a lot of different people, even internationally playing decks different, even with the same card pool. The ceiling is so high for this game. It's been super fun. And it looks like we are getting into our first match of the day. It is our third place match, Marco from Hong Kong and Joshua from the Netherlands.
Yeah, that's right. So we have, I almost said Marco, but we have versus Lucci, right? This is going to happen all night now, isn't it? Oh, man. All right. So both going at, it is, isn't it? Both going 4-1. Obviously happy to be here. And this is going to be an interesting one, right? Because, like, Rob Lucci has a lot of ways to handle things, but Enel's whole game is just basically, I'm not going to die.
Yeah,
I'm immortal, right?
A very, it's either this or that kind of matchup where it's going to take a long time to get through, or it's going to be really, really quick. Hopefully it's on the long side, so we get a lot of content from that. But I would like NL to win because I like the leader, but also I do want to support our friends in the West, Josh Roosters, who I think I would like him to get third place,
Yes, 100%. And another thing to mention, too, that we had, our 6 pre-regionals last weekend. One of the final matchups was Enel versus Rob Lucci, and Enel was able to win that. So it is possible, I think, in that regard. But
totally.
Yeah, and I think that it's going to be an interesting. Honestly, all of our matches, I think they're going to be going to game 3. Yeah, it was.
Oh,
yeah. So that was our finals for one of the events on Sunday for that. Yeah.
And Enel's kind of found some new tricks. If you compare the Enel now to the Enel of the one that Jonas won with back in January 2024, right? As we were kind of in that last season going into it, the decks are quite different now. You have little tricks like the Onami being able to give you banish every once in a while. You've got a little bit more, I think, low to the ground removal options with the newer Nami, the Egghead Nami rather. So the way the deck is played feels like it's become kind of much more of a well-rounded, sort of like, it feels very smooth to play from low down to high down now, whereas before you were really relying again on that lot of high-cost stuff, the Katakuris, Yamatos. You still have that, but now you've got a lot of better stuff, I think, in the early game.
Yeah, that's true. And then we have also Ace to drop down too. He's huge.
Yeah.
Heals your life too, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, and we saw, as mentioned, Enel being really popular. It's been out for about a year. We had last year Sakazuki being a very strong threat, and then kind of Rob Lucci's been passed the baton, I think, into this year with OPO7 launching as the new kind of premier black removal leader, and it's been just relevant since release, and so I think you're going to see part of the reason why in the match that we have.
Yeah.
Anyone with me in that you still kind of miss the old Rob Lucci leader, the one that you could get like a second attack with?
Oh, yeah.
I really love playing that leader. That deck was a ton of fun.
He's really, really interesting, especially since, for the first couple sets, I don't think Black was super present in the meta, so he had like a lot of kind of tricks to be able to get around blockers and get that extra damage. And but yeah, this new Rob Lucci leader is a big shift for the archetype, and yet the removal from it is really unparalleled.
Yeah, no, it's a big jump from going to blue black to mono black, and it is a similar kit per se, and it keeps getting better and better with all these cards that we're getting for black. We have Jack, we have Kaido now, and now it has a bit more high end, I could say. So we're gonna see how they do against Enel this time around, and I do believe it's best of 1 third place matchup.
I think it's still best of 3.
It's the best of 3.
I believe it is best of 3. Yeah, we're kind of from the information we've gotten so far, I believe it is best of 3. So if we're lucky, we're gonna get a full 6 games. We'll see if that happens or not. But
that will be awesome.
But it looks like we're getting ready to get started here. It's going to be Marco versus Joshua's Boosters is the full name they put there. We're just going to refer to him as Josh, I suppose. But we'll see if he is mentally boosted enough to take down the win, the third place thing. The thing is, this is a fight for one of those cards, right? I mean, one of these two players is not going to walk away with that beautiful bronze card for third place, So this is still a huge, huge deal. And you've made it this far. You want your top 4 that feels great, but in a world championship situation like this, you want to find out who's actually got that solid third place.
Yeah, like in some ways the stakes are higher, right? It is, second place, everyone wants to go for first, right? But at least you're getting a a Luffy to go home with, right? This is a big decision on who's able to get that third place, and I'm really excited to see where that turns out.
Yeah, you can say this one has the higher stakes because, like you said, you might go home empty-handed from the actual pricing from the end. But still, I think we're gonna get a really good match from the first place matchup as well.
Yes,
because
of
it is
course.
a very different decks, and I see in them best of 3 is gonna be really fun. We don't see that often, so I'm really gonna appreciate that. And we have it now. Ooh,
rolling the 11. All right.
Ooh. You know I like dice,
And
so
I've never
good
really
to
gotten to
see them.
commentate the dice roll before. This is exciting. A 5. Oh man, Joshua
Ooh,
way
5,
ahead in the
okay.
dice roll. Looks
And
like he's gonna go
interesting change
second. I saw him point across the table. Yeah.
So we are doing die roll rather than go by standing, so that's interesting.
No rock paper scissors either, like the game manual suggests.
No
Yeah.
tempo.
Yeah, we've been playing a lot of games out here, and dice is definitely the least popular way I found to randomize it.
Interesting.
But
Okay.
definitely less of a language barrier about rolling dice.
We get by though. I think
Yeah.
everybody did pretty well at in the stores.
Yeah. We were able to get to figure it out.
Coca, Counter.
I mean, hey, that's the
All
nice
right.
thing about card games is it's kind of a universal language, right? If you know the art, you know the card. Doesn't matter what language it's printed in. That always is nice.
Yeah, definitely does
love the
bring people
sleeve.
together as a community.
Yeah.
All right.
All
It looks
right.
like
So-
Joshua's going to keep their opening hand, and Marco's going to try again.
Okay. A lot of confidence keeping your opening hand in a situation like this. It's got to be good. I feel like this is one of the occasions where I'd be like second guessing the cards in my opening hand more than ever, you know?
Yeah, if you see 4 of the 5 you want, you're like, is this good enough? You know, do I need to try one more time? Your hand can
Yeah.
always get worse, I feel like. So it's
You don't
it's
want
always a decision.
You don't want to gamble that.
Oh,
'cause
sure.
it could get worse. So maybe I keep this.
Yeah.
And then you just don't see something and you're like, oh man, it's in my life, isn't it?
Yeah, the worst is when you have the card you want to play on like 10 Dawn in your opening hand, and you're like, do I want to keep it until then, or do it? Well, I know my deck enough to find it later when I need it at 10 Dawn.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Got to know those averages. But it looks like we are seeing the life go out now for Marco as we are ready to get started. And like I said earlier, I believe I saw Josh indicate across the table after winning the dice roll that he wanted Marco to go first. So we'll see if that's true or not. We're sort of a hand signal reading here.
Yeah, so if Marco's going first, he's going to have a tougher curve since he wants to go cat and then ace on 10, makes it easier for himself. I'm not as familiar with Lucha. You play more Lucha now, I do. So,
Yeah. We have a lot of the stuff we want to do is reactive. We have ways to set up our trash, which means like cards like Deco Moria can take advantage of it. I think we both generally prefer their even curve, but it's sometimes you can build your deck to try a different curve and try to catch your opponent off guard.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the NL, like you do have some decent off-curve stuff. You've got that Nami that I mentioned earlier. Oh, wow, that's a nice Shirahoshi there. I love that treatment, by the way, that they did to some of those cards. Those look good, so good.
Yes.
But going back to the odd curve stuff, you got like the Hiratsu, you've got the Rocket Luffy, you've got the 7-cost, Russian L if that's in there. You don't exactly know what's all in the deck, but you've got a little bit. That said, only one odd-costed card in the hand right now.
Yep, and that's one of the beautiful SP cards of Shirahoshi over here. These SPs look amazing.
Yeah, but the double Kuzan, I don't think is going to be doing too much early. I think that's generally been more of a tech against BY Luffy, which probably helped him get to this point in the tournament, but not definitely what we want in our opening hand. And on the other side,
interesting. Huh. I mean, that is quite the keep, right? I mean, the two Gecko Warriors are really relying on being able to stay healthy to late game. I mean, you've definitely got some ways to do that with the Khalifa, the Tsuru, I suppose, is decent counter. So, all right. So, what do you think about this? I mean, you keep 3 2Ks and a Gecko Moria, right? You kind of need to draw a little bit more to get the removal, but does this feel safe to you?
Yeah, I think that feels pretty safe. The 2 Morias are important because it guarantees you get to play 2 in this matchup, which is really strong. I wouldn't be surprised to see if we see Khalifa play to 4 if we want to just find some better cards and cycle. But if we're able to set up our trash really quickly, I would definitely play Moria on 8.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's guaranteeing those two in hand rather than accidentally milling them. It's gonna be pretty big over here for Josh. And I'm interested to see what cards Marco finds as he goes through his deck because he didn't have much top end on there.
It was Dawn Pass, it looks like, from Marco. Oh, right. That'll help. Definitely a good one to have and then bring back with Mori a little bit later.
And both decks would take a little bit of time to set up too, so not doing it in the first 2 turns is not too outrageous. Anel will likely swing 8K into Lucci. But we're going to play the
Shira right away.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. We've seen a Chanting Warrior. He rests a level 4, cost 4 or less, I believe.
Which one?
On Marco's side, they had a Shandian Warrior.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's an interesting yellow card there to have.
Yeah, and we end up going to 4 here. And we also, more importantly, not attacking with the Nell. So we're trying to prevent them from getting the card draw that they need to maybe take advantage of going to a longer game. But looks like we are going to play the Khalifa. And now double Ice Age in hand. One of our best removal cards for their top end late game.
And we have Brooke and Rebecca also, so his hand is shaping up quite nicely.
I love that alt art Ice Age too.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah. So this is already looking really good for Joshua. You know, at least in that he's setting up that stronger late game, and sure, why not swing 5, get a little bit more in your trash there. It's a Lucci in the trash. That's always nice. Nice one to bring back later.
Yep. Tempest Kick is a bit of a negative hit, but we'll still take more cards into our trash. And yeah, Marco's going to go down to 3 life.
Yep. Okay, so the pressure's on a little bit. But Enel, again, I mean, we see 3 life cards there, but really, how many is it? It could be infinite.
Yeah. It very much could be infinite because if he can survive every turn and be at 1, he can just play into your Katakuri, Yamato, Ace, and just constantly heal and last way longer than the original 4 life that he has.
Yeah, so we've got 2 Kuzans, 2 Kingdom Comes, another Shirahoshi. We also have the 5-drop Luffy, and we are going to play that out. And just since we are at 3 life, we can't use the Activate main to get rid of something, so we're just going to pass it right back to Joshua.
Yep. And also, Shirahoshi's a nice little deterrent to get some life if they got to get rid of it. And
yeah, it's not something you would want to KO, but you know, I suppose you can always attack into it, try to force the block anyway, avoid that effect. All right, another attack coming in.
If he's going to get to use the Shandy Warrior effect, because that could possibly rest a Rebecca.
Yeah, but you need to have a stage on board. So
no, you're right.
Happen. Yeah.
So that's definitely for another matchup.
Yeah, for Teach, which unfortunately was not present in this. You know, playing a body off trigger is
so it's just Teach or Reiju.
Yeah, or Reiju mostly, but
Terma Kingdom.
Yeah, not going to be present, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah, so just counter at this point.
You know, it is interesting, though. I mean, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see any Teaches, but let's look here. Another Rebecca comes in. All right. There's the Brook. That'll get rid of that Shirahoshi.
Plenty of removal on the side of Marco. I did see him draw into another Kingdom Come, so he has 3 in hand.
Yeah, and we could have triggered it to get rid of the Khalifa, but we decided to add it to hand, right?
You gotta trust the plan.
Yep. That is the intent here. Okay, Yamato. And, that's a fancy one, yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the cards you want if you are going for more of the stall strat. If your opponent has more life, the removal from Yamato gets way higher. And you know, even if we played it right now, if we had 9 Dawn, we could get rid of an 8 cost, which could represent a Gecko Moria.
Yep, that is huge.
The Vegapunk player in me says, "Oh yeah, I know. I've gotten rid of a 10 cost big bomb with Yamato. Yeah, I've had a lot of life." There's the Kuzan.
They're putting back the Brook all the way to the bottom.
Oh, Yamato stock's going up.
Yeah, for sure. Making them have to discard a card. And, you know, I do think that this strategy of being able to starve them out of cards that they want out of their life, be able to have some good removal, it could be really strong into this late game if they don't have the Morias and other big bodies to pressure the leader.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah, something going to come down. Oh, and Ooh. Shira.
Another Shirahoshi.
Mhm.
All right. So
可能性はありますよね。まあただ自分のライフも3なので、
that's interesting because you see in this matchup too, you don't see the traditional, intent to like build the board up like you do with other decks, other matchups. There's a lot of like, well, I'm going to kind of play these tech utility things, and really we're just trying to set ourselves up for that strong late game,
Yeah, 100%. And it's definitely the fact that the later the game goes, generally I find that Enel gets more value. Sometimes you have a hard time getting there, and we don't have a lot of removal to kind of outbeat what a Moria play can do in a situation like this. But looks like we're just going to go 5, take 2 cards off the top. We see a Kaido hitting the trash, which we likely would have liked to have in hand, and we'll see what Marco does.
Yeah, that would have been definitely useful. Yeah, we still have Josh with a lot of removal. We got the Brook and our Husu as well as the Ice Age, so he is locked and ready to remove whatever comes his way.
Man, seeing that Kaido go down is really rough because that's one of your ways to remove the bigger bodies that Yellow's going to play, A little bit of minus cost and then, trash a 7 or less, right? That can add up to being able to get rid of those Yamatos, those, aces if they're in there as well. So seeing that in the trash does not make you feel great.
Yeah, and we see Marco really thinking about if they want to take this damage or not. I think it's with correlation of do we want to be like what is our removal with Yamato? What do we want to try to do? And I think they're actually going to consider countering out with this Bram.
I wonder. I mean, it looks like we're going to take it, and I think the thought process there is, I think you're right, but I think he's also just got this luxury in life total, right? I mean, with 6 life on the other side, if you just keep kind of starving them, you can maybe still get that value you're looking for from Yamato. There's ways to get life back. Oh, but you're the one who should disappear. Coming out of trigger, it looks like maybe. Or at least he drew it.
Yeah.
Didn't trigger it?
Yeah, came out of life. You have to be at 0, so it's a little bit early in the life stack for what you want, but it is a good card for late game. Can turn these Rygos, our Kingdom Comes, into 2K counters, essentially, right, to make it get out of a 3K deficit or less. So, and we do see the first Moria hit the board.
Yeah, especially when you're spending all 10 Dawn to play Ace, you definitely need that backup with the 0 cost down.
Yeah, and with a combination of the Helmeppo reduction, the leader reduction, and the Brook, we are able to get rid of the Luffy, and just in time, since Enel did hit 2 life, it can get rid of a 4 or less like the Rebecca or Brook that we see on the board right now.
Right.
What's... Oh.
All right, yeah, and this is what we're saying. We got the Yamato. We can get rid of that Moria since we put that extra card in life, and very strong removal. 1 Moria down, 3 more left in rotation. We'll see if we're able to continue this kind of star strategy that we've been doing.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to whether that Marco can keep the momentum of dropping big bodies over big bodies.
I mean, I was going to say that's so funny because it does happen. This is something that happens in this matchup fairly frequently, but you always see it. You're always a little bit surprised by it, right? You always have to double check and be like, oh man, are we really at that much life? And I guess we are, right?
It's always interesting to be a 5 life leader and look over and see that you have 6 life, right?
Sometimes more.
Yeah. Yep. But these swings from the leader every single turn, I think. He's thinking about it, debating it, maybe going to do something else first. But I think at the end of the day, like you just want to keep that little bit of pressure, this incremental pressure to just chip away at the Enel and just kind of try to set up, at least put yourself in a position to be able to finish later.
All right, so we started off with an attack with Brook. We did a 1 cost reduction on the Yamato, currently making it an 8K, and then I think we're going to think about making the 7K with a leader attack as well.
Yep.
And milling a Lucci and a Gecko.
Oh,
Tough.
ouch. All right, well, we know he's got another one in the hand at least. And that attack is good. Oh, there we go. Now it is what's happening at your life.
that one is in the correct position.
That's pretty clutch.
But this is a weird spot because we don't really need to use the heal. Sometimes we want to be at 1 life so we can heal off another Ace or another Yamato. And so it is kind of a decision. It's not an automatic play like some people in some other spots would do.
Right, you do have to trash a card from your hand, don't you, with the trigger, if I remember right?
Correct.
So
Yes, you do.
There's that too. It's like, do I really want to pay 1 card from my hand to do this? And looks like the draw is going to happen. Yeah, just going to use leader ability to get that life back. Okay.
Getting rid of a Brahm in hand as well.
Right.
There we go. You got useful now.
Got to do it at least once anyway. One of those effects.
We're gearing towards removing the Yamato, possibly. Oh, Tempest.
Yep, Tempest kick.
Another one.
Yeah, so currently we are a 5, and then we have to get rid of a 4 or less. So yeah, I think they're just confirming on the ruling because I think we have exactly 10 cards in trash to be able to facilitate that. But yeah, it looks like we're gonna for 8 play another Mori and hopefully get a reduction enough to remove this Yamato.
All right, 3 Moris have been presented.
It seems like he's got a plan at least. And this is all the Gecko Morias, right? So there was 1 in hand. Oh no, one more left out there.
Yeah, 1 more.
Yeah.
Yep. Rob Lucci though comes in, able to remove the Yamato, and that's a big body in the trash now. Or Marco.
Yeah, and we do have to put cards back into our deck. We definitely want to try to put Gecko Moria back in there to hopefully, if we're playing a longer game, it's not unusual to be able to get back to the bottom of our deck and find another use from it. But being able to establish a board and remove our opponent's board is the hallmark of what Rob Lucci does in this meta.
Yeah, Rob Lucci is definitely one of the decks that can avoid decking out and just keep cycling for the cards he gets via the combos that he makes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, what else we got? Oh, okay. It's the other end now, right? Oh, no, it's a category. Never mind.
Category, yeah. So I mean, if we want to give them 7 life, we could definitely do that. We are able to maybe use the Kingdom Come to just hard remove the Gecko Moria as well.
Sure,
it is
sure.
definity a decision point for Marco here.
I mean, you gotta get rid of that life eventually, right?
Yes.
Eventually.
7 would scare me. Like 6, yeah, sure. You give people extra life a lot with the Nell, but like 7, always gonna do it. Okay.
And Gecko is gone.
All right then. Wow.
And we're going to keep the Kuzan active so they can't attack into it. And there's only like 2 real attackers on board for Joshua, right? The leader and the character Rob Lucci.
Not much pressure on Joshua's side so far.
We're going to use an Ice Age here to make it cost 3.
Okay. And Jack.
Yeah, Jack is definitely one of the newer adds to the deck from OP08, being able to get a minus or get a removal on a 3 or less and a draw 1 and trash 1. Super strong here to get rid of that Katakuri.
Unfortunately, it's at the expense of being rested, so he will not be able to, he'll be defenseless.
Yeah.
Yep. I suppose any Dawn used to try to take out that Jack, though, is Dawn that can't be used on a huge body from the Nell side, too. So there's that, at least, if you decide to attack into it.
100%.
And there's the 10 cost Ace, and you need all 10 Dawn for that.
And now we have another decision point, right? Do we want to get the guaranteed removal, or do we want to be able to attack with Ace? They could block with Rebecca, use cards out of hand, but establishing another 10-drop on board would be pretty strong and kind of force another removal, another Ice Age, or something like that from Joshua to answer it.
Oh, it's going to be another Kuzan, though. All right. Wow, that is a lot of life. All right. I mean, he's definitely trying to starve. I think we might be in for a long best of 3, guys.
I would of the 2 games, I would agree with you. Yes, this one might take a little bit longer.
We can do this all day.
I can do this all night.
Yes, all night. Yes, yeah. International stream here.
We've just passed midnight here in Los Angeles, West Coast time.
And we have removed Jack with the Kingdom Come.
All right.
Yeah, and this
I will
is just a weird situation for this where we are really, begging the NL player, please just give me one life. Let me take some cards into my hand from there. And we're just out of resource, and we're just passing with the full 10 Dawn. That is absurd.
Whoa. That is nutty. Okay, all right. We're just going to drop a serialized card there. Why not?
Whoa. Where did that come from there?
Yeah, it's just what people do now.
Casual flex.
Yep. Yeah, just a serial ace. Picking that up pretty recently, I would imagine.
Yeah, these are very new, especially for the English version of this card game. Last week was the premiere of them, so but it looks like there is a Japanese version of it on that side.
Yeah, they've been out for quite a bit, along with the Rocket Luffy too.
Yeah. Oh, and we unfortunately we see Joshua a little upset there. We hit a Jack and a Moria. That is the 4th copy of Moria. 2 already been removed, and it's going to be very tough to establish anything of consequence now.
Yeah.
Yikes.
All right. Well, there's a Brook. All right, we're continuing to reduce cost on the ace there as much as we possibly can. There's the Ice Age for -5. Yeah, that is that nice alt-art Ice Age. Everybody's got their decks tricked out here, and okay. That is, what, another Brook? I'm trying to read through the alt-arts here. No, that's a Kaku. Never mind.
No, it's a Kaku. Yeah.
All these alt-arts, man. This is really testing me here.
Yeah. There are some very shiny alt-arts that this game has right now, and just having these max rarities is really, really cool to see.
Yeah, and he removes the ace.
But at this point, with Joshua at 2 cards in hand, right, you got to know that the resources are very low. Meanwhile, Mark over here, such a bounty of cards in their hand.
Yeah.
And has, I think, really kind of stabilized in this matchup.
He can also clear anything he wants with those Kingdom Comes.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of classic NL gameplay here. Gadatsu. When's the last time you saw Gadatsu at this point in the game actually remove something? That's crazy, right?
And
wow. and the Nami. Yep.
That Gadatsu can hit most cards in the game right now, right? It is absurd
That
how
is
strong
crazy.
it is in this position.
That was the one punch right there.
Yeah, at this point in the game, usually Gadatsu is just a body or just counter, but no, it's removal in this one. When your opponent has what, 8 life? Yeah, that works.
Yeah, it could remove Moria all by itself.
We've entered the NL zone for sure.
We have, and
We're deep in the upper yard now.
And it's kind of weird now because we have to decide when are we going to turn the pace, right? Where are we going to give them some scraps? Where are we going to make them go down? It looks like Marco's saying this is the time right now.
Yep. Yep, I would say so. Tsuru was a draw there. Yeah, Khalifa as well. Still got that Who's Who, Ice Age, Spandine or Span. Let's see, which one is it? Spandam, right. Spandine is the son. Yep.
Correct. The 3 cost that for the combo, yeah.
Right. And now,
and we took those first 4 very quickly, but now we're like, all right, I appreciate the meal. How much more do I need?
Given the huge hand.
Here comes Ace.
Boy.
Another 10 drop Ace. Another life taken.
On the revealed life cards here.
Yeah, 8 cards in hand now. Life all being, or sorry, 9 with the card we just drew. 3 life left for Rabuchi now. We know all the cards, which is quite a blessing too. We can know how much counter we're giving them when we're dealing more damage. And this is a very wide board that I think Lucci's going to have a hard time interacting with.
Yeah, it's super wide, and also we have the very last life be at 2K too.
I mean, this really was, pretty flawless setup from Marco here on the NL, right? I mean, sure, give them all the life in the world, and then just starve them out of any cards in hand, build a wide board, swing in for a bunch of times, and even though you are going to give him a bunch of cards back again, a lot of the stuff in the Lucci deck is going to be combo pieces, right? And if you don't have the crucial part of the combo, then you're gonna have a really hard time removing more than one maybe thing the next turn.
Yeah, and it's they also used the ace when they played it. They had to replace the Shirahoshi, knowing that all these bodies on board are going to be great at putting pressure on Rob Lucci. And we see Joshua just pausing and trying to figure out the best way to handle this situation.
Huh. Attacking the Kuzan is what he sort of indicates. Trying to just keep the board a little bit more clear, but you're fighting such a huge uphill battle here. -1 on the Gadatsu. Yep.
Yeah, this has been definitely a textbook NL play into Lucci, completely starving and going full vegan. And then now the board is huge, so definitely it's time to just take all that life and go at it.
Rook
All right,
attack.
Okay,
Yeah,
for a
just
second I
kinda-
thought he was going to put the rest of the Dawn on it.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, clearly, I think we see a little frustration on Josh's side of things, but who wouldn't be right in this case? You feel so locked down. Goes for the Khalifa. Maybe you're gonna YOLO draw into something useful, but game one's looking a little bit rough, to say the least.
I do want to point out that we are seeing a timer underneath by their names. It is a 30-minute timer, and there's 10 minutes left. So it makes me think it might be a best of one.
Might just be the best one after all, yeah. We're working with the info we're given here, people.
You know what? This is price to pay for not seeing Sakasuki again.
All right,
Yeah,
so
there
we,
you go.
we were able to get the yeah, okay, yeah, we're going to be able to get the Rebecca, we're able to get the Spandine, being able to play that, using the effect to get a 4-drop Rob Lucci, get the double removal. So being able to get rid of the largest attacked, our power bodies on the board is good. From 10 Dawn and where we're at, I think it's the best play we got, but we're going to have to see if that's enough to stop the pressure.
Yeah, we're seeing a handful of 2Ks still left on Josh's side. 3, right?
Seems that way.
So it's 3.
Yeah. Am I catching a glimpse of the zombie Luffy down there in his hand cam? The removal one? Yeah.
And we do see a couple of those popping up in Rob Lucci. We definitely saw that put to great use in Dallas just a week ago, exactly today, or a little less than a week ago.
It was quite useful.
You would know a little bit better how close to a full week. Time zones are not our friends this trip for sure.
Yeah, well, we were done with day 1 of One Piece Day at this time last week.
Okay, gotcha.
Between days. Oh, hello, Ace. Again.
So many events.
Yep. 2
Now
Rygos.
we are at 2 life now, so we can play Ace and we can either heal or we can have it gain rush, but we can't have both. Looks like we're just trying to attack with our 5s as best we can. There's 2 Rebeccas. We're going to add the Brook, it looks like, from life to hand.
Yep.
We definitely want that Moria back to our hand as well.
Yeah, it seems we might be seeing the full 10. Yeah, there we go.
And Rebecca's going to take one for the team. So, but this is giving Joshua a little bit of rope to work with, being able to potentially use Moria here to get some good removal. I don't think Ace is going to survive on board that much, and the fact that we already have some bodies on board now is still very strong.
He's holding on,
Can't,
Well, it'd be crazy if this went down to time, but I'm feeling like that's looking like a more and more likely scenario just with the way this game is going.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Lucci and NL matchup is just super long and takes till the very end, so I guess we'll find out.
All right, we're going to attack with leader. We're going to get the reduction, making that Kuzan a 3 cost, and going 5 into, I'm going to guess, into leader, and we're going to 2K out.
Yeah, the lone flampe SP over there.
Yep. Another swing from the Khalifa this time.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5K with that 1 Dawn investment there. 9 left to work with for Joshua.
Right. Just
Marco
trying
sitting
to
here with,
maybe grab life, grab some cards from hand. Okay, yep. There's the you're the one who should disappear with the Rygo used to activate that.
Yeah, but that's expensive. Yeah, 2 cards. Now 4 cards to defend both of these.
Oh.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow. Is he turning it around?
Marco trying to keep his life at all costs.
True. Minus on the Kuzan here.
Yeah, which makes it seem like Ace is going to survive another turn. We do see the Moria, which again is known add to hand since it was in life previously. And looks like we're going to try to get a double removal with potentially another Rob Lucci.
Yeah, this is so nice actually. Just being able to do this, get a little bit of removal, and also set up your second Rebecca blocker. It's impressive how Josh has been able to kind of get back into this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Lucci is very versatile, and in fact, he can do that. And it's turning around, having double blocker, some decent counter, and back to his trump card, the Gecko Moria. Now we're going full combo again.
Spandine for a little bit of putting things back on the bottom right. Yep.
Yep, and now that we there's what 3 life with a 2-1 split. Like Yamato can't get rid of any of these Rebeccas. They're pretty tough for Anel to interact with right now.
Yeah. All right, and that other Rob Lucci coming in. Huh. And it's been these little kind of incremental plays each turn from Josh. You know, the attacks being directed in just the right place at just the right time. And look at the swing we see on board. 2 Rob Lucci's, 2 Rebeccas, and a Gecko Moria. Josh has absolutely bounced back here, and now you just see the anguish on Marco's face, wondering how in the world did things swing this way. One card in hand now.
Yeah, top deck meta. It is Flampe, which is potentially one of the better cards, right? We can play it right now to draw 2 cards, go down to 1 life, which we usually like to do. But it is a tough spot to be in now all of a sudden.
Yeah, despite having the ability to heal, you're still facing down your leader, 2 Rob Lucci characters, and also Gecko Moria, which is huge, and that is definitely more than enough to get over the current left that Anel has and the heal ability.
Yeah, and without any blockers, even with that Anel ability, you're really kind of running out of steam here. Oh, but that said, yeah, we're going to have to force a blocker, and then maybe the rest of this goes on to Anel, or... Yeah?
Yeah, I think blocking is in our best interest here. We're going to go a solid 10K, and we're going to actually get out of it with 3 2Ks.
Wow.
That is a lot of counter there, and now we see Joshua moving quite quickly. I think the board from Marco is just going to go down to 0.
Well, this is where we see Anel do its best with triggers. So we have 3 chances as seeing something good come out of those life cards.
Yeah, I mean, do we just go, do we clear the board, though, first? I feel like that's a safer play. What do you think?
It depends if we have a blocker. If we have access to a blocker, Joshua will likely try to clear board and set up for next turn. Only 1 card in hand for Marco, probably the best one in this scenario, which is a 2K. But it's going to be kind of tough for both these players, honestly. We have very few resources left in play.
Right. 5 at lead, he says. Okay. Oh, no, 5 at Kuzan. All right. I swear I heard lead, but nope. It was Kuzan. And the Flampe in Marco's hand, not... Oh.
Oh, yeah, the Dawn was... Yeah,
oh, right, the Dawn was still under, yeah. Just a case of comment, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Moria. All right. And we're going to play another Jack. A little bit of hand filtering, try to grab a little bit more counter, and then passes. The turn does not attack with the Rob Lucci's, just setting it up for a kill next turn. He's hoping.
Strong board on Josh's side.
Oh, and a Frankie, that's not going to help. Nope. Yeah, I don't think the Frankie's going to help you too much.
Confidently put them down to 0. Josh will be down to 0 life right now, and tell them that they have to find a blocker or go for game. So that's really strong. Having 2 2Ks in hand to potentially survive on this next onslaught, I think is strong. And it might just be 15K from Anel into Rob Lucci to get to the end part of this game.
Could be.
Yeah, so it's gone from thoroughly just them doing their own strategies for their decks, and it's now come down to luck of the draw on what Marco can pull out of this life.
This has ended up so close, and look at this. The timer shows less than 1 minute remaining, too, so both players moving fast to try to just finish the game. I think they both got a shot, but Who's going to take it? This one is going down to the wire.
Yeah, it's a nail
100%.
biter.
And a lot is on the line here. Winner of this gets a third place Luffy prize card. Very unique, and trying to see what is the best play. We don't have a lot of options, and again, Marco's very struggling here.
If you come down to it too, if you do go down to time, and it comes down to cards in deck, you'd think maybe Enel has a little bit of an edge there with Rob Lucci constantly putting cards into the trash.
It's hard to say because a lot of cards have been put back into the deck at the same way. Yeah, we're going to go 15 into the leader, and we're going to take the Suru there, and we're going to have to go right down to it.
Going fast, yep. All right, so we are into time, and so I believe we play out this turn, right? He did start his turn. I'm not an expert on the time rules.
They're currently explaining that to the players right now.
Yep, and it is different in we have seen some different time rules in Japan compared to where we're more used to in North America as well.
Okay.
But it looks like they are confirming the time rules based on what this championship format is, right? If it goes to time in Japanese rules, it's usually a double loss, which was not going to be the case for this event.
Yeah, you have to have a winner.
Yes, so
you can't have a double loss in the third place match. Yeah. All right.
Nobody gets
rules
it.
have been explained. Rules have been explained. It looks like Josh is on the play here still. Can he end? And he put together the right attacks. 7.
It's going to be super tough, right? Because
the Nami. Oh my goodness, that is huge.
From Frankie, we get a draw as well.
Well, the trigger,
another 2K, another 2K. So these attacks have to be
wild.
Very strong. 9K. This is guaranteed going to go in. Card from life.
What is it?
Takes the last.
Is Kuzan.
Yep.
Okay. We have to go 9 with Jack. All right.
What's it going to be, guys?
Beige.
Oh, this is where I would be terrified to make the decision. I'm glad I'm not the one sitting there. I'm glad it's Josh and not me. But can he do it? Can he summon the right math to take third in the World Championships here?
There's Beige just waiting to appear from the last life.
Beige.
We're all afraid of Beige. Please, no Beige.
Earlier in the game. So would it be one of them? Probably 4 in live.
Oh, that's so scary. Actually, we've all lost the game to a last life Beige. Everyone who's played more than like a little bit of One Piece has been in that situation.
But I don't think I've ever seen the stakes any higher.
No kidding.
Oh, we're going
8.
Oh, we're going 8.
8. He counters.
But we've got double 2K to get out of it.
Oh my gosh.
What is our play out
Sabo.
of this? We do have the Sabo.
Okay,
We're going to pass.
He puts on the blocker.
We're going to try again next turn.
Wow. Okay, draw 2, discard 2. That means I don't think he has anything in his hand, right? Hand is empty for Joshua, isn't that? No, he's got 2. He's got 2.
Yeah, he's got 2. We
2 or
don't
3?
have any cards in hand for Marco. We're going to draw 1. Get rid of a Brook from hand, pass from there, and again, going to try next turn to try to get to this finish. But
what is the top deck?
This is wild. This is wild. All right. Just goes in.
It is
all right,
a
yeah,
Beige.
the block.
Oh.
No.
Beige is in the deck. Yep.
Yep.
All right, going to try one more time. Here's the thing. If Beige is still in life right now, the situation isn't any better, really, right? It's going to be very difficult to go for Beige. We're going to start with 7K right here.
Okay, and what's going to be?
No way. No! Whoa, that is insane. All right, I can't believe it.
2 live.
Do we have a blocker in hand? Because we don't really have a lot of ways to get out of this.
What's he going to get? He takes it.
Wampe, he's got another 2K.
Swing, Jack.
That is crazy. There's the Luffy, and wow.
That is going to be it.
Oh, that was so close. Josh manages to just barely take it, dodges possibility of a Beige in life, and he is going to be your bronze medal winner, I suppose you could say, here at the World Championship Finals. What a finish to that game.
Yeah, very explosive. Either player could have won, showing just how strong the Starve strategy can be against Rob Lucci. And what a firecracker of a game.
With a smile from ear to ear. This is a nail biter. That was, and now we're having another game.
I mean, I see the players shuffling up though.
Yeah,
I see the players shuffling up though. Okay,
we're gonna find out.
Are we really doing a best of 3 now? All right, we have been led one way and then the other all night.
When in Rome.
I guess we're getting a best of 3. All right.
I think it was a
All
game
right.
timer for
You're learning
just
along
that
with us.
game.
Wow.
That is
30
interesting.
minutes a game in the best of
Well,
3.
never mind what I said. This is still
I'm already pooped out on that one.
I know, right? We're still in
Yeah.
this. We're still deep in it.
All right, so how do we go from that game to game 2, right? How do you adjust from down to the wire, every card in hand mattered, every card in life mattered, to starting over again and trying to get to that different scenario if you are an L player?
I think the only thing he can do is play the same exact way, keep controlling the board as much as he can, and try and get to the point where he was earlier, and hope that Lucci does not regain the board like he did earlier, which was crucial for him.
All right. Well, this has been an adventure, guys.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're with me here.
Yeah, a lot of people
Alright,
knocked down on
so-
triggers and yellow, but seeing that in a stream is pretty hype.
I know, right? I mean, how does it feel too to even get you're the one who should disappear on that last life in that crucial
Yeah.
situation? Still not be able to take it. That's crazy.
All right, and it looks like we're trying again for Marco here. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci feeling pretty confident with their opening hand. Curious to see again what they decided to keep on this one.
Yeah, I think the same strategy should be the same for both players. Marco has to
Sure.
bring him down from the very beginning, set him up, and get to the Katakuris, get to the Yamatos. We didn't see that many of the Katakuri Yamato. We did see a few aces. But yeah, hopefully, if Josh is lucky, he won't be milling his geckos this time.
Yeah, we were able to get 2 on the board, right? One ended up getting removed, the other one get KO'd, right? The other one ended up getting put into our life for most of the game. We were able to get it back eventually, and but yeah, it seemed like the strategy works to the point. You just have to be careful when do you really flip the switch and find that you are confident enough.
I love it too. It looks like Josh and Marco both having a good time with this one too. I mean, at the end of the day, one of the things I love the most about competitive card games is that you're playing your brains out, right? You're trying your hardest to win, but you're still having fun, right? At the end of the day, you're still just throwing down on the table across from another fellow nerd, right? So
yeah,
it's all good.
Right,
It's
for
always
sure. The
fun.
engagement in TCGs is huge. Oh,
Yeah. All right. A lot of
We
2Ks
have
there.
so managed counter in our hand, right? This is a mulligan hand. This is what we end up, having to keep.
Yeah.
And, Flampe might be good early. We might be able to find some ways to draw into our better stuff, but not doing much from Anel for the first turn or two.
Mhm.
yeah, Flampe might be the play.
Let's see. And
Yeah.
we also have Joshua. I do like that he kept the jacks in his hand because they are a little bit tougher to remove. Even if you have like 8 cards in your life and 1 card in your opponent's life, they can't Yamato it because it does get that increased cost. So it's a little bit tougher to remove in a matchup like this one.
Yeah, and it's also something that you have to over counter to get through it as well.
Right.
You can't just zero drop it.
Yeah, there's the Flampe, like we kind of predicted as the first turn play.
We're choosing top or bottom life. It's an important decision.
Big
to change
decision.
the trajectory. And
Hey,
we do
don't-
get Katakuri and Yamato
Oh.
off of it. Very strong start
And
now.
we did throw into
Wow.
Hidatsu, who is going to be pretty good. In a strategy, we're going full start.
Yeah.
Don't they know there's a 30-minute time limit for this game?
All right, and not attacking, not putting cards in trash, deciding to play it. We know this is a slow match. We're going to take it really, really slow here. And
Ooh,
oh
all right.
man, we have such a top end now. Number
Yeah.
54
Yep.
right there.
Yep. There is the top end, right? Katakuri, Yamato, Ace. That's your 8, 9, 10 right there.
And we're just playing out Frankie as just a body that can attack later, which is super good.
Yeah, it's a
and
5K. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good, especially because Luch is a low counter deck that uses recycle. So if you go wide, that's going to hurt Luch as well.
Yeah, and Zombie Luffy
And we're
coming in
playing out-
here, so a little bit of removal possibility.
Yeah, and Keeley, like this can be
Never
used
mind.
to remove a Shirahoshi, but it could also just get removed itself.
Possibility of
And
being
Diplomatic.
removed. That's what I meant to say, yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. Strong possibility.
Yeah, Gadatsu definitely
Look
came
at the
into play.
hand. Yep. This is a look at the hand of Joshua there. Yeah. All right.
And we lost an Ice Age, unfortunately, and a Sabo, I'm thinking.
Yep,
Yeah,
a Sabo, yep.
Minus on the Frankie. And just going to use the, I believe that's the Brook there. No, that's the Jack, my bad.
The Jack.
We're already
Jack,
to 7 down. Wow. The Jack there to remove the Frankie, I would guess. Still on the board for a second.
Yeah, I think they got more conscientious of time, so they're playing a little bit faster this time around.
And I think we're just
Yeah.
deciding what card we want to discard, off the Jack effect to resolve it.
Right.
But again, like this is going to be tough for Marco to remove, just because it's a high-costed body and a high-power body too.
So Jack stonks.
Yes.
Got to get to that 9 down, right? Oh, just swinging in with a big Gadatsu
Oh.
swing. All the down going on him. I mean,
And we see
you just
Joshua looking
gotta give
over
this up.
like, how big is that Gadatsu attack?
Yeah.
His expression is priceless.
The master of removal Gadatsu over there, being able to get 2 bodies off the board and a straight pass right back to Joshua.
Yeah.
Actually, like Gadatsu is in the anime, he's a pretty awkward guy, and that was a pretty awkward move, but he got it through.
Yes, sure did.
He made it work. And sure, it didn't work out for him in the anime, but, working out so far here in the game.
He became a Hot Springs manager, I think, in Alabasta, so that's pretty good.
Oh my gosh, spoiler alert.
All right, we're going, if we're
How it is.
attaching cards to our cards and swinging big, Gadatsu's going to get hit by that one, and then we're just going to play out a Khalifa to get a draw 2 cycle and pass it right back to Marco.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, we're
And
definitely seeing
pull
the
the Rob
control.
Lucci,
Yeah, a little bit.
something else out of that?
Yeah, and deciding on the other 2, but Kaku and
There you go.
the Rob Lucci.
いや、やっぱこれこの世界最高峰の舞台で久々にこの対面見てますけど、これはやっぱ味がする対決ですよね。この
But
リーグ JNL は
I do like this this kind of different pace from Joshua, right? I think the first game he was just kind of focused on slamming his big costed cards as quick as possible, and then that's kind of why he was able to get kind of starved. Now, if he's kind of playing more passive aggressive, right, playing out cards that have more value, not really having to put anything for Marco to remove is really strong, and we see Ace hit the board just healing and passing to Joshua once again.
Yeah, so definitely having a second game, it gives him the ability to adapt.
Yeah, same thing, starve strategy, and it nearly worked in game number 1. It was so close. So no
It was
real
so
reason to
close.
change it up. Yeah, it was working, right? Judge is like, no, put your leader there. I wish I had a judge in my locals to make people put their leaders where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, Dawn management as well is also a bit of a skill, an art more than a
Yeah.
science sometimes. So, really
Yep.
appreciate the layout that they're enforcing here.
Yep, and
Oh yeah, our
Easier to read
first
for sure.
Moria hitting the trash.
Sayonara.
Is there a way to remove this ace now?
I think
Like-
I think there is a bit of a potential. We're gonna see if we can get the technology to see that third card in our life.
Yeah, space technology over here.
Hopefully,
Yeah,
as a
Marco
trigger,
thinking
if
hard about
we're,
this
we're
one.
thinking this much.
Does he take it?
Perhaps Kingdom Comes or
What was
a
it?
5-drop Luffy. I think it ended up being.
It was.
Yeah, so we could have used the
Shirahoshi?
Luffy to get rid of the Khalifa.
Hoshi, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
think
think it was the
Shirahoshi.
5.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or Ice Age.
Wow, we're going for it. All right.
Yeah.
And yep,
Ace
that'll
is
do
going
it.
down. Ooh.
Believe so, because yeah, he's gonna be able to find the Lucci.
Rob Lucci
Yep,
and the
Helmeppo,
yeah.
minus. Yeah, that works.
Takes both out.
Yep.
And we're going to put Ice Age and Moria back in the deck. Very strong here. And pass it back to Marco.
Rocket Luffy is
Yeah.
the draw there. All right, and at 2
Yeah,
life,
and we're
I
at
mean,
the
that's certainly something you could use potentially.
So now Josh has set up pretty nicely. Ooh, and we're categorizing bottom life, the Gecko over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so currently it's 2 life to 6. That's pretty important because if they play another Moria, the Yamato in hand could get the removal if we defend our life at 2. Shirahoshi's a pretty rough blocker since it can heal pretty easy or block a larger attack. And again, a pretty good position from Marco in this early game.
And
sure.
Rebecca, Suru. Yeah, I'm not seeing a Gecko unfortunately in Josh's hands, so he's going to have to work around it with Jack, I believe.
Yeah, I believe we see
Yeah,
Brook,
Jack.
Akaku, we see Jack. Jack, again, being an 11 cost does make a big difference. I just don't know if we have a
There we
way
go.
to get the reduction for Jack, but I think we can Tempest Kick Suru and use Jack to get rid of the Katakuri if we really want to. Oh, well, no, we don't have enough cards in trash. I think we only have 7 in there right now,
yeah.
which is
Yeah.
but if we attack with leader, we could get there.
Thankfully, his spread is able to help us see it.
All right. Kind of
Might be
nice.
the plan.
The leader attack Tempest Kick is actually going to work out pretty much exactly card and trash wise for the second game in a row too.
Yep. All right, taking that one. Now another decision point. All right, going to take it.
There
It was
is
Rocket
the
Luffy?
Tempest Kick. Yep.
I think it was. Yep.
Okay.
-3 on the Katakuri, and that sets up the play that we were talking about just a moment ago, and I would imagine he's going to follow through it. Yep. Swinging first. Ooh, interesting.
Ooh. Brocking the leader effect.
Yep. And it could be. Hey, we could get the removal for it. Oh. Yeah.
Wow.
Raigo here, our
Rough
Kingdom Come,
times.
very good at removing that Rob Lucci. And now we're going to have to see if we can remove this Katakuri.
And
I
we're
think he
letting go
probably
of,
still can, right?
Luffy.
You should still be able to.
Yeah, it's going to take the
Suru, Jack.
Suru from hand, but
Yeah.
I think we'll definitely want to do it.
Yep.
Yep, that was the play.
Yeah, well, losing the Rob Lucci hurts a little bit, but at least you've still got a fairly decent board built up. And now, but we know that Marco's got that high end in his hand. We saw the Katakuri. Are we going to see the Yamato this time around? There's a 7 to work with. So that, I guess that doesn't remove the Jack. Jack's 11, right? So we'll see what he's got in store now.
So if we do have a Kingdom Come in there, we could get a removal for it. But
Sure.
I mean, we could put 10 Dawn on the Anel to try to get rid of it. But or we could just try to establish board with Yamato and just get rid of the Khalifa.
Yeah, and get a heal on the way out. It's pretty good too.
Wow. Have some more life. Yamato stock's going up. You get to that 11, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
that
now
does
Marco
it.
on deck. Great to play the Yamato back to back apparently. One.
I'm going to give up
Yeah,
the
that's gonna
Jack to
get
just
rid
an
of the
attack from
Jack.
the leader. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see this because generally, getting the rest of the Jack is not too much of a cost because it's such a high costed body. But in these scenarios, 2 times already in this game, we've been able to just put a lot of Dawn on our characters, our leaders, and be able to remove it just the old-fashioned way.
Ooh, brings back the Jack with the Rebecca.
Yeah, luckily
Right, there's-
in everywhere else, it's a 7 cost, so we can get rid of it. And that Luffy
Yeah.
to be able to pressure the Shirahoshi next turn is going to be pretty big too.
Yeah, so we had a nice recovery here from Josh. Now we have our Luffy that's able to trash cards. And we got a blocker safely defending his life. That's huge right now.
Yeah, but
Indeed.
the Yamato here, really great removal, especially since we are at 1 life. We get to heal 1, and I'm just going to pass it right back to Joshua once again.
Yeah, and we have our Price Yamato here, getting rid of that Luffy.
That's right, so the 5K swing comes in. There is still that Jack in the hand. See what the plan is here. We've got a couple different removal options.
Yep.
Yep. So we're going to use the Jack here to get rid of it. It's a little bit more menacing with already Yamato on board to be able to pressure it next turn. We do have the Rebecca blocker up, which can help keep that around for more than one turn. But yeah, this makes quite the difference.
Yeah, thankfully the life amount for Josh is so big that there's other options that Marco can pull out in order to remove it without investing to attack the leader.
Yeah, because it's currently 7-1, so it would be able to get rid of a Moria if we played another Yamato. But with Jax getting the +4 cost, the 11 cost is just really tough. So it's going to be a little bit tough. But I think we saw Marco did have the Kingdom Come, which could be a really good removal here as well.
Sure, that's kind of the whole. That's kind of its whole deal. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Kuzan. That's gonna put the Suru in life. Yeah, top of life. Oh, okay.
Oh, top of life. Okay.
Feeding it at 2K.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that's a better card at this point because if you're going to make sure they get a card, the Suru to hand is pretty harmless.
Yeah, it's a card that only works aside from being a 2K if you have other cards to pair with it. You know.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Yep.
It looks like we're going to go 10, and we get the removal again too. This is looking
okay.
very similar to our first game.
Yeah. And so we know that Josh has the capability to come back and remove a lot of these big threats. And yeah, my big question for Marco's strategy this time around is, how do you approach reducing the life of your opponent? Are you going to go in for another like 4 life in one turn, or are you going to play a little bit slower here? You've played the early game fast, so you do maybe have the luxury of adding on another turn or two by kind of whittling down the life rather than taking like half of it one turn and trying to take the other half the next turn.
Yeah, ideally he will want to establish as many big bodies as possible in order to
there we go.
have guaranteed strikes. And yep, we're gonna have another Yamato join the fray. So having as many bodies as possible, swing in succession that cannot be countered out, like a 9K over here will be pretty good.
Yeah, we currently have Kaido, Khalifa, and I believe 2 other cards in hand for Joshua with the Who's Who and the Suru. So we could get rid of one of these Yamatos right now if we want to, but we'd have to discard a card from hand and play the Suru, bringing us just down to 1.
What do you think, though? Because, I mean, leaving 2 Yamatos on the board is terrifying, though, right?
Very, very terrifying. And I think this might be the turn where Joshua might be trying to pressure again. If we have a 10-drop ace, we can definitely get there as well. We forego the heal for another 10K attack. And it's going to be tough to see when do we turn the tide once again.
Marco here on deck, ready to whip out another Yamato, and I believe I'm seeing a Katakuri as well. So whatever, there it is. So whatever comes in the way of Marco, he's going to put it in the bottom left probably.
Maybe just thinking to stay, just to establish the Katakuri as an 8K body as well. Really thinking about it, though.
Yeah, just passes after playing that. Yep. Just establishing the big body.
7.
Quick glance through the trash from Joshua here.
I think this is the most life Lucci will ever see.
It is a lot. 8 life again, right? Yep.
Yeah, and we could maybe play the Who's Who if we want to get rid of the Shirahoshi, so we can attack into life and mitigate that kind of advantage from it. But it looks like we're just going to go 5, put 2 more cards into our trash, including another Jack, get the reduction of the Katakuri, and I think we're going to try to establish, the Kaido here.
Wow, okay. I mean, you have to try to put something on the board, right? But just getting it to stick is going to be so tricky. But this is it. You gotta make something happen here. We might be looking at a game 3, though.
Yeah, it's looking really strong. I mean, what do we have? Can Yamato?
Okay.
Yeah, Yamato can remove Kaido.
Okay. Yep. All right.
Yeah.
3 Kaidos out there. I mean, I know we talked about how strong Marco's board looked last game, and then Joshua brought it back, but 3 Yamatos is, I would say this board is a little bit more powerful than the one we saw in game 1 from the NL side.
Yeah, no, seeing the Yamato in succession, we're having a blocker. We're seeing Yamato beat his own father Kaido over here. I think the board is pretty well established for Marco, and I think he should be about ready to start swinging out.
Seems that way, yeah. All right, arms blocking the hand. We can't see. We can't see Joshua.
Is that a Kaku?
We got a forecast
That
something
ripped,
there.
ripped gamer forearm there.
Yeah, I think it's the 2K Kaku. We've got the Suru. We have a Khalifa. We have a 3-cost Brook. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a Kaku for a tournament pack.
Yep.
And we could play out another Khalifa to get another draw too. We can play out Spandy. Yeah, it looks like we're going to do that to be able to play out another body from our trash, hopefully a Rob Lucci, even though it can get removed pretty easily from this state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I suppose you might be happy just making them interact with your board versus your life too. Hard to say.
Yeah.
We're putting back all those cards. The game is still probably going to go to almost time, so it seems. Josh with a big amount of health over here, and we have Marco with an insane board. I don't think we're going to get it time again.
Yeah, we're finishing our results. We didn't have a lot of cards in hand for Joshua's deck, cards left in deck for Joshua. So it looks like we've got about like 12. Generally, we put cards back in life or back from our trash into our deck to make that not an issue. But it could come up if we were, starved any longer.
In another category, we are seeing the 4th Yamato in the hand. Huge.
Yeah, no kidding. You just play it? You just jam that 4th Yamato? I mean, even though the removal targets are not great, I feel like you kind of want to save it, right? You've got enough
looks
of
like
board.
we're going.
Ooh, we're going for it.
Just getting another 9, it's just so overwhelming for Lucci to deal with. You can do 1 or 2 at a a time, but yeah.
I like the category
we're
here.
playing category. Okay.
Yeah.
So that can just. We can put Khalifa back into life if we want to, or just play out the body, which seems to be the case, and pass it right back.
I love this. You play the body, you're only 1k less than the Yamato would have been, but you save that really strong removal for the Yamato, right?
Yeah, yeah. This can get rid of like Rebecca blockers if those are established right, which is really strong. And yeah, keeping on to that Yamato, I think is the right play.
Yep, for sure.
What's the one, the 4 next to the Gecko? Is it also the Kaku still?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we have in hand, we just, I think, drew into the Moria, right? I believe we have 2 Rob Lucci's in hand. I think those are the SP ones. And then we also have a Suru and 2 Surus and a Khalifa. So we have some potential for removal itself, but we don't really have the cost reduction to facilitate it right now.
Yeah, I'm playing defense as well. And we're going to swing out big.
Ooh, wow, yeah. Big, looks like 11k swing. That's going to draw the blocker from the Shirahoshi. And Rob Lucci. And pass.
Yeah, we're going to pass it back. Yeah, but 5 life, 5 potentially large attacks coming in. And, we have removal potential for this Rob Lucci. Yeah, we're going to start off with this 5, though. And this is 100% correct because, Joshua's thinking, oh, if I take this, then I have to take an 8, 9, 9, 9. If I don't take it, they might try to starve me for another turn. But no, we're going to keep going for it.
3 attacks, 4 attacks, comes through, and 1 life.
All of them.
1 life remaining now for Joshua after all that.
9.
And the 10 cost ace comes in. Ooh. Wow. Okay, that's devastating.
Josh at 0.
There's just no way around it. We're going to go to game 3. There's just no way out for Joshua right now.
It's just too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have all these cards in hand now. We are starved for so long in this game. The biggest difference is that Marco was able to incrementally add more and more high-cost bodies on the board, and without any way to remove them, it just kind of tipped the scales to be able to get to this point where we're at right now.
Yeah, normally you see going wide or tall. Now we're seeing wide and tall.
Yep. Best of both worlds. And Joshua kind of thinking, all right, is there any way I can maybe like arrange my Dawn in a way to finish this one? But you technically have enough attacks. But if any
Yeah,
trigger comes out, there it is. Yeah. So that's that then. Yep.
Oh,
Moving on.
huge.
Game number 3 coming in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Concession to game 3.
And we were saying, we expect these games to go to game 3 for both of these, right? We see this guaranteed for the third round our third place match, and it's going to be curious to see if the first or going second difference makes a big difference in this matchup.
Yeah, we're having a really good showing with Anel. We're having probably the best it can possibly do as a deck. There is on both sides. There is no snowballing. There is no short games. We're having 3 full games.
Right. And, if our finals goes this, we'll get the full 6-game set like we were hoping for. Or at least I was hoping for. And for me, it's almost 1 a.m. So if I can do it, you can do it.
I mean, that's why we're here, right? Like, we want to see games of One Piece. These have been really close. This third game is going to be really exciting as well. And I think we saw an attempt at an adjustment from Joshua. I don't think it worked out for this one, but clearly either player can get this third place finish.
You're back on your even curve again now. If you're Joshua, I'd imagine he's going to go second. Back to your original game 1 game plan. And, back to what you were saying, I hope we get all the games. I mean, after tonight, we are entering a new era, right? So this, we're going. Yeah. We already kind of started it, right? With last week at One Piece Day in Dallas, we already kind of kicked off the new season. But this is it right now tonight. This is the end of the current season, and who knows? What we're gonna find out later. It's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, we're putting to a close to the OP09 format. We had a nice send-off at One Piece in Dallas, and now we have this being played at the World Finals. We'll move on to the English format with OP10, and it's going to introduce new leaders that we're going to be using: Usopp, Sugar, Smoker, very viable, playable leaders. And Japan has had for a week or so their set 11 as well, and it's looking pretty strong. I hope that, a lot of Monkey D. Luffy in the future for us in America.
I just want to. I think there's a chance.
Go ahead.
That was it. Yeah, we've got our third game coming up.
I want to just make sure people know too, that now in North America that buggy promo is out in the wild. So all you buggy enjoyers, if you're like me, you're like, hey, now we're kind of a legit deck at locals. We were kind of like a okay deck at locals. Now we're a legit locals deck for sure. At least.
Yeah, Buggy has a very strong and loyal following for sure.
All those people are like, oh man, the new Teach. I've got my 8-cost Liberation. I got my Kuzan now. I'm unstoppable on Teach. And then along comes Buggy. Turn off when played, and you're like, yeah, I'd like to play my 5-cost 12K. Thank you, Marshall D. Teach. Hard counter.
It can be a real menace. And it's going to be interesting. I know so many people have been, grinding this format. Like, we've been around a lot of competitors this last week here. Yeah. They're so focused on this, and then it's done, right? This is the end. We got to start over. We got a new format we have to start going to, and that's just part of the excitement of the grind of this card game.
Yeah, and I mean, after the matches too, we've got our news, right? We've got announcements coming too. So I mean, we'll see what happens with all that, but the excitement doesn't stop, when the game stopped tonight.
Yeah, especially right after this, we're going to, at least on the America side, we're going to be having a lot of events coming our way, a lot of regionals, offline, online, treasure cups. So, like I said, it doesn't stop. It's going to keep on going, and hopefully for a very long time.
See Joshua's faces there. I feel like his eyes were staring off into, like, the multiverse of possibilities where he wins this match. He's trying to search for, like, the one timeline.
Yeah,
did he find it?
I think that we likely, I think Marco tested very heavily against Rob Lucci, but I'm curious to know if Joshua has been testing against Anel, right? This is day 2, right?
Good question.
He had a night to be testing this matchup, but it also comes down to deck construction, and it could be the cards that you want to see in this matchup just don't exist in your deck.
No, that's a great point. I mean, Anel has always been present in the meta, but not quite as present as a lot of the other decks. So this could be a matchup that he's got a little bit less experience in. And okay, so interesting starting hand, we'll say, for Marco there.
Yep, once again, we're seeing not very usable Shining Warrior. We have a Kingdom Come and 2 blockers, and we have the Brook, Soap Sheep, Gecko, Tempest, and Kaido on Josh's side. A lot of good cards there.
Yeah, the Soap Sheep definitely more against Doflamingo, right? Really helps us put 2 cards in range from a Rob Lucci removal perspective. And but on the other side, Shirahoshi at the beginning, just to have it sit on board for most of the early game is really nice. And we're getting ready for our 3rd and final game for our 3rd place finals here.
Right. It all comes down to this. Joshua's boosters use his full gamer name versus Marco here. A battle for that bronze card, right? One of these players going to take it home. The other one going to take home some fun memories, but not the prize they're hoping for. See who gets it.
All right, as the same as our first game, right? A little bit of a slow start, which is understood from these players. I was going to see if Marco's going to decide to play the Shirahoshi or just pass, and going to play the Shirahoshi.
We're going with it.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's going to be a slow start until we see higher bodies on the Marco side. We do see a future investment with the Kingdom Come, ready to remove anything that comes our way, especially that we're not seeing many Sabo on the side of Josh, so it's definitely a card that can be useful against him.
Right.
Yeah, well, kind of for a good amount of the last game, Joshua had a lot of removal cards, but not a lot of reduction. And we see kind of the opposite a little bit, right? We see Ice Age, we see Soap Sheep, we see a lot of that cost reduction, but nothing really anything to do proactively right here.
Yeah, meanwhile, proactive is kind of the name of the game for Josh as he throws another 5K in there, takes a life away, and you got to whittle him down.
Now, I will say our hand right now, we do have Kaido. We have now 2 Morias. So we do kind of have the cards to play in the late game. And if we don't have answer, if they don't get answered, they have a lot of additional returns.
Right. I think there's a difference, too, of having a late game, right, but then having a very immediate late game. If you can get to that high down and then immediately start throwing that stuff out there, and your opponent's not ready for it, that can be kind of game-ending right there, too. So we'll see what Marco can grab. There's a Kuzan. That's a nice pickup for the mid-game, and there's a You're the One Who Should Disappear in the hand as well. Might be useful later on, too.
We're also seeing our ace over here ready to go for his 10-down turn. So if the bodies can keep second up on Marco's side, we can definitely see the upswing there against Josh.
Yeah, but being able, making the decision right, he decided to choose the bottom life previously. Now the top life, that Kuzan, the first one we have at our disposal right now, and is really integral for our star strategy. So being able to see it is quite fortunate here.
Nami played there just to get another body on the board. It is a 5K, so that's a swing if nothing else.
Yeah.
And it's kind of good that it's a 5 cost because it might be a little bit hard to remove. If we played a 4 cost right now, Leader Effect and Jack would be able to get rid of it. But without that, it's just going to be a pass back to Marco here.
Yeah, not much action. We might see in the coming turns some more gas in here. We're still setting up, and we are removing the Jack over here.
Yeah, so we do have the Kingdom Come. It does set our own life to 1, so we did have another Kingdom Come in life go to the trash, but the removal of the Jack is really nice. We're going to play out another Shirahoshi and pass it right back to Joshua.
Yeah, why not? And, this is what you got to expect, right? Joshua with the 5K swing again, classic, right? Puts a little bit more in trash. And what has he got in hand? Come back from this now. I believe we talked about there being a Kaido there earlier. There is a Moria, but I don't know if you have the trash quite built up for that. But we'll see. Trying to remove the Nami first, it looks like. The only character swing, really, on Marco's side.
Yeah, the discard is not quite big on the side of Josh here. And
right.
We're just going to pass it back. Yeah, okay, yeah, take the cost reduction resets, but
you don't want that there.
Interesting, because we have so many great cards to play. We've got Kaido, we've got Moria, but instead just deciding to pass it back.
We've seen him do that every game, too.
Yeah, there's the 10 down pass, for sure.
Ace.
And
Huge.
honestly, the only thing I can think of is that they were hoping for some better cards to hit the trash from their leader attack. And without anything really of substance, the best way was just to play nothing so they didn't get removed immediately.
Big
Fair enough.
losing Gecko into this card.
I believe we just added an 8-cost Katakuri back.
Dope Sheep. Probably the most hilarious ability of any character in the show.
Yeah.
First time I saw that, I was like, what is going on here? There's a Kaido.
Oh,
That's what's going on in the
Kaido.
game. Yeah. All right. And Ace will hit the trash, and that's what Kaido's in there for. So handling one of the big bodies on the side of Marco here. We know there's more coming.
Yeah, we did see Yamato on deck as well. Yeah, the lonesome Yamato over there.
But I think this is a good adjustment from Joshua because they didn't put more cards on the board. It means that there weren't cards to put back into their life. Yamato can only get rid of a 6-cost, and it's going to be kind of weird for Marco to try to interact with this Kaido now.
I mean, that's such a smart point, actually. That is a really nice little adjustment by Josh saying, you know what, you can't fill up my life if there's nothing on the board, right? There's Raigo getting rid of the Kaido, but it goes to trash, you know? 3 Shirahoshis.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of blocking.
That's a lot of defense. But yeah, depriving, Marco being deprived of life on Josh's side is definitely not making him able to go full mode with Yamato and KO and anything that he can possibly play, unfortunately.
Sure.
Yeah, getting the Jack back. Unfortunately, it can't get a Gecko Moria back from trash. If so, that would be, I think, maybe the quicker add back. But, it's now just kind of a battle of blockers. With 3 Shirahoshis on one side, Rebecca on the other. And just trying our best to get the most value. But Yamato here going to be able to get the removal of the Rebecca, go back up to 2 life, and pass it back to Joshua.
Right. Man, so when does the Gecko Moria hit? It's so scary to play it right now.
Yeah.
You got to do it at some point. You got to put a board out there at some point. Otherwise, you're just going to start losing life, right?
Mm-hmm. But it's both players, right? Like, Enel doesn't necessarily want to start punishing life because that reduces how much removal we have. And I really do commend Joshua for his patience on dropping their first copy of Gecko Moria.
Yeah, no, this game is entirely patience oriented. You need to just wait and calmly play it out until you see the right opportunity. Because against Enel, if you play things too haphazardly, they're going to get bottom deck, you're going to get killed, and you're going to waste the we have Ice Age into Yamato. It's not going to stay here for long, probably.
All right, well, there's the Moria, and I mean, this is the game plan now, right? Is to try to stay as safe as possible and just try to snipe those, big bodies when they hit. And if you've only got one to deal with per turn, I suppose you're not in that bad of a spot. That's Rob Lucci. There's the Brook as well. Just establishing that is pretty nice because of the on attack. We'll see if the patience pays off.
Yeah, and deciding to go for the Brook, I would have to double check if we had the Spandine combo in mind. I wouldn't be too upset about trying to remove a Shirahoshi right now as is, because I'd rather them lose a blocker than the potential. Like the gained life is better than the additional blocker on board, but it looks like we're going to get a attack to the Brook.
Yeah.
Right, real big think here. This is just a 5 into a 4. The fact that most Dawn, is used from Marco every turn to be able to play our big bodies means we don't really get a lot afforded to our leader to pressure cards on board.
So we're going to have Josh just drop 2 under and takes it.
Yeah. Oh,
Drops
and
the Brook.
Katakuri gonna put Moria.
No.
It's begun.
Yeah, I mean, so Josh has been able to delay this for a while, right? So the question is has that been successful? It might not be the strongest board, and so now we're kind of doing what I was talking about, where can he remove the big body, right? Can he remove the Katakuri this time? And then if something else is sent to health, can he remove the next big thing, And can he keep doing that until he has, ton of life, big trash, and then he can start to use like the Morias to recur things, or use the other cards to put the Morias back in the deck. We're in for a long one again.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that one. We do have a good amount of cards in hand to be able to do something here. But what is the right path for Joshua here?
Probably just slam Moria down and get rid of the Katakuri and just down with Rebecca. Yeah, it's an open Rebecca or no?
Yeah, I don't think we have Rebecca, so I'd have to go through the trash myself, but I don't think we have an easy way from a Moria right now with the setup to get rid of that Katakuri.
It's a little awkward.
Right. And so there's Jack. Okay.
And we might just be playing this and pass. No, we're going to get the draw one and the trash one. Going to likely get rid of one of the Shirahoshis.
Yep. It's like making Shirahoshi and granting a life.
Yeah, it's KO'd, not trashed with that Jack, I believe, right? So that does activate the Shirahoshi ability, yeah.
Oh, we're going to pass with 2 up there, so it's currently 6 life to 2s. Yamato would be able to get rid of an 8 cost, but once again, that Jack is currently an 11 cost, and just kind of hard to interact with.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You just have to try to present the biggest puzzles to your opponent, but yeah, then you have things like we're just gonna swing in with the Katakuri. Not much of a puzzle there.
Big swing here.
Thinking,
right? I mean, this can accelerate the start of play, right? If
you can counter, can you counter out of this? Does he have the? I guess he does, doesn't he? Yeah. Wow, that'd be a lot of cards to commit, but if you do this, the thing is this is your opponent's removal this turn. This is basically Marco saying, I don't have one of those big cards to remove. I have to do it with an attack, and so Josh saying, I've elected that's a good reason to counter out of it. I get to keep my character.
Yeah, it is. 3 cards to save a Jack. I think it's going to be worth it.
And I think Jack has almost, outright been removed every turn it's been played in this matchup, if not near every turn it's been played. So having it on board again is great. It does have a really strong activate main that we can use again here for some removal, and we do just have to remove that Katakuri, or reduce its cost by 5 to be able to do so.
Yeah.
And we're getting that started losing Luffy and Asabo in the process.
Again, I think the big thing is just how much that swing tells Joshua about Marco's hand right now, Yeah. The theories you can sort of start to put together about what may or may not be in there. I think it could be telling that this is the time to maybe go a little bit wider. This is the time to maybe play a little bit more, and maybe make an assumption that they don't have as much in hand to just straight up remove your board.
And real quick, there was a little bit of a interaction there. So we actually attacked into the Katakuri, even though we're just 5k into 8k. We didn't want to give them that card in life. So that does give the reduction and the trashing without that advantage. So reducing it to a 4 cost, we're going to play out our Gecko Moria, and this should provide enough reduction to remove this Katakuri on board as well.
Good call out.
Yep, we're going to have the good old combo with Rebecca. Suru.
Yep.
Yeah,
Rebecca, and then I think you're right, probably Suru, Helmeppo, whatever he needs here.
Yeah, because we can play the Spandine from our hand, so we don't have to add that. So, we're actually going to play the Spandum out. Okay.
We're going to search out.
So I think that means to me that we're going to be able to play out either a reduction and get rid of it with Jack. We could also use the effect of Spandin to bring out the Khalifa to be able to get the reduction on there and use the Jack effect. But it's clear to me that we've decided to use Jack to be the final removal for that Katakuri.
Yeah, especially with a board that big, you're going to have to remove things.
Spandine.
Oh.
Yep.
And I think this is a really heads-up play as well for being able to go wider on board. It's going to be harder for them to interact with, and that does mean we can maybe convert into more attacks on another turn as well.
Yeah. I think he saw that swing, and he's like, okay, that's the go button.
Ooh.
I need to try to establish the win here. Yep. That
We
is
do
that
get an
Khalifa that we
additional
were
draw
talking
to
about.
trash too. We
Yeah.
did get a Tempest Kick and another Jack to hand, which is going to be fantastic for the next turn, and we're going to get a 2K and a Spandam out of our or Spandine out of our hand.
Yeah, and regretfully, we're going to lose our bigger body category here. Still standing with two Shirahoshi, and haven't seen Marco standing quite a bit, but I'm sure it's going to be a lot of defense, a lot of 2Ks as for earlier, so he still has a lot of gas to go around.
And we kind of have the issue where like all 5 cards in our hand were good, and it wasn't really obvious what we need to get rid of. We ended up getting rid of the Who's Who 2K that we added back to hand with the Rebecca already. So also just kind of telling Marco our hand is feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Katakuri sends the Moria back to life. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Did see
like a
the
brook
ace
drawn
there,
on the other
but
side.
getting rid of Moria.
All
So
right.
we are at
So back.
7 life to 2, right? So we could get a removal from a Yamato. Even if we go down to 1, he could get rid of a Gecko Moria. But we're going to use a Tempest Kick to get the reduction. And I think Katakuri again is going to get removed on this next turn.
Yeah, it's coming down to a similar situation from the first game, but now we have several amounts of defense on the side of Marco over here with the Shirahoshis. So it's going to be hard to get rid of that and get to the life and get to the leader ability. So Marco's sitting pretty right now, actually.
Right. Sitting okay, but yeah, I like Joshua's line of play this game. I feel like he's played it out really well, regardless of what the result is going to be. I feel like this is a good approach. You know, just again, really buying your time until the moment to kind of go wide, and you know, we'll see if it works out. It's a little bit rough. He's still in it, but I like the way he's done this. I like the adaptation.
Yeah, I heavily agree. And being able to kind of adjust this matchup that we've been playing, right? We've been playing over an hour of the One Piece card game for this one. And you know, even under this high stress situation, being in a different country, a different time zone, we still are able to find the right plays, get to the lines we want to. And yeah, should be really happy with his plays so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's come a long way from Europe. A lot of the players on the European side came a day or two before, and I'm sure they have enough testing in this format because they come out of play in this, like as we did as well. A little unfortunate on the American side.
Correct.
Yeah.
From our
We don't talk about
unbiased
that.
view, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Nothing
Totally unbiased.
Nothing happened.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
But we're going to use the Jack here to get the removal of the Katakuri. Another draw one, and deciding on the card we want to trash. But yeah, it seems in this game compared to the previous one, Marco's just not able to get anything of value on board to stick.
Yeah, and again, that's the game plan. That is the adaptation for Josh, right? Where it's like playing less stuff out early on, you know, created the situation where it is just kind of that usually big one card per turn situation for Marco, which you usually feel very comfortable in a lot of times as the NL, but you kind of see that board creeping ever larger on the Lucci side, and maybe you start to sweat a little bit. You know, again, I think this one's going to go really down to the wire. All these games kind of have.
Yeah, for sure. And then we still have the opportunity for Ace to come out and do swing the even into the Jack baiting out the Rebecca.
Mm.
Oh, Yamato.
Oh yeah, there's
Yamato
another.
here.
And there's
would
the
be
ace.
able to-
Uh-huh.
There's
Oh,
the
it
ace.
was
Yeah,
ace,
yeah.
okay. So,
I mean, yeah, you can't. You don't have the 11 with the Yamato, so might as well just swing into the Jack instead. That's going to get the Rebecca block.
And again, across the board, we have 7 life to 2, and Cincinnati's really good at staying at 1. If we do end up hitting, you know, a Mori again this turn, the removal is pretty imminent as well. Ace being a little bit tough to remove too, since it is a 10 cost and we only get rid of a 3 or less with Jack. It's going to be interesting to see with the few cards we have in hand if Joshua can do something here.
See, that's why I think Marco is still in a pretty good spot. Yeah, Jack is there still. However, Marco has done a really good job at keeping track of Morius and putting them down in the life or KOing them.
Looks like we're on the remove ace train now again. -1 to start things off does he have the cards.
And I believe we are attacking into ace, but unsure. We definitely get the reduction on the ace, but it could be towards the NL leader once again.
Yep.
It should be a swing for fail.
Seems like it's a swing into the eights because I don't see Marco even looking at his life. So I think you're right that it is just a swing for the minus and to avoid giving Marco those cards. Kaku hits the board, returning some stuff and giving a little bit of a minus cost.
Yeah, the -3, making that a total of -4 here. So this is a 6 cost ace on the other side.
Still sitting with Rebecca Lucci on Josh's side.
And we could have like a Helmeppo play. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly what we have. Yeah.
Get a
I'm up
draw.
with some pretty cool shades. Comes in and helps Jack get the finishing blow.
And then we're going to discard the Luffy off the +1 card, draw -1. We're going to play out the Rebecca here, add another card to hand. Having another blocker here for this Jack is really nice in case they end up having another copy of ace. And being able to get another Kaku on board is super strong.
Yeah, and we're doing a Goose Pendine to add cards back to the deck. Maybe retrieve another CP up. Yep, we have our Husu and Tempest Kick.
Zoo Tempest Kick. Yep. I'm looking for one more, and there it is.
Yep.
Another 2K.
Yep. The Khalif, I believe.
Deck size pretty small, right? I think we have about 10 cards left in deck for Joshua. We're going to play out the Rob Lucci just to have another body on board.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the play, right? Try to go wide as possible right now. Get as many swings in.
And I think we are going to use the effect to get rid of one of the Shirahoshis. This will cause a heal, but that does also mean that if they do want to play ace, they won't be able to give rush to it, even if they don't use the healing effect.
But at least they'll be able to play out Yamato and clear the Jack, which has been the engine of this game so far, I think.
We have, 7 and 2, so 9? I don't think it's going to be big enough to get rid of the Jack.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he used the Rob Lucci effect there to remove a Shirahoshi.
Oh, it's the increase. Yeah, you're right, sorry.
Yeah. Or it would be, yeah. We're going to try another large attack into the Jack to get another
There it
Rebecca
is.
block. We're going to have the Nami
swing big.
Get the big swing and pass it back.
Yeah, that Nami has been kind of lurking there the entire game, and one of those cards where it's like the swing is going to come at you at some point, and you're like, I really need to find a way to remove it, and it's just never there. Now it definitely comes back to haunt you. Yeah, so that goes now, but maybe, yeah, it goes now. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think the decision was that deciding to not use the put 2 cards in the trash. It is a decision. You also don't get the -1 cost, but that obviously doesn't matter on this board. So letting it go down, and let's see what the next play is. Yeah,
Jack
another
again.
Jack here. We could use it to get rid of a Shirahoshi if we wanted, but no, just getting the pass back to Marco here.
Yeah, players' consensus over here of time as it's nearing to a close. We have 7 minutes left on the clock, and you can see clearly their expressions and their movements. They're playing a bit faster and receiving cards and moving them around. Yamato.
I mean, yeah, can remove a 9 or lower right now with the life total, so easily gets rid of that Rob Lucci. No problem there, and back over to Joshua.
And I think we may have a way to get the reduction for this Yamato, but again, it's such a gamble now, right? And honestly, we're kind of at a point that if we were keeping track, we might know what's kind of on our deck now, since we've been kind of rotating through it. We've been trashing a lot of cards from our deck, and it could be down to the fact that we attack with leader first, do we use Tempest Kick first, and hopefully Josh has been keeping track.
I've got a feeling he has been.
I think he has to be, right? Like that soap sheep we added
for sure.
pretty early in the game, and Diego, were you able to catch that life?
I didn't. I was looking at his discard pile for Josh's side.
Oh, but
I too
do have the
did not
Nami.
see that. Yeah, the Nami for the removal. Big trigger.
でこのタイミングで要はリーダー効果で2枚落とした状態で乱脚
All right, Tempest kick.
はい
Tempest.
To get the minus cost started on Yamato. Also, the card draw is not bad at all.
すごいですねこの
I think the next
And-
card is
oh, there it is.
Gecko Moria. Okay,
Uh-huh.
the next one off deck though I think is Gecko Moria too. So Tempest kick into Gecko Moria could be really strong for this next turn.
計算の上です
Yeah, so another
そ
Helmeppo.
してレベッカとヘルメッポですかね。出てヘルメッポでさらにコストを下げて、
はい
Yep, get the reduction there, and
Bandine,
then
too.
Bandine.
Wow.
Yeah, for the full combo.
強い
Yeah.
なこれ
Putting some cards back in the deck.
Yeah.
モリアでレベ
Yeah, currently costing 2.
ヘルメ
ヘルメッ
ッポ
ポ、スパ
バンダ
ンダイ
イン
ン、
ルッチ
Hmm.
もう早口
And all
That's
right.
part of the high skill ceiling of Lucci here because you have to memorize your bottom deck. 'Cause then you know where you're going to mill out the next time, what you're going to draw into, and it's really important that you know when not to mill.
でルッチ
Yeah, your whole deck kind of becomes the hand at that point where you're so small on card card size, but you know everything that's coming up. So
Yeah, yeah.
you're in the best place you can be, really.
もう歴戦のルッチャーです
Yeah, I think next Tsunami, this second hardest deck to master in counting cards.
Yeah.
ところを
Mhm.
And you know, most matchups don't get to this, but when you're playing against a really kind of grindy star vanilla like this one, it does come up. And you know, still now considering what cards and what order we put them in there.
この先をかなり見据えてという
Yeah, definitely.
ことになりますが、
And yeah, oh, it's the Spandam right on top there. Getting rid of the
Okay.
Rob Lucci, getting rid of one of the Shirahoshis, putting them down to
Keeping the
2
opponent.
life.
差が出てきました。
Keeping Marco at 2 life. I think it's a big difference, 2 to 3, you know. Meanwhile, all right.
7000はルッチへ
All right,
So we're
gonna be
putting
8 into 6K Rob Lucci.
何枚ぐらいですかね。この7000のルッチを
Do you just counter out of this? How important is that body on the board right now? Can't quite see his hand. He's really leaning
Yeah.
forward in an aggressive posture here. But yeah, let's let Rob Lucci go. Gecko back to life again as the Katakuri hits the board. Wow.
Yeah, Marco
That
has
is-
completely dominated Gecko here.
Yeah, that's 3 Gecko Morias in the bottom of the life there.
And
And the
Just worse
decision
than
is like, all right,
bottom decking.
do we let the Rob Lucci, do we let that go down, or do we use Rebecca to block it? And then if we do, you're probably putting that 8 Dawn onto getting rid of the Jack and would be successful on it there. So deciding to keep the Jack around again, but it's tough here.
Now my question is Marco going to have enough time to get to Josh's life and establish a board at the same time as we're taking down to 3 minutes left in the game?
Mhm.
He said 8.
Looks like there
And
might have
we
been a little game
have,
state thing the judge cleared up, but we're all good there.
3-on-3 だったり出られてますけど、やっぱりこの試
All
合
right.
I think we're just trying to
Welcome
remember
back,
what's left in deck and the order for so Tempest, Khalifa, and Ice Age. So we do get the Tempest kick. With another one in hand, we can get like a double removal or reduction here to get the removal with Jack, which would be really strong.
I mean, this is scary, right? I mean, Joshua's not playing Nami
Yeah.
here. You don't want to run out of cards in your deck.
Yep. And then there is the Gekomori that we put there forever ago. And now I think we will be able to play it and get the reduction that we need to be able to get rid of that Jack or the Katakuri once again.
Seems to be the way. Turning 8 sideways.
サーチで
Yep.
見ていいのかどうなのかというところですね。8コスト月光モリアがまた出ます。これ
And here it comes. And now I'd love to see Marco's hand right now. I'm trying to remember. Does he have any more big stuff in there?
I
Remember?
saw 0 drop in 2Ks. He used the Ace, he used the Yamato. He might
Right.
have an extra bigger body there, but not a whole lot on like game 2 where it was just Yamato for Yamato and Xeno 4.
Yeah, I was really trying to remember last time we saw his hand this game, how much big stuff he had. And I'm with you where I don't think there's a lot left in there. Maybe none.
Yeah, ironically, kind of getting counter-starved here, right? We were able to just
Right.
remove every big body hitting the board, including this Katakuri, and hopefully they have the answer. But having 2, Rebecca's out, having these larger bodies on board too, is going to make it really tough for Marco to, not only survive but even have a chance to get through that, chunk of life that's on Joshua's side of the board.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a race against time, and having blockers, not really much counter in hand, but yeah, 8 life is way too much for Marco to overcome, so it might come down to just having bigger life on Josh's side.
Could be. Swing from
The loose kata.
this. No? Yeah. All right, back over to Marco.
Yeah,
ゆっくりやろうぜと。
Let's see. What do we got?
正直な話、
Nothing big on the right side of the hand. What do we got on the left side of the hand? Not a lot. Not a lot, really.
Yeah.
I think the biggest cost he's got is a Raigo over on the left side there. So no big characters really to play out. Not that I can see.
Yeah, and there might be a Yamato for starting off with that. No, it's going to be Gadatsu. Gadatsu being able to get rid of the guy from Moria. Yeah, big removal here.
Okay.
And then Kuzan as well. We could use that to put a Rebecca back into life, but we're deciding to not to. And yeah, that Gadatsu removal is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're nearing end of time here with a Gadatsu and a Kusan on board. And Joshua facing 8 life in his board.
Here we go again. Back to time. Are we going to be able to finish this one out? It was game 1 where Joshua in time was able to just barely squeak out that win. Marco came storming back with a pretty convincing game 2 victory, but now here in game 3 we are going down to the wire once again. And
it's just
we
been a lot
are
of
in
removal
overtime.
back and forth. Being in overtime is definitely in Joshua's favor right now, having the 8 life to 1 life lead, and being able to remove these bodies. Since, this Jack has been cemented on this board at this point and getting a lot of value.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, having all the focus going Gecko Moria has definitely given a lot more space and wiggle room for Jack to come in and take over the game, which has definitely put in so much work this game.
Yeah, and I think we've resolved Tempest Kick almost 8 times this game, right? Being able to put them back into our deck has been really helpful here, and I think we're going to be able to remove this Gadatsu with this Rebecca play.
Oh,
look at this though. Yeah, 3 Rebeccas on the board, but that Jack has been there so long, he's charging the other characters rent at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely.
He owns that character area. And there's the Rob Lucci, yeah. So I think we are going to see that Gadatsu get removed. Yeah, there it goes. That's big. Yeah, that's real big.
Yeah, and it's just been, both players have been able to establish these 0 power blockers. They've been, menaces to try and get out of attacks. We're just going to go 15. We're going to try to get rid of this. And I think Joshua's going to be able to get this game.
I think it's starting to look that way. I mean, a ton of life. Let's see what the Dawn can do. All right, that's it. That's a concede from Marco, and Joshua's going to take it. There we go. Officially now our 3rd place winner here at the World Championships Bandai Card Fest 24-25 World Tour Final here in Japan. We have our bronze medalist, our 3rd place victor, and what a grind it was to get there, but Joshua makes it happen.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Probably one of the most stressful games of his life, right?
Yeah,
having
for
to
sure.
play, 90 minutes straight of One Piece in such a grind, and every card makes a difference. I think he did a fantastic job.
It was essentially a final at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and we do have another game tonight, right?
Yeah, we have another game still.
I mean, I'm worried that series took so long they had to recast Zoro in the live action show now. He's been on that desk for way too long.
Than we thought.
Zoro goes so lost.
Yeah. Like, where'd he go? He's still casting One Piece. But what a great series, though. I mean, we only get 2 series here. We get the 3rd place, we get the finals, but this one was memorable for sure. And we're waiting to see. Go ahead.
No, we might have a possibility of Lucci sweeping in the world final.
Yeah, we did see it, win that one in 3rd place. We do have our next matchup coming up.
Yeah.
It's going to be Rob Lucci versus Shanks. So Rob Lucci has another chance to win in this one. And but I think that one's going to be a slightly different pace matchup.
Oh,
if I was to,
yeah, for sure. Yeah, with Red, it's not going to take that long, but it's definitely going to be a good match. And a lot of people do take for granted that for a lot of players, it's a given as a dub for a Lucci player. But this game was so close and so down to the wire that it could have been anybody's game.
Yeah.
It was so well played. So well played by both players, especially that game 1 was probably one of the closest games of One Piece I've ever seen.
Yes.
Yeah, it was amazing.
And I think it's also just shows that, Joshua adjusting, right? Marco had a game plan for this matchup, right? This is seemed almost kind of tailor-built to say, this is my game plan to try to beat this matchup specifically. He was able to execute it very well in game 2 and get very close to executing it in games 1 and 3. And so being able to have that, identification of what is one of my matchups and how do I approach it in this World Final stage is immaculate.
Yeah, I really, really loved, more than anything, the little adaptation of Joshua's play in game 3 where, he just didn't put anything out there. If you don't have any characters on the board, they can't put it in life. And that just led us to that situation where Marco he was kind of in the late game, rut, as you were, where you're kind of just playing that one big thing every turn because that's what you kind of have to do. And then that puts Lucci in such a great spot to just have the tools to remove it every turn, keep that board small, and then eventually swing back for the win.
Yeah, and it also backfired to have all these characters put back into life, have several blockers. It was just unclimbable.
Once it happened, yeah.
Due to the amount of time given. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to have like these, being at 10 Dawn and having Gecko Mori in your hand, like the patience to not play that card, right? Like you've been hardwired to say, oh, it is 8 Dawn, it is 8 Dawn plus, it's time to play Gecko Moria, and to identify the correct play is to play our smaller bodies. Don't give them something to interact with. I think again is a really strong play and adaptation from Joshua.
Yeah, that definitely shows
Right.
why he's here.
And turns out Jack is a pretty good card. You want him on the board a lot, and you've got a deck that brings him back a lot. So you're in great shape. Right.
Yeah.
So
and it just has the cost increase and everything too, right? It's really important for that one.
Yeah, makes it
we're
really
waiting to
difficult
hear
here.
if we're going to. Oh, go ahead. There's that latency. Yep. We're waiting to hear if we're going to go right into our finals match or if we're going to take a little bit of a break first. Obviously, on that side of things, they're going to need to take a moment to get the table set up. But we'll see. We'll see if you're with us the whole way or if you get a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, I think we are going to get a little bit of a break. I want the One Piece action, right? But that was I need a little bit to recoup, I think. So
yeah, especially game 1.
Yes, game 1,
Yeah.
yes, and the whole series was fantastic, and I'm really happy that we were able to show you guys what this this game's all about.
Live in the Makuhari Messe in Tokyo, Japan. And then also
And
the
me.
one Cali.
I'm like a force ghost watching over you guys with my blue background here.
Yeah.
Yeah, father is watching.
That's right. Blessings to you casting in Japan, my sons.
Yes. we're trying our best out here. It's honestly a really good crowd here.
Yeah.
I'm really happy with the turnout. I think everyone should be. And also too, like there's a little bit of latency from us, but we can hear the crowd cheering.
Yeah.
People are watching this. People are really getting into this, and it's a great show for this game.
Yeah, we definitely hear the uproar when the Zero Cost come out of life.
Yep. The
Yeah,
disappear.
but
Yep.
it's we have a crowd here watching the game. About over 50 people sitting down watching, plus everybody on their monitors too. I don't know how many thousands are watching on stream too. So we're glad you're all here, despite it being probably 1 a.m. or something.
On the West
We
Coast
got
here in
4
the United
time zones.
States, it's
Yeah.
1:32
West Coast.
a.m.
Yeah,
It's a little bit late, but these are gamer hours, right? I mean, this is like the middle of the day for us in Gamerland, so that's fine, right?
It's my effort.
No problem there. Yeah, but it's just great to
Yes,
see
way to back.
the level of play we're seeing right now. But we're gonna take a bit of a break, and when we come back, the grand finals of Bandai Card Games Fest 24 to 25 World Tour Japan final. Don't miss it. We'll see you in a few. Doey here along with Eggman and Orange Samurai, aka Diego, and we are about to go into the grand finals. That's right. And it is going to be an exciting matchup. We have none other than a Shanks being played by WF from Japan, playing on home turf, that hometown hero, I suppose you could say, versus a Luchi player from China, Aobao. And, are we going to see Luchi win 2 matches in a row? That's the question I've got for the two of you going into this one.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that we might see Luchi sweep it, 3rd place and 1st place. But also, there's always everlasting hope that Red can always come out on top. 10-drop Shanks is pretty strong.
Yeah, and I think it's already, a minor miracle story to get to the finals with Shanks. It's been a strong deck, but not always consistent. And so the fact that they're there in the first place might be that they've figured something out that others haven't. This could be a matchup that they can feel confident in, right? The rush from our Shanks stuff can be very strong against something like Luchi that needs a little bit more setup. And excited to see how it really kind of unfolds.
Right. And I mean, the thing is with Shanks as well, when you get to that 10 cost zone, if you get to go second, you get to start playing your 10 drops earlier, depending how it's built, you can just put down you kind of have an unending stream of giant bodies to place down on the board. So that really taxes the removal from Rob Lucci sometimes in a way that the Enel didn't in our last match that we saw. So, if you can stay fairly stable in the early game, which I feel like a lot of Shanks players at this point have kind of figured out how to do, you might be in pretty good shape. And you don't get to the finals of this without being a fantastic Shanks player. So I'm very, very interested to see how they pilot the deck and kind of what the deck is too, because we've had a number of different Shanks lists be successful over the course of this meta, haven't we?
Yeah. Definitely. We saw when we were in Dallas. Last weekend, a lot of different builds filter through. It's a deck that has, I think, a really good card pool, and because of that, there's a lot of different ways to not only play the deck but to build the deck. So, Diego, what are your thoughts on Shanks and deck building?
So it's got more expression than it did originally back during the Orlando Card Fest time. So now we have some variants. We're going to have the control variant with Newgate, whittling down with the rest in KO. We have also the Zoo variant that recently came up via Quan, who did it in a Treasure Cup, and that gives it all that big opening at the very start of the game to make people focus on those animals, right? Something you don't see very often. And then we swap straight up Shanks, or even just red hair package and search it out with Uta.
I love the Animalist. I just think it's a ton of fun to pilot. I feel like that's such a recent addition. I would imagine if anyone's been playing Shanks all season long up to this point, did they want to make a big adaptation like that so late in the game? We'll see, right? Because the other thing you have to keep in mind is our Shanks player is also a Japanese Shanks player. So they've been potentially playing this kind of ahead of a couple sets that we don't have access to yet in the US. So playing it that way and then coming back to this OP09 meta, have they kind of gained some insight from, how the leader operates farther down the line that they've been able to take back with the previous, meta's card pool to a certain extent too. There's a lot that goes into it when you include the fact that, for now anyway, we just had it announced that, in 2026, we're going to have the global stuff now. But for the present, we still have this kind of set mismatch, and that adds a really interesting element to approaching a tournament like this as we're getting things started here.
Yeah, and that's been the discussion, I think, from pretty much everyone I've been talking to. Like, we do have our players in the Japanese meta who have had the format, technically longer, but the English players are more, recently, used to it, right? You have to go back in time a little bit. There's some great cards from OP10 that Shanks likes to take advantage for, but it's still a really viable deck in OP09, and I'm curious to see how both these players approach it.
Yeah, even then in the 10 and 11 meta, it is still a very big contender to win out tournaments and stuff.
Yep.
So still playing Shanks is very viable. So if WF decided to play it in 10 and 11, that's still pretty good. We're going back to a set where there's not many other threats. Like we have our Luffy's, the green purple, the blue purple. So definitely Shanks is in probably the best spot to take this win here.
Yeah.
And we see the dice roll win, I believe, for our Shanks player.
I thought so, and it looks like, did they want to go first there? Was that... Was that the choice? Because the thing is
they want to go second.
Yeah, second.
I would think they would too, right? But is that what the little indicator is? I can't read Japanese, so I can't tell you for sure. But can you?
I believe they are going to go first. Yeah,
That's the thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
they put the indicator on that side, so that's what I would imagine that means. You know, we're kind of piggybacking off of the Japanese broadcast right now, obviously. So doing the best we can as far as deducing what's going on here too, kind of jumping into it. But that seems to be the case. And I despite the fact that you want to get to that 10 cost stuff, you know, in the red-haired pirates line specifically, and honestly in the animal line too, you have a pretty good odd curve. So I wonder if that's the theory here. I'm very curious about this.
Yeah, WF is here at the World Final, so we gotta put trust in what he's doing, and he knows best, you know.
Yeah,
this is definitely not
WF
the
on
first time
Shanks.
they've seen this this matchup, right? So
Probably
I
not,
think like
yeah.
Ben Beckman is also a really good removal card that you want to play on curve at 7. So that could be a contender for why we decided this.
Yeah, and also
Oh,
we have
certainly could be.
Cannon too.
Oh yeah, establishing a new gate early would be equally strong, I think too.
Right. Those are all good options. We will see as we get things underway in our World Championship Finals here. We have WF from Japan piloting the Shanks leader from OP09. And then on the other side, we've got a little bit older leader in Lucci being piloted by China's own Albao. And who takes
now,
it?
if we're going first, this is a fantastic set of cards, right? We see our entire
Absolutely.
odd curve, right? We see 3s and 5s. Maybe just knowing that this is what we're probably going to see in an opening hand, or at least a good opening hand. And I'd be pretty happy to see this as my first 5.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Yes, 3s and 5s, pretty good. Seeing the Marco ready to knock out maybe Spandan as well. We have our lime juice as well, right? Yeah, so a lot of tools in the belt, and yeah, hopefully we see more 7s and eventually the 10 Shanks.
Now we do see a
Well,
good
what's really- go
even
ahead.
curve from Rob Lucci too, right?
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
Saw the Kekomori in there and everything. I feel like we had that discussion about what Shanks list is it, and so seeing a Marco on the other side there, I mean, I feel like that kind of tells us exactly what it is. It's kind of one of the more classic Shanks lists, right? This looks, from the hand at least, it looks kind of similar to what we saw. Would be the quote unquote OG Shanks list from the beginning of the meta. And hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. If you've got enough reps on it, that deck. Why not go for it? We are underway here at the grand finals, the championship at Bandai Card Fest here this year.
Yeah, definitely with a good pilot. Shanks can go a long way. It's a lot of fundamentals involved with that leader. And yeah, WF is going to be hopefully bringing in the win this time around. So we are avoiding a double Lucci sweep, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, we're gonna see what we want to do. We are deciding if we want to keep any Dawn active. We're gonna go 7, and I think because we added that Rad Beam to our hand, we're gonna do this. So in case we need to get out of a larger attack this turn.
Right. Yeah, and that's a cool little adaptation because we see a lot of Red Hawk, right? We see a lot of Bad Manners, of course, but the Rad Beam is something that I feel like in the North American scene we've seen a little bit less frequently, but it's still a great card, obviously.
I think it's fair.
Yeah, one cost is pretty good.
It's one of the
And, we
best
do have
one-cost counters out there.
The Brook coming down. We would like to try to get the removal from there, but I don't believe Marco's going to be able to do that by itself. So curious to see what we end up doing.
Potentially just play out the Yasop on the 5.
Yeah, it's always nice to have that plus power the turn.
We also
And
do
that
see
is the
the
Yasop.
building stake added to hand, which is not always used, but is great for getting some reduction for some removal later on. We're going to become a 6K leader with the Yasop, and they are going to use a Tsuru to 2K out.
The building snake's always a little bit scary because it's got no counter, but again, if you need the removal, it's one of the better tools that Shanks has access to.
True, and also we do see a 0-cost Bad Manners kick course that can also be fodder for that as well.
Yeah, for sure. Turns those no counters into counters, essentially.
We're going to attack with
Minus-
leader with kind of an empty swing, right? Get the -1 there for Yasop, turning it into a 4-cost.
Spandine? Spandam. I'll get that right someday.
Oh,
Yeah,
and we
it's-
lost
Maybe
all of
next
it.
year.
It's tough. And
Ooh.
結構質の高い3枚が落ちたか。
All right.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
neat.
So we were able to get the removal, but just barely with Kaku and the Brook reduction too. So not the cleanest way, but it was a way to get rid of the Yasop.
And now we're seeing a 6K attacker on Kaku who can get by the leader effect from Shanks.
Mhm. Yeah, I feel like you never expect the Yasop to survive, but it's always just one of those things that just makes you a little bit less likely to take that early life. So it's protection
boost
in
is
a way.
pretty good
It's almost
too.
a blocker. Yeah.
Yeah, and if the Yasop was able to survive, the -1 power or 1K power it can give on the attack is really strong. Could help you get rid of this
yeah.
Brook, put it into marker range. But I think we're deciding if we want to use buildings to get rid of this Kaku in conjunction with the Marco.
Mhm.
Yeah, we seem to be dividing our Dawn over here, waiting for
Okay.
that. Oh,
Why not another Yasop to just make a big swing? 8K coming through for Shanks onto the Brooks. That's going to be a definite removal.
guaranteeing the KO here.
Yeah. I like it. I like this.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think that's fine. I think Brook is definitely the target we want to try to guarantee remove, since it does offer a removal, a reduction, or sometimes both. So we're gonna go back, and we're at 8 Dawn, I believe. So Moria can get its first play here.
Mhm.
But has he dropped enough to validate it as well?
I mean, with
We have
like,
Rebecca,
I think I see
we
a
have
Rebecca in there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rebecca Brook. Yeah, probably enough. You could remove the Yasop with that at least. That and a leader attack, right? So I think you're
Yeah,
in
keeping
pretty good
Shanks
shape.
at no characters is pretty good.
Yeah. Again, as a Shanks player, you kind of expect the Yasop to be removed anyway, and you're like, yeah, it's fine. Again, it's like it's almost like he's a blocker, you know, where you can just say, all right, focus on my characters. I'm just getting closer to my late game. I'm just staying fairly healthy. Goes down to 3 life there, but that's still not a huge problem. There's another swing though, so here's where you gotta kind of make a decision as the Shanks player, I think.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked about it. Shanks does have this ability once per turn. You can give something -1K on your opponent's side on their turn, so we could -1K and 1K out, but the fact that we're swinging these 7th is really tough because it means that every time we attack, you're guaranteeing getting 1 card out of WF's hand.
Yeah.
So as you might have seen, we do have only one character being played at a turn, and that could potentially backfire, as we saw from the prior game in the 3rd place match. Marco was playing one big body at a time, and Lucci was effectively removing them via Jack and Gecko Moria with Hamepa combo and such. So him being at 3 life already and having this Yasop getting removed can potentially spell danger for him.
Yep, and we're going to use the Tempest kick there, so get the draw, reducing it by 4. And then with Rebecca and then assumedly Brook, we do get the removal. We don't, establish a board and not even lose cards in hand either.
Yeah. Doesn't need to use that Moria either. Not bad.
Yeah, I think this
All
is a
right,
really
so-
strong start.
It's interesting from the Shanks perspective here too, because now you have a lot of this like mid-range stuff, right? The Silver's Rayleigh, you've got the Marco, and you want to play some of that stuff out there, and yeah, there's the Marco, a little bit of removal on the Rebecca, but it starts to feel a little bit awkward because you're like, okay, well, very soon I'm going to be spending my whole turn playing one big thing, right? I suppose you have to draw into it, and that's another thing is WF hasn't drawn into any of that stuff yet.
No, it's all entirely just mid-game cards like the Marco, the Yasop.
Yeah.
No Ben Beckman, no Newgate, nothing at all.
Right.
Yeah, and playing out this Marco is going to be pretty nice because we do have a good amount of event cards. We do, which protects us from removal inherently, and if we need to keep this around, we have the option to do so. So I do like establishing it this turn.
Yeah, Marco was
This is
definitely
Jack.
one of the fan favorites back in the day during the Whitebeard era. One Dawn for 7K, or with Soro too.
For sure, yeah.
So yeah. So we could, pressure the removal of this using Jack and Tempest Kick if we want to. Though, they would be able to bring it back rested, so we could pressure into it. And it looks like we're going to start
swing
off with the
6 life.
6K at leader.
Right. Minus on the Marco.
And we're losing Bandai and Sabo.
Yeah.
And I think just deciding, asking what is in that trash right now. It's an open resource to see, and Rob Lucci's so good at playing cards or getting advantage from it. So knowing what's in rotation is really important here.
Wow, going down to 2. Pulled another Silver's Rayleigh too. So that's a little bit scary for me as a Shanks player. Yep. You want to see some bigger stuff. You got a lot of counter, but that's going to get burned through really fast. You need to find those 10 costs.
Yeah, WF.
Or at least,
he's letting go of the Hongo here.
Yeah. The 8 cost Silver's Rayleigh is nice to see. You'd imagine that's going to be in there. And there's the Gecko Moria. So right now, Albao on the Rob Lucci really starting to build a pretty powerful board.
Yeah, we're going to play out the Rebecca, and since the Marco currently costs 4, we can make it, remove it with the Brook. But we're also just able to generate a lot of advantage from this Rebecca and Moria combo.
Uru, I believe, yep. More minus, and there he is. Welcome back, Brook.
Yeah.
So once again, Shanks
thinking
is
about it.
their board.
Ooh. Yeah, now he can discard an event, right, to keep Marco alive.
Yeah, so Radbeam or the Red Hawk can keep it around. Is it worth it, right? That's the decision. These are both really good defensive cards to get out of attacks. And yeah, we're going to say the Red Hawk is not as important. We're going to keep this Marco around.
Yeah, Marco survives another turn, thankfully, but no top end yet, and we see an Anatama being drawn.
Yeah, that's a really rough draw here. Yeah.
Now, luckily, we do have some high cost or power cards that we could use to our advantage with Silvers to get a draw 2 and trash 1, but we're going to remove the Rebecca attack into the Brook and see what they do.
Yeah, might see a Rayleigh in play here.
You could.
6 to Brook.
I think. Yeah, okay, there's the Silver's Rayleigh. Yeah, I think that's, again, just trying to build a board, make them have to have some good removal. You can start cracking back a little bit more.
And we're finally seeing some top end with Silver's Rayleigh Secret Rare from OP08.
Yep. Out time. That's great removal against something like the Rob Lucci because there's so many cards like in that range,
Yeah, -3 to KO, A3 or less is definitely big.
And specifically, like as a counteraction to like Rebecca Moore, is that you can get the the cost reduction or the power reduction to other things, and still get the free KO of the Rebecca, and then pressure the other cards on board.
Exactly, yeah. Which is really nice when you need to get rid of that Gecko Moria and you don't want to like have to drop like an Otama or something like that to make it cheaper because we did see him draw one of those.
But we did also keep the Building Snake in hand. That will let Building Snake and Silvers can get rid of a Moria, which is really strong. But we got to get to that point as well.
Yeah, that might be the play, and we just hope that WF sees more top end, a Shanks, something big, because these Marcos are just not enough to get through it.
Yeah. I mean, well, Albao looking a lot healthier over there, but you're feeling the pressure a little bit if you're the Rob Lucci now, right? Because there's 3 6Ks out there now, and you're really good at removing single things. You don't really have a great ability to consistently remove multiple things that aren't tipped sideways already, at least. But there's the Jack. Okay, that'll do a little bit.
Yeah, and you kind of really have to get rid of the Silvers. You have to be worried about how much protection is available for these Marcos too. So Albao being able to get the removal is, I think, very strong here.
Yeah, definitely.
We have a swing for 6 here, and we're losing Lime Juice potentially.
Yeah, I mean that's what they're there for, more or less.
But yeah, and Albao's using, I think, the right numbers, being able to put these 6s when they haven't used their leader effect yet. Just making like Shanks, I don't think has really used their leader effect this game, right? We've been able to play around it for most of it.
Maybe like once, yeah. Not too often.
Yeah, WF
8
blowing
life
through us
from
with
Gakumoria.
2Ks.
Oh, there's the Shanks. Okay.
Yeah.
But is it
With no
a little
blocker
too late
on
a little
board
bit?
too? That's
Yeah,
Well-
potentially, since he has only 1 life. But, yeah, no blockers.
no blockers makes, I think, a big difference.
It does. It does. I mean, you can play the Shanks, you can minus power everything. You can maybe run the Shanks into like the Moria, right? And then maybe run the Marcos into some other threats. But I get so scared, right, when I'm at just 1 life in this situation.
Yeah.
If we had like 1 more life, I think Shanks would be a little bit more comfortable right here.
Totally.
But 1 life with no counter in hand, that is quite
Ooh.
terrifying.
This is the Shanks life. We're living Shanks
Yeah.
life right now. Yep.
Yeah, I think he has to get rid of Moria here.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And I do probably agree that that the Shanks is the best tool to do that. Rayleigh could remove a couple different things. So you combine like the lime juice and the Rayleigh for that if you want to go that direction.
We can go like Building Snake and Silvers, get rid of
Building
the
Snake,
Moria
right.
inherently.
Yeah.
Give the -2 to maybe either the Jack and Kaku and just try to get some removal, leaving 1 open for Rad Beam. But it's a tight spot for sure.
Yeah, I think the
Definitely,
widest
definitely.
play possible is the best.
All right, let's see what the decision is, and it's Rayleigh, yeah. All right.
Mhm.
I mean, this puts a big body
But
out there
not-
too, which is great.
And we're choosing Moria and Kaku.
Oh, so interesting. So I think that's actually is less guaranteed removal, but has the highest potential to get the removal of more bodies.
Okay. 2 down remaining, so you can have a couple decent swings in onto the Moria, which is now a 5K, right? So, and yeah, there's the Building Snake on the Jack. Yep. Marco into Jack.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Minus
so
3
this is
power.
6
So
and a
what?
5.
Yeah.
Are we
Oh,
gonna
right.
expand
Moria's
2K to
9. I
save
don't know
it?
why I thought 8 for a second.
Yeah.
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 So it's a bit of a gamble that we can get the removal from battle from one of these. If not, the Moria stays at 6K at least. But if we're able to defend this as Albao, we can get there. But no, just letting it go.
Letting go of Jack. Will he let go of Moria or protect it with all he's got?
I don't know how much he's got to use to protect it.
He's holding on to that. Yeah, 1 card.
Mhm.
And
This is
the
the
2K.
Suru for the 2K. So, and Moria does Moria does remain a 6K at least. You know, the Rayleigh effect lasts until the end of the next turn, which is really nice.
Yeah, and now WF has his 1 done up, ready for that Rad Beam.
But another Moria enters their hand, though. That can get some, rebuild your board really quickly. We also have Kaido, which in conjunction with our leader effect can get rid of the Silvers. It's still a really menacing hand.
Yeah, WF in an awkward situation. Can't really safely play the Shanks here. And also, another Moria is about to come out too.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you made this comment earlier, Eggman, where it's like, for Shanks, there's such a huge difference between 2 life and 1 life, as far as like what the safe plays become on your turn. And so when I saw him take that life and go down to 1, I'm like, oh boy, we're in the danger zone now for sure.
And
No
this is
counter in
something
hand, yeah.
We're in the mind game zone, right? We've got 4 cards in hand. We know it's Rad Beam or nothing, but we've got to decide, you know what? Is it worth the 1 card, the 1K or not? But we're going to use the Rad Beam to get out of it and likely, survive another turn, but to what end?
Yeah, Shanks is not that safe to drop in anymore. And we do have a new gate and a Red Hawk here, but we have to find a way to clear out that Moria and maintain the, control of the board.
Yeah, and it's really brutal because if you can get out of this attack, you would 100% in my mind, right? And so saying that you're taking this 6K attack means that it's publicly known that you have no counter in hand.
Seriously.
And that is dangerous knowledge to give your opponent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you cannot do that.
Yeah, all right, deciding to take it.
Ooh.
Keeping the Red Hawk. Could have used the -10. I mean, if
was
you put
gonna
all the
say.
dot on Suru, you win here, right?
In a world.
Yeah, you do, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, averages
but
say you don't want to take that risk, you know? Maybe you do,
unfortunately,
though.
I think we've made a bit of a misplay, potentially, of getting rid of the silvers. It just depends on if we think, yeah, we can get the removal, yeah. Kaido could have gone the guaranteed removal, but yeah, just trying to see the best play now with this Rebecca Moria.
Oh, the pressure's on right now. I mean, this is the grand finals, so both these players are going to be sweating. You're going to see this little stuff happen here and there. Like 2 Tempest kicks back in the deck, if I saw that right.
Yeah.
There's Lucci.
Yeah, and I think we were trying to, if we had Suru in hand, yeah, we could have gone the removal. But yeah, this is maybe the foothold that we need from WF. And, you know, ironically, putting all that down on Suru would have won you the game, I think.
Yeah, it's one of those things you don't know what they have on their side, the hand.
Yeah, you don't know, yeah.
Maybe it's more of a red player mentality. Gotta have it.
I mean, this is just crazy now, right? Where, I mean, this is such a great opportunity for WF. I don't think in a million years he expected to have the Rayleigh coming into this turn. You've got this incredible asset at this 8K. That's huge. What do you do with it, though? Maybe, do you... the Shanks still feels so dangerous to play.
Yeah, for sure. Especially that he's blocked by a Rebecca also standing there.
Yeah, is that a Ben Beckman that he drew into this turn, too?
Yeah, but
so there's
with
some
being
guaranteed
at
removal.
4 life, it's going to be tough. We're
Yeah,
kind of just waiting on them to have kind of some rough numbers. But yeah, we're going to go 10 into likely a Moria, and I think Rebecca's going to take the block there.
Oh, for sure.
Are the okay, yeah, Rebecca
Block.
get the block.
2 attacks left here.
I mean, you can't get rid of the Moria, though. As far as I... Oh, well, never mind. You have the... Is there one more? I'm trying to see his hand. No, yeah, it'd be really hard to remove the Moria, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we could put 4 and hope they have no counter in hand, and then have 2 up for Red Hawk, but it's an expensive ass. No, actually, no, we have 7 Dawn left, so we can't even do that. We have to put 3 on Marco and then keep 4 open.
Yeah, it's already risky seeing that he has no life as well. So I think we might be going to a game 2 pretty soon.
Yeah, it's really difficult to get around that Moria that's not rested, right? You can take that one out, sure, but there's still going to be potentially 2 massive attacks coming in next turn, and you can't do anything about that. Yeah, that should be it. Right? Yep.
Yeah, if you just put everything on the Moria, right? We start with the Rob Lucci just to proc the leader effect. We're going to use this to force another 2K.
Yeah, at this point it's just guaranteed lethal.
Yep. Because you've got that Spandine there, too. You can always throw Dawn on, right? So
yeah.
You don't need to. You can just throw everything on Moria after this.
Yeah, there's only 1K counter on WF's hand with the Ben Beckman, I believe.
Yeah.
Nugget and Shanks not doing much. So unfortunately, that is the risk you play when playing Shanks. So many breaks, a lot of good stuff.
I mean,
but unfortunately,
if you want to go for the severe mental damage, you put it all on Spandine.
That'd be a flex.
Yeah, we could. I mean, we could get the removal of Red Hawk right now. We're just going to use the -1, use the 1K out. So are we going to put everything on Moria?
Oh yeah, you got it. That's a smart decision, right? Yeah. Yep. All right, so we're going to game 2.
Yeah.
We go to game 2 regardless. Yep. Albao with the lead.
1 game closer to Lucci supremacy.
Yeah, and you can see the relief from him, right? You know, there was a bit of a suboptimal turn potentially. He has to, keep it. He's smiling here. He was able to get the win otherwise, but he's got to lock in. The second game could be the difference for this match, and I'm really excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, Bao definitely had a lot of weight lifted off his shoulders when he won this game. Now he has that wiggle room in case that Shanks does pop off.
Yeah.
You know, it's so funny too because you see the Shanks player with just 0 counter in their hand, despite having like 5-6 cards, and that's really kind of what was the catalyst for so many players trying to iterate on this list and find a way to kind of still have that late game strength, but just avoid being in that kind of bricky situation. And so with this list kind of looking like one of the, you know, more OG lists, games like that, they will happen, you know? They never feel good. And obviously, this player right here, you know, WF has played enough of this list to, you know, not have to worry about that much. But, you know, every once in a while, you do get the no counter hand.
Yeah. So it's going to be interesting if they decide to go first again, if they just felt like that's still the best way to approach this matchup, and we just need a slightly better start, or be able to play some larger bodies in the mid game. And decided to go first again.
Yep, for sure. Going first does help out when the 3s and the 5s. And just a matter of seeing big bodies early on to guarantee that play, and just enough counter to stay safe and drop that Shanks.
And if you can maybe just stay a little bit healthier going into that 10 Dawn zone, you know, you can do exactly what you just said, Diego, and just be able to play that Shanks without as much worry, right?
Yeah, and WF, our Shanks player, deciding to keep their opening hand, and Albo deciding to try again, trying to find the perfect hand to potentially win on this game here.
Yeah, maximizing as much as possible by doing every shuffling technique here. I'm excited to see what Shanks has in his hand right now.
Right. I love they've got everybody using the Vegapunk sleeves, right? They're the Egghead Arc sleeves.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
my favorites.
To these card fest.
The card fest sleeves.
Yeah, very nice. I've got a deck of my own sleeved up behind stage with it. They very lovely.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's what I got my Vegapunk list in.
Nice.
It just makes sense, you know?
It does. It does, for sure.
Yeah, it's one of the nicer sleeves for sure. Lovely graphic.
You guys bring me back some swag? You bring me back some swag from Japan, Eggman? We only live like half an hour away from each other.
Yeah. Let me. We'll see how this game ends, and the store's still open after this. But
I'm counting on you. I'm counting on you.
Oh, good.
If not, there's plenty of options here in Japan for sure.
Yeah. That's what these last couple days are going to be for me here for the perfect
speaking of
One Piece player hand.
Speaking of plenty of options, the hand looked pretty good for Shanks player for WF, right? You had the Ben Beckman starting off. That's always nice. Pretty decent hand, too, honestly, for Albao as well. I mean, having the Rebecca in there, Tempest Kick. You've got the Rob Lucci as well. Kaido for a little bit later. Yeah, looking good.
Yeah, I'd say that they're maybe missing like either the 7-cost Jack or Moria, but the fact that on 4 we're able to play the Khalifa to be able to help find that is going to be pretty good. And I think both pretty standard starting hands for both players.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to the draw power and if they get into their top end.
That's what we like to see. Things starting off on an even footing going into game number 2. But I say even footing in this game, but uneven in terms of match score, as again, Albao from China is just one win away from becoming the world champion of One Piece.
Yep, one win away from becoming the Pirate King for sure.
Right. We'll see if WF, the hometown hero here from Japan, has anything to say about it. All right. Battle start. And it's going to be one Dawn pass. Kind of an anticlimactic start of the battle, but that's how
it's what it is.
It is what it is.
All right, 2 Dawn pass right back. Not too surprising either. We're going to have 3. And do we want to play out, anything out early? I think against most decks we could maybe afford to, but against Rob Lucci, where they have Brook and other easy removal, we're likely just to go this 6K into leader.
Yeah. Agreed there. Take a life while you can, and
Seen a
that life was the only life he took last time.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
agreed.
Oh, we lose Yakamoria.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But we're going quick. I do appreciate establishing a 6K body is really good against Shanks because it kind of invalidates the leader effect, right? We were able to use that to get rid of the 5K attack, but yeah, establishing that was really really nice. So we're going to 5K into Rob Lucci, 1K with Spandine out.
Yeah, and we're seeing finally a little more different cards. We see Sanji 2K, which could be also a big attacker in the earlier turns, but I think at this point it's already too far gone.
And I do like establishing this Marco. They're going to have a hard time removing it outright, and it's just strong for this position we find ourselves in.
Yeah, you have to, right? I mean, this is a turn with Shanks. You have to either be playing that Yasop. The Marco is the stickiest thing you can play. You do need to have that event in hand, obviously, if you really want it to stick, but it gives you swings, right?
Yeah, and we're just drawing some really great cards for the next couple turns for our Shanks player.
WF is taking a lot of life, though, unfortunately.
Well, that's the scary part, right? And I mean, one of the ways you can try to mitigate having potentially a bricky hand, not counter or too much low stuff and not enough high-end stuff, is to take a couple life early on and just build that hand size. But yeah, that does come with its own risks here too. So far so good though. Much better looking this game, I think, for WF.
Agreed. And so we're at what, seven down, right, Diego?
7. Yeah, so we might see a base attack with the Shanks leader, and then the Marco, and then play out Ben Beckman.
Yeah, I would love to see that from WF. But
Really makes the most sense.
deciding, yeah.
Just a 5K swing, start things off, and yeah, I mean, in this case, you are kind of telegraphing the Ben Beckman a little bit, but then again, you're telegraphing it just by playing Shanks too. So
yeah,
right. It's the
I'll allow
Blatant curve.
yeah. Yep. It's a good one. It's a good one, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can drag in something you can maybe see later.
Yeah, Dragon is a pretty good card. It can add up to your leader or your characters to give it 2 more Dawn, and that's going to make your leader huge.
Yep.
Yeah, just a 7K attack, then followed by a 9K attack is a little bit tough. But we're actually going to take this 5K, going down to 3.
Wow.
And yeah, maybe trying to pretend like we don't have a lot of counter in hand right now. But no, we're going to 2K out immediately right afterwards, though.
Yeah, we're
There's
starting.
Beckman. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Looking at
You want to
the
get
what is that? Kaku altar?
Kaku there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kaku Altar from OP3. 3. 2, yeah. But
You
letting
don't need
go,
to name the
2,
set.
yeah.
That's going too far. That's going too far, Diego.
Right. No, letting go the Kaku, it's better because Lucci can always come back in some sort of way.
Yeah, and
Right,
we
right.
do see Lucci already in the trash, right? So it's but yeah, I would say of the two, it's the better one to be in the trash right now.
Same attack value.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a big turn though for Albao. You're at this position where if you don't remove, at least one of these, you're facing exactly what you said last time, Eggman, where you've got a 5K, 6K, 7K swing, and then if there is a dragon in the hand, you've got that to worry about. So this is really a premium removal turn, we'll say, for Albao.
Yeah, and like maybe we could get rid of the Beckman, but the fact that Marco's going to be really hard to remove is troublesome. Playing a silver next turn from WF would be, I think, devastating. And the fact that we don't have a Moria or Jack to play right now is, the same thing. It's where we were missing from our opening hand, and we're still missing it a couple turns later.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of key parts of the hand, but not the main one, the Gecko.
I know this sounds a little bit crazy, but is there a world where you just play the Sabo?
I don't think that's too outrageous. It would protect from like a silver's removal. The cost or the power reduction would still take effect, but
right.
I think there's a lot of potential for it.
Oh,
I'd be kind of tempted. Ooh, that's another Moria hitting the trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like how that Sabo kind of counteracts a potential Silver's Rayleigh turn. You know, you've got, if they play Dragon, then you're not quite as thrilled, but Rayleigh is maybe the one you're really worried about.
Yeah, and I think like cost reduction is like a better way for removal outright. But even if they play Sabo right, you can still play Silver and then attack into the 4-drop Rob Lucci, which will reduce to a 4K or 3K. But taking the life on another 6K attack, going down to 2 now.
Ooh, yeah,
it's getting dangerous here.
Wow. Has he played the whole tournament this way? This is like such a bold way to play Shanks.
Doing an 8.
Oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me. Takes another one, draws into a 2K.
Oh boy. And there's Sabo.
Was that another Sabo? Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, this is that one.
Yeah. So is this just a situation where... Okay, yeah. All right, back over to WF. So is this a situation where WF is saying, all right, I know he's probably going to remove one of my characters with just straight up minus cost removal. The other things that he wants to swing into, I want to have enough counter to keep alive. I wonder if that's part of the thought process.
We have a pretty wide hand, and we have a decision coming up where Ben Beckman does not KO a card, it puts it into the trash. So even though Sabo's protection is going on right now, we could get some removal. I think Silver still might be a little bit better for trying to clear both bodies, but it's now a decision point for sure.
Yeah, both are pretty good cards. Being able to attack into Lucci for cheap is probably a good play, but Ben Beckman.
Yeah, and we could also like play Beckman and have 2 Dawn open for a Red Hawk, which could be important to be defensive when we're down to 1 life, perhaps. So
maybe a little bit, yeah.
I think there's, yeah.
I don't mind the Beckman because you're probably still going to have a solid swing into Rob Lucci anyway with your existing Beckman. You want to pressure life at some point, but I really love what you said about keeping some Dawn open for Red Hawk. I mean, he's down to 1 health again. He's definitely in the Shanks danger zone. At least he doesn't have an oops no counter hand, but you're still gonna have a hard time playing some of those 10 costs now.
Now, we're almost a world apart, right, Doa? But even besides that, I can feel your tense that he's down to 1 life. I can feel you being tense about it because it is so close to being out of the tournament. And this could be the last game for you. I could feel it all the way over here.
Yeah, all right, so he goes for the Rayleigh play. Yep. And so this is probably the better way to get removal on both cards, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're guaranteeing a cheap attack into the Lucci via the leader and Marco.
You still threaten the Sabo too if they block. That's got to get countered out of. It does indeed. There's the attack. And the life.
Yeah, we went. Oh, we're going into leader. Okay, wow. So we're calling them out saying, by giving these reductions, you're not going to be able to pressure me enough for me to lose this next turn. They're going to be 3K, 4K, and 5K bodies respectively, and this is quite the call out.
I mean, this is WF saying, all right, my out in this game is just straight up winning, right? It's straight up just taking out the life. I've got a giant hand. It's basically just saying, hey, you know what? I've got a ton of counter in my hand, so come at me, you know?
Ton of counter. Yeah, he has way more than last time.
But having to counter out of the 7K attack instead of the 5K attack that we started with is a lot more expensive. So we are going to pass back again. Rob Lucci, characters 3K, Sabo's a 4K, and going to, I believe, 10 Dawn for Elbow.
Yep.
This is wild, right? I mean, this is the World Championship on the line, and WF just basically throwing down the gauntlet and saying, "Do you got it?"
Yeah, and that's the motto of Red. We're doing the Hail Mary every single time, backs against the wall, and going for it.
All right, we used Tempest Kick, and we were able to find another one. This could mean that we could get a great removal off of either the Kaido or there might be a potential for an 8-drop Mori getting a double removal here too.
Right. That would be huge. That would be backbreaking almost.
And the thing is that 9-drop Kaido doesn't really do not much for the hand destruction when you have so many cards in the hand already.
So you think you just get Moria into it?
Yeah, perhaps Gecko Moria, yeah. Because you do get a wider board, you get to establish a Rebecca too, but it's very stressful.
Yeah. I think if you Gecko Moria here, you set up the blocker, you move some stuff, WF's going to feel very bad about those two characters that he let live last turn.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, the call-out is that we didn't see the Moria being played last turn, right? Which would have been probably the better card to play. So hoping that they still don't have one available right now was the call-out, even though at the end of the turn we were able to draw into our first Moria off the Sabo auto.
Yeah, so contemplating over here, potentially playing the Moria, we are attaching 1 to leader to guarantee the hit. Oh, Kobe.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, Beckman used to counter out there.
Yeah, and there is the Moria. Yeah. We will be able to likely remove the silver. But that's really it. That's going to be what the turn is. And
all right.
But this is a pretty menacing board on the other side that WF has to face.
Yeah. 3 swings potentially.
You just don't have the removal in Shanks for dealing with this kind of board. You have to swing into things, but if they're not rested, good luck. You know, I mean, it's.
Yeah.
This is a really scary position for WF to be in right now. When you're down a game in the World Championship for One Piece Grand Finals, can he possibly find a way to summon victory and get us to a Game 3 here?
And the last draws.
Oh my goodness! Did we just draw a Marco to try to get rid of this Rebecca? That could be huge.
Yeah, he certainly did.
Yeah.
Certainly did.
And this is the point where you got to be a world champion to do this math, right? There's a lot of different ways to interact with this board if you want to try to go for it, if you think you can buy another turn to go for it next turn. We know there's not a lot of cards left in a Rob Lucci hand right now, and they don't tend to have a lot of counters, so
yeah,
there's a lot of different paths right here.
A lot of lines, but 1 through line.
Yes.
He has to see all realities and find the only one that provides a path to victory. Once again,
Shanks the protagonist. Yeah.
Worked for Joshua in our last match. Will it work for WF here? Will he be able to bring the win to Japan in Japan?
Yeah, definitely wants to force this Game 3. Wants to get another shot at going 2-1 at this match, and yeah, we have a whole toolbox of cards available to us, and yeah, I understand why we are deciding what is the best path for us moving forward.
Well, it's almost like you wish you had a smaller hand at this point, right? I mean, you've got almost too many things to think about. The permutations are endless, right? You do have to have the most giant brain right now, and he's going to go with the Silver's Rayleigh. Decides to go for the minus power to try to survive that next turn, removes the Rebecca. You've got the attack potentially onto the Lucci to clear one more body, or do you just keep swinging at life? You just keep trying to do the red thing and put pressure on.
Given the 1 brook.
Yep.
Do we have we have Red Hawk in hand, right? So we kind of need to have 2 Dawn available for us. Yeah,
you kind of do.
Deciding not to.
Yeah.
Another swing. Looks like at life again from Ben Beckman, leaving 2 Dawn open. It's going to be okay.
Block, yeah.
Yep. All right. Another blocker. At least that's 6K off the board.
And we have our 2 Dawn up and our life ready to take whatever comes his way.
Yeah. Now it's kind of a numbers game back for Albo. We do have essentially, 3 6Ks and a 5K and 10 Dawn to go with it. 2 Dawn open for WF, 1 card left in life, and I think, 8 cards left in hand?
A lot of 2K counters.
Yeah. And honestly, with Albo's hand being these 3 cards, there's not a lot of options, I think. I think we have to try to do our best to try to win this turn.
Yeah, backs against the wall right now for Gekomori. Sorry, for Lucci.
Seems that way, but your opponent has so many cards in hand that you got to cross the fingers a little bit here. Hmm. Now, it's unfortunate that Red Hawk can't remove anything. Nothing is 4K
Yeah.
power or lower. Yeah.
Just big defense.
Yep. Just counting on the just the power to give his own leader.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Sanji,
Yep,
2K blocker,
yeah, 2K.
2K counter rather.
Also, we're not a yellow deck, but there are some pretty fearsome triggers that can be in life for our Shanks play. We're going to do another 2K to get out of that one.
Yeah, we saw plenty of those back in Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Red Hawk out of life, giving something minus 10K power for the turn is definitely an option to stay alive. Definitely a possibility.
Yeah, it's effectively a beige.
Yeah. Very true.
And we still have all of our Dawn available to us. We might be trying to pivot to saying, all right, we weren't able to do any damage with these attacks.
Mm-hmm.
We can go, 10 and 11 if we want to try to win this one. We're going to go big 6.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would imagine, I guess the Kaido's probably coming down then?
Seemed the scoop for Kaido. Oh.
We could also, it might be better to, we could put everything on leader and likely guarantee the Beckmancer, gets out of here.
Go to 0. Or send him to 0
if we want.
theoretically.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Do the Hail Mary, draw a card off Tempest coup. Yeah.
Hey, we're going for it. All right. I love it.
Yeah.
What do we got?
Okay.
I couldn't quite see what it is.
Hina.
Is that
Yeah, I think it's,
is that
The Hina.
or
Yeah.
who's who? Hina?
No, I
Oh,
think
Hina.
it's a
Yeah,
3
you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you
we're
got
gonna
it. Yep.
use the Kaido. But this makes the math, I think, pretty easy. I think there's one card left in Albo's hand, right? We should be able to go some great numbers from WF and potentially get this game right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're seeing game 3.
Seems that way. Yeah, not a lot that Albao can do about this with no blockers.
just
I mean, you
confirming
never know what's going to
what
come out
card
of
in
life.
hand.
Yep. There it is. Okay. And then the 9. Yep.
Yep.
And then everything else on the leader. Wow, and we are going to game number 3. Crazy. WF from Japan manages to clutch it out and send us to a final game here at the World Championship Finals.
Yeah, we're going to get 6 full games. Excitement.
And I think
I
it
love
was a great identification from WF. Right? We were concerned about the Silvers Rayleigh play, but clearly made the difference for this matchup. Was not the easy route for it, and I'm curious to see how the third game goes.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm
I
curious
am
to see
learning
the
so
mulligans.
much watching him play right now. Like,
Oh yeah.
taking the life early, getting that big hand, the threat of the big hand, the mitigation of the amount of no counter in the deck, knowing when to go to life, like that. I love seeing this because it really does look like one of those quote unquote older lists we saw in North America, right? Before people start changing things and be like, oh, let's go full red hair with Uda, let's go animal. This is like the OG Shanks list, right? And WF is showing that he just has this mastery over the list that can deliver himself wins out of games that look like they'd be lost by basically anybody else. I'm so impressed.
Yeah, and you can just tell by the body language here, both of them are taking this really seriously, right? This is probably the biggest game of their life now, and they gotta take it seriously.
But it seems so. WF has picked going first every single time. So granting him second, would it really affect him all that much?
Yeah, it looked like
Doesn't need to worry about it.
Gets the decision, and yeah, he's saying, you know what, I like going second. It worked the first game, and let's try to make another game like that one.
Can't disagree. I mean, I think as Lucci, you do want to get to that Moria turn as fast as possible. You can play odd curve, sure, but it makes a lot more sense to be even here. And, so in that sense, both players kind of getting what they want as far as a turn order goes. And we will find out in approximately 30 minutes or less who our world champion is for the 24-25 season. There can only be one.
Yeah, but only be one. And talking about the opposite of the seeing what we want, both players deciding that opening hand's not great enough, going for a mulligan, and this is their last hand they're getting today for this format, for this season, world season. A lot on the line.
Yep. I love it. Maximum excitement. I mean, with the same card sleeves, you got to be careful not to like give each other's decks, but they're professionals. They're not going to do that.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're here for a reason.
All right. Well, I think we with the games we've seen before, we kind of know what both players are wanting to see, right? There's a lot of great 5-costed cards that WF is playing. So hopefully seeing either, again, Yasop, Marco would help out. Marco being able to be on board the entire game last game, I think helped him get enough damage to go for game there too. And we'll see what their opening hands are looking like.
Yeah, those pokes definitely mattered.
Man, I feel like if you're WF, maybe you almost just hard mulligan for a Ben Beckman and doesn't find it here, but does find a good amount of events here. You've got the Yasop, you've got the Rayleigh, so you've got some, decent mid-game stuff, but I don't know. How do you feel about this hand?
It's going to be a little bit tough to adapt to. Having Yasop, I think, is great for something, though. And kind of equally, right, we have like some good like tech cards, and Sabo around curve would be good, but not seeing like the Rablucci, not seeing any of your high end, you kind of have to make sure you try to see that by your curve, or you're going to be behind.
Yeah, no big hitters inside, but I'm curious to see if WF is going to be taking life as easily as he did the past few games, because it does get a little concerning to be that low on life that late game.
Absolutely. We definitely saw that in the last couple games. We are about to get underway in what will be the final game of OP09 competitive play. This is the last game of the World Championship Finals of the 2024-2025 season. It has been quite the era. We have seen a ton of diversity in deck lists. Sure, we saw a lot of Dofi, but at the end of the day, it is potentially one of the 4 Emperors standing strong, or will it be Rablucci, ever the villain, putting a finger pistol to the hopes of Japan to take home a championship here? We'll see. We get things going.
All right, and not doing much for one Don. We could play the Building Snake, but again, the removal is so prevalent in the Rablucci. You don't want to risk just losing the card there.
Yeah, it's definitely you play it the moment you need to use it, pretty much.
Indeed. All right. And
deciding
kind of speeding through the first couple turns. And, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just going the 6. We're always taking that first damage in all 3 games. I think pretty understood. And hopefully trying to keep at 4 as long as possible. Going another 6, forcing either a card out of hand or taking the damage for WF as well.
Back over to WF, going to 5 Don here. You'd imagine we're probably going to see the Yasop, given what the hand is at the moment. Yep. Is that a Ben Beckman on the far right there? I'm trying to.
Yep,
it sure is.
Yes, it is.
That is a huge card to get at this point in the game.
And here we grant plus 1k to our leader.
Oh yeah.
So with that Brook, there is potential for removal of this Yasop. If they have something like an Ice Age, we get a clean removal. Even like a Helmepa would be not too terrible. I think we also have a Khalifa there. So Khalifa with some one additional removal would be able to help us there. But at the same time, is Yasop worth our cost reduction to get rid of it?
He does have 2 Ice Age on deck, so maybe.
Yasop is a 6K too, so he does present a pretty valid threat. I think a lot of players will just want to remove him. I'm, on the WF side of things, you like being a 6K leader because maybe you can avoid taking another life and damage this turn, but Marco is obviously the ideal, or generally I would say the ideal 5 Don play, but again, I feel like you think of Yasop as like a block, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, regretfully, we did lose one Gekamoria via the leader effect, and we're playing out Hina via Rebecca.
Yeah, I was going to say that
Yeah.
Hina was a huge hit for us because then it lets us establish a body and remove Yasop with the Brook effect. So pretty fortunate to be able to find it there and being able to set up a blocker, set up a lot of attackers, and pass it right back to WF.
Indeed. All right, back over to WF now. Is there really a great Ben Beckman target even here? I guess maybe the
can
Brook,
pressure the Brook.
but
Yeah. Doesn't feel great.
You attack first and see what they do, I guess. I mean, Hina, has a lot of power. Yeah, counters out of that attack from leader. Yeah, and you just got to get rid of it.
And we slam.
Yep. Feels a bit awkward, but you got to get rid of it.
And this is kind of the momentum that Rob Lucci likes to say, is that we have cards on board to get advantage from you. We make it difficult for your cards to stay on board. And if we have another removal for this Beckman, the tempo is going to definitely ship to the Lucci side.
Definitely.
今アーバウ選手の手札が止まったか
All right, so we are at 8 Dawn right now. Gekamori is always a play when we see that, but attaching the Dawn to Hina might mean a Jack could be coming out, right? Going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, we're going to be going for a 6 with the Lucci potential.
Can you guys hear me?
まあだからその動きがこのターンに5サボで蓋をするのがどうなのかっていうところもあるんでしょう
Well,
かね。
I am going to talk as if people can hear me, and we'll see what's up. Let's take stock of the situation as we are now back here. Sorry, everyone, for the tech issues. Whenever you're working with this kind of thing, it can happen. It can happen. Looks like we're down to 2 health on the Shank side of things. Can everyone hear me? You guys out there? Diego, Eggman. I'll just keep going here. Yeah, 2 health now for WF. Looking at like a turn for him. All right, hopefully we'll get the other 2 back here soon. Meanwhile, pretty happy 4 health over on the about side of things. Ooh, Sabo thrown down. A little bit of hand filtering and a lot of defense. Only a Ben Beckman on the side of WF. That is a scary board to have to face. That is a bit of a lockdown coming from the Aobao side of things. Swing from the leader. Will WF go down to 1 health again? He's got a giant hand. Oki's just going to minus. Yep, there's a swing from the Hina. I feel like you got to counter out of this. I feel like you can't go down to 1 life. I mean, he's clearly a much better Shanks player than I am, but again, that 1 health zone is so scary. 2K, yeah, so decides not to take that life. I think maybe the last 2 games definitely having him sweat a little bit about that, and another Rebecca comes down. And that Ben Beckman is not long for the world, yeah. Easily KO'd there, and so now an empty board versus a triple blocker board with good attacking from the Rob Lucci. This really almost looks like things are near locked up for Aobao here. How in the world do you come back as a Shanks in this particular situation? No Silver's Rayleigh in the hand that I can see over there. A lot of minus power, but not a lot of power to go with it. And he's just going to play the Silver's Rayleigh from hand. I mean, at least it's a blocker. At least it's something to throw in the way of your opponent. And, you do get the secondary effect. Hey, you're back. All right, great. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
We're glad to be here.
And yeah, it's a bit of a different game we've jumped into, right?
Very
it's
different.
kind of all the big cards have been removed here. So we have all these defensive cards here, but we would love to find something with a little bit more like value here.
Yeah.
Right. Triple blocker, though. 4 health. You got the big Hina swing. I mean, Sabo technically is a 6K swing, I suppose, but...
Yeah, it's pretty tough right now for Shanks, seeing no big bodies, nothing to stick in.
And I think Albo, yeah, our hand is equally as non-committal, but I love this play. This is a really heads-up play for this matchup. We're going to put Dawn early on our cards to get extra power, so we don't get the free removal of a leader effect plus Red Hawk.
Yeah, that's so smart.
Very smart now that it's a game 3 and you fully know that he's have it.
With 4 Dawn open, could be up to 2 Red Hawks even. So yeah, just trying to make sure that everything's above 4K. And are we safe here? How's Albao to attack in?
Not seeing top end on WF side has been very unfortunate. You did see, our Ben Beckman, but Newgate, Shanks, potentially Gold Roger. So we're gonna see how he's gonna maneuver his way out of this with the phone book of counter that he has.
Yeah, and I think maybe the decision here is, do we put all this Dawn on Rebecca? It's worth it.
I love this.
This is such a fun play.
This is the world champ play right here, man. I mean, this is how you become the champion. And I feel for WF, right? We saw the oops no counter game in game number 1. We're seeing the all counter game in game number 3. Like, we're living the Shanks life here, but it got him to the finals.
Yeah, and WF can't believe it. He's like, there's 6 Dawn underneath that Rebecca, right? Just to confirm. And that is such a heads up play.
All right, takes a life. What does he draw into? Looks like more counter from what I saw.
Yeah,
a Hongo, I think it was. Yeah, another 2K.
Yeah, and we do have the Tempest Kick. This is going to be able to help us get rid of the blocker.
Yep.
This is huge.
Oh, that hurts so bad. Yeah, there goes the blocker. Is he just gonna? You're gonna go for it? Nah, you can't go for it. But you've really set yourself up to play a strong end of the game here.
It is a very tough spot right now for WF. Having the blockers and a decent form of removal via Brook, kind of hard for WF to come back for this.
Yeah, and we did end up drawing a Moria off that Tempest Kick for next turn. So finally, something to sink our Dawn into. But I think we're going to see 3 6Ks from maybe some unusual attackers in the next little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, you can put Dawn on anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the ability to only have 1 attack at a time right now for Shanks, and he does counter out with the Hongo.
Yep.
Counter.
Got the counter, you might as well use it.
Yeah.
And it's so tough too because you've got that Red Rock, but nothing to remove with it. That really does hurt. All right, back to the turn for WF. What in the world? How in the world do you get out of this? What are you gonna draw into? This is a big one. Biggest draw potentially of his one-piece career, and that's a Marco.
Oh, Marco.
Okay.
Not too
I mean,
bad.
you can remove something. Yeah, I mean, it's something. You can remove something with this Marco at least.
Yeah, being able to get rid of this, obviously if Rebecca was still active, it'd be a little bit more impactful for the removal here, but you'd still appreciate the opportunity. You could maybe get a larger removal if you want to use like a reduction from like a Building Snake or a Otama from hand, but I think those just kind of have to stay there.
Yeah, we're securing Brooks' removal.
Okay, and there's a Building Snake too, so this Marco could get extra value too, really. Yep, there's a Building Snake. Minus on the Sabo. Yep.
Okay.
And I really like this because I would doubt, but not, I would doubt they'd put 6 Dawn on Rebecca again, so we want to be able to remove that off Red Hawk this next turn. And you have to pass it back once again.
All right.
Pretty strong comeback.
It was a bigger comeback than I think we would have expected. But again, WF knows how to make it happen. That Marco draw helped a lot. Does Albao have the potential here to end the game? 3 Dawn open on WF side and a huge hand. So it seems unlikely, but we'll see.
Yeah. Plenty of counter. Still to be
Very
had.
unlikely. Oh yeah.
Get the reduction there on Marco, and then maybe deciding, this is the only event we have in hand. Is it better to get rid of the Rebecca or make sure that the Marco can stay around to maybe attack next turn by discarding the Red Hawk?
It's a good question. I feel like you really want that character on board. You're just not going to win without characters on board, you know? And I think you have to play to what's going to get you the win, not play not to lose,
There it
you know?
goes.
Yeah,
That
but
makes
we
sense?
do have a rad beam that I missed there, so that is
Oh,
a way
okay.
to keep this Marco around. It's a
A
heavy
Meppo?
cost to do so, but
Yep. Speaking of heavy costs, I think it might get even heavier if there's another bit of removal coming in here.
yeah. And this is going to be, again, just a super wide board from Moria here. Being able to play the Rebecca into the Spandine, into the Lucci. And are we going to discard a card to keep this around?
I think you do it. You have to do it.
Yeah, I think you have to, yeah.
The effect.
I'm 100% on board with that. Again, like WF is playing to win. He's not playing to not lose, if that makes sense, you know?
I feel it, and
oh no,
we just get another 2K into our
no,
hands.
another lime juice. 4 2Ks. I feel like the look on his face, you know, says a lot, right?
Yeah.
At this point,
Yeah.
finding Shanks is the one piece.
I know, right? Or a Silver's Rayleigh, or like my kingdom for a Monkey D Dragon, like anything, right?
yeah.
But
Dragon will be
you know,
huge.
sometimes if you play Shanks, sometimes you enter the Shank zone, and I feel like, unfortunately for WF, he is solidly in the Shank zone right now, which is either all no counter or all 2K counter.
Yeah.
7K into the Hina. All right. Yeah, I think Albao's fine letting some of the stuff go. Rebecca blocked.
Yeah.
Prevent the Lucy from getting taken out. Yeah.
And passing with 6
Fantastic.
open.
I mean, it's a bit it's half bluff, half I don't have anything to play anyway.
Yeah.
Does about go for it now, seeing that he has Moria established at 6K Lucci, and the reservoir
Yeah.
is done for his leader.
Like I want to say about WF, like he's doing everything he can, right? Because
Yeah.
a lot of players would be like, well, I'm just going to put all my Dawn on stuff because I can't play anything anyway. Well, that's communicating something too. So by leaving all this Dawn open, he's really kind of putting that bluff out there, saying, you know, maybe I have more events, maybe I don't. You have to try at least, you know. There's the health, and if this is a Shanks, no.
Oh, okay, interesting though.
That is an event. Yeah, it takes it to hand. Is that a rad beam?
Yeah,
Nope.
just
That's
conceding,
that. Just
taking the
concedes it.
damage.
Yep. Wow, and that
Albo's
is it.
our winner.
Albao from China manages to take the victory 2-1. He is your One Piece world champion for the 2024-2025 season. What a look of relief. What a long road traveled, and what a feeling it has to be the victor at the end of the day.
Yeah, what an accomplishment, what a game, and happy we were able to provide that to you all.
Absolutely. Like, wow, what a series. I mean, we really got a great couple of series here. All six games.
All 6 games. Happy that showing both players are here for. All 4 players are here for a reason, right? Showing that they know what their deck does, they know what their opponent deck does, how the game works, and to really try to push as much advantage, as much value as they can to try to get that W.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And like I said, we ended up getting a Lucci sweep. So it's still the best gameplay we could see in the world, Sage, but still, really fun gameplay.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely. And I mean, the thing is, the second year in a row now that we had a leader with a lot of black removal in it. We've got the Rebecca Hinalucci once again in the decks.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
A very strong combo. I think
I would say so.
These games showcase the strength of that, and
sure.
there are ways to overcome it for sure. But a very strong combo of cards.
Yeah, it feels like it was a dark horse or an afterthought to have Lucci here all the way in the finals in 3rd place. But,
Yeah, I agree.
It made its way here, and it took out the competition of BY and Dofi. No Teach were present also, so Lucci took it, and I think we have some really good 6 games here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're going to, as we break it down a little bit, I'll say too, don't go anywhere because we're going to get into the big announcements section after this. So
Yes.
all the One
Yeah.
Piece news is coming that you're going to definitely want to stick around for. But we still have a few minutes to bask in the afterglow of the wonderful championship that we just saw. I wonder if we're going to get a winner interview. I don't know. I would love to hear a winner interview, but for now, I mean, I have to say this is some of the most exciting One Piece I have ever seen. From that game one between our semifinalists Joshua and Marco on the Enel and the Lucy going down literally to the last minute in overtime to that game two where we just saw where WF managed to pull it out, force that game three. What a great series! What a great couple of series we had. I know I keep saying it, but man, it was awesome.
No, definitely. My favorite was definitely the game one, trigger after trigger, and seeing the zero cost effect event.
Right?
Yeah, very exciting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I can't imagine the relief, right? This has been entire trip, right? And in our own way, right? We were able to do that trip in that going through customs, going through a different country, right? You might not speak the language, right? Being able to say, hey, I still play this card game. I'm now the best in the world at it, and, verified. And I just can't imagine the feeling.
Now they have bragging rights for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long season, I think, but it's going to be a good one. Again, we have some stuff to talk about, I think, this next season, which is going to be really exciting. And
I mean, we already got some really exciting announcements at One Piece Day, right? That they're bringing global releases to the game. That's huge, right? That'll be happening, early next year or so, or whatever they said. What they said, 20. I can't exactly remember what they said, but they said next year. So that's exciting too. They've said that we're going to get some of the starters a little bit earlier, I believe. So that's going to be interesting. But but there's going to be more, right? There's going to be more we're going to hear soon. So I'm extra curious.
For sure.
What can you add on top of that, right?
Yeah, for sure. Last year we did get quite a few more reveals at the end of the event. Very exciting stuff. And then, I think most likely what all players are waiting for is the announcement of the limited restricted list that was announced back at the Japanese national event.
I don't know what I can say specifically without saying it's worth it. You're gonna have to trust me though. I can't give. It's so.
Oh, we're not gonna pretend like we don't know already, or what? It's
I didn't get the memo. What?
I've been.
Okay. Well, never mind.
I've been
be surprised then.
Yes.
With
some, not everything.
Just keep it inside for just a little bit longer. You've made it this far, Eggman. I believe in you. I believe in you.
I know. It's been a grueling 6 games, right? I don't know if you guys even noticed. Yeah, sure, the Shanks games were faster, but they went to 20 plus minutes per each one of those games. That was over an hour of One Piece, and it felt like 20 minutes to me. It was intense.
So look at that Borsellino cosplay. Check it out. That's sick.
That's my friend right there. We bonded over last year.
Yeah.
Oh,
front row.
Nice. All right. Speaking of last year, we saw the Sakazuki mirror, and then minutes after the finals, Sakazuki was banned. So, you never know what you're gonna see.
I'm hoping
Makinyu's got to get the gloves back on.
Yeah.
You don't wanna risk getting any fingerprints, any smudges on the cards of the plaques, of course.
Oh yeah.
Does it have value that it was smudged by Makenyu though?
I would say that would probably add value to me personally if verified.
Handed to you by Makenyu. Yeah. Who would we have Gavin play in live action One Piece? He's got the in now.
That's kind of tough. He's kind of got maybe some hair for Helmeppo, right? That could maybe be.
They already have a Helmeppo. Have you watched it?
We might need a recast.
A recast. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
A recast.
As a character in general.
No offense to the actor.
No.
All right. Here's my theory, right? We put him through some strength training, and he's our Rob Lucci.
Okay. All right. I can see that.
All right.
Yeah.
Like I said, bulk up a little bit. Yep. Hair dye. Maybe a wig.
Just a little.
A goatee. chin thing?
I think that could happen for sure. I wonder if he'd be free for it though, right? Because this next year is going to be super busy for I think the One Piece card.
Oh yeah,
I think
we're not worried about that. We're not worried about that. We're not talking logistics here. We're fan casting. We're fan casting, all right? This is popular
so
on the
much
internet.
action.
Yeah. It looks like it's time to bring out our top 3, I believe it is, or at least our champion. Yeah, there he is, Joshua's Boosters. Joshua from the Netherlands managing to take 3rd place on Rob Lucci. Splendidly played against Marcos Anel. And there it is, the bronze card.
Beautiful card.
And it really looks beautiful. I mean, gold and silver looks cool, but the bronze has just sort of this flashiness. It's hardcore. It's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need gloves to touch that. That's yours.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's gonna have a great time with his party back in the hotel, celebrating this 3rd place and this really beautiful card.
Yeah.
What do you call it? A plaque? Oh.
He feels amazing. Yes,
Yeah.
he feels amazing. And let's see what else he says.
Yeah, let's listen.
I was not nervous at the start. Just later, I was super nervous. But now I feel good again, so...
There you go. Nervous, but feels good after winning. Makes sense to me. That checks out.
Yeah, if I had 8 life against Anel, I'd start feeling pretty nervous all of a sudden.
I know, right? Yeah. Like, oh no, what am I going to do with all this?
I think I play Lucci very good. I hope the people watching agree. And I felt best with Lucci, not with the other decks. So I was like, yeah, I have to bring my cat, and then we go.
All right, bring the cat and we go. That's I want that on a t-shirt. Works for him. Feeling comfortable and definitely showing it. I think he's pretty good at Rob Lucci too.
Yeah, bragging rights to potentially say 2nd best Rob Lucci in the world. You know what? I would take that, right? 3rd in the world, 2nd best Rob Lucci.
Best in the West.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
I want to compare their deck list too. I want to track those down. I'm very curious to see how similar different they were.
My friends,
I could be wrong. I think they have been posted on the official Bandai socials, so I'd have to double check that. But if they're not right now, they're pretty soon, so you can definitely compare and contrast them.
Definitely on the pipeline.
Man, I've already seen him. I'm just pretending.
This guy.
では最後に会場にいらっしゃるお友達でも大丈夫ですし、世界で配信を見ている方がいらっしゃいますので、思いを一番伝えたい
You gotta
方に
really
一番伝えたいメッ
respect,
セ
you
ージを
know,
お願いします。
even all the finalists, right? They all have friends. They are not here alone, right? Being able to
Yeah.
have this as a group representing your friend group, but also your country is a fantastic feeling.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
My parents. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we
All
have
right, thank
many
you, parents. And hey, I think that's great, right? I mean, I think a lot of parents out there, unfortunately, would look at like competitive card gaming like this as all stuff.
I'm just so happy that with all the support and yeah, also my girlfriend coming with me on this adventure. So.
いつもサポートしてくれてありがとう。そして
All
Yeah,
right.
really appreciating his adventure here. Having his girlfriend with him, right? Being able to say, you
Yeah.
know, I've been playing this, you know, playing my heart out, and I can really have something to prove it.
Now they can actually hang out and not, be separated the entire weekend.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, but the thing is, top players like that, you need that support, right? It's important to have that structure on you, whether it's family or friends cheering for you and respecting what you do. The effort that it takes to get to this level is never anything to take lightly. I mean, it doesn't need to be, stick and ball sport to require, absolute dedication to get to this level. And all these players have that, that demands respect.
Yeah, and still patience from friends and family at the same time. So I know that they appreciate it and are part of the celebration, right? It's always a team effort for something like this.
Yeah, and even then, making it here to the World Final is a huge accomplishment. So even the other players that were not fortunate enough to be top 8, they also had a fantastic time here, and they're now on vacation mode pretty much.
I mean, WF looking a little bit disappointed here, but you know, you came so close, but yet so far, as they say. But at the same time, I mean, best Shanks player I've ever seen. Holy cow! I mean, I think you just win like a special award just for being able to bring Shanks all the way to the finals of the World Championships. That is incredible.
And that's the second game that they did was just fantastic, right? To have the integrity to go for something, you know, as risky as going down to one life like that is really strong, and getting that, you know, forcing that victory was so strong as well.
In my heart, he's a winner.
Best Shanks in the world, at least.
Yes.
Yep.
And I don't think we're going to get an English translation for this one.
Doesn't seem like it.
But you know, I think they made some incredible plays, right? And we get a trophy and a plaque too. So shouts to the stagehand helping out.
Yeah, second place, nothing to scoff at. Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm. It's a tough interview, you know.
It is.
You feel the pride of making it this far, but to know you were so close, you know, and just didn't quite have what it took to win like that. That hurts a little bit, but you know, as the days go by, I think the card on the shelf and the memories kind of overshadow the sting of defeat and ignite the fire of competition to try again the next season.
For sure.
Yeah, and you know, even though this season is ending right now, right? This is the end of it, right? The next season is right next door. Future is bright for that, and
it's already started.
It's hard to say. You know what? I want to do one better next year, but it's in your range. It's something completely possible, and I hope he has that success.
Yeah, at least in the West, we have a plethora of events already announced coming up: April, May, June, August. So there's more to go around, and I'm sure on the Japan side and Asia side, we're going to see more events to come too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
黒キルフィに勝てないのと、フラミンゴにもやっぱり結構きつくて、なかなか勝率出なかったんで、一旦やめようってなります。
Yeah, I'm trying to listen. I can understand this.
I mean, hey, I think it's better just you know, let them talk just in case somebody out there is watching the English stream but also speaks Japanese and wants to understand it.
That is true.
準優勝ということにもなりました。会場でも結構皆さんがですね、応援もされていましたし、おそらくは配信でもお友達たくさん応援されていたと思います。最後にですね、
Right, and it's crazy to see this crowd, right? Like we are pretty far away from the crowd, right? We're a good a couple feet, and we can still hear them. We can hear the cheering, and you know, this is quite the accomplishment. People are excited to see this, and you know, second best in the world for this season. What an accomplishment!
Absolutely, and you know, that crowd. Obviously, there's a lot of people from Japan. It's in Japan, but there's a lot of people from around the world, and just getting a bunch of gamers globally together to cheer for this crowd or cheer for these people on stage is pretty great. It's always heartwarming to see so many dedicated competitive card gaming nerds in one place. I love it.
Yeah, it was very refreshing to see a lot of players from across the world play in these events at Cards Fest, 3-on-3, 1-on-1. Very refreshing.
And top three were completely different regions, completely different dialects. You know, all players around the world are, you know, have some chance of representation.
It is a global game, and here's our champion Aobao from China with the gold plaque and the gold card as well, about to be handed to him if it was not already. I'm macking you. There it is.
Hey,
Rono Zor himself handing over the card.
Imagine going through security and having to explain.
He fails a tech check.
Yeah. Hey, there's one of these in the world. Please be careful with it.
Yes. Oh, don't even scare me like that.
I do forget we were on a call with some airport security snafu receivers, right?
I lost some stuff. It was rough, but enough about me.
It's just carry it as your personal item, I think, at that point, right? Just
very true.
Clutch it to you until you get home every step
Oh
of
yeah,
the way.
that one is like strapped to your body, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful plaque.
That is super cool.
I think this is, again, such an accomplishment. He really fought for it, right? You could tell that he was taking this very seriously. Very stressful too, getting to that game 3 and having to climb back out into there. Fantastic finish.
Right, it's almost harder after winning game number 1 and then seeing game number 2 slip away. You're like, oh no, can I do it? Right, the doubts start to creep in, and so being able to put that aside, and I always think of one of the esports players I knew that said you need to have goldfish brain, right? Which is where you need to forget what happened 5 minutes ago and just focus on the present, and that is how you get the win.
Yeah, I think it's the combination of like making sure that you remember what worked before, but also, making sure to not get dissuaded from your previous actions as well.
Right, you have to be not only one of the best players, but also be very good at being patient, calm, collected, and always wanting to make the best play possible. If you're impatient, you split 15 for nothing, and that can cost you a game,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. I just want to see a close-up of that card. I know we saw a little bit earlier, but I want to see like a nice crisp photo of that one. Somebody run out there and grab him. One of you two run out there and grab him,
Yeah, I don't know if we'll make it that far.
Crouch on the front of the stage and see what you can do. I believe in you. Act like you belong.
I'd like to stay a couple more days in this country if allowed.
Just tell them Gavin said it was okay.
Oh, I think that would give me the pass.
Yeah, they'd be like, oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you still I'm dodgeable this. Man, I love those jerseys.
Yeah, jerseys are super great. Seeing the whole 34 people all together with them as well. They really went really hard on the aesthetic, I think, this year as well.
I do like the card back logo with this game.
Yeah.
The compass is pretty cool.
And the gold too.
The log post, should I say compass or log post? I mean, it looks more like a compass. Me.
I think both would be understood.
興奮しましたし、とても幸福なことだと思っておりまして、まさか決勝までこの生配信の中で試合ができると、対決ができるというふうに思っておりませんでしたので、これも神様の何か私のことを思ってくれて、こういったようなチャンスを与えてくれたんだというふうに思っております。
素晴らしいございます。
Yeah, and I'm going to take a gamble here. I'm going to say, this was not due to his own efforts, too. There's a lot of friends and family, not only here, but back home, being able to watch this, right? Maybe a little bit easier to watch, the China to Japan time conversion, right, compared to Central North America. But,
maybe.
Or even West Coast America, perhaps.
Maybe.
But, yeah. But I'm sure being able to get this far is amazing. Be able to represent China in this game too, and a big group effort, and I'm really happy to see it.
Yeah, I'm sure he had a large support group behind him. All his friends, playtest partners, even people that he might have met here throughout this week that helped him sharpen his skills to make the best decking plays possible this weekend.
Yeah. And when you face him at locals next week at your local shop in China, it's going to be even more intimidating. You're going to be facing a world champion.
Rolls out the playmat, the Dawn, the sleeves.
Yeah.
Yep. The card, he just sleeves that Luffy up. Single sleeve, of course.
Single sleeve, yeah.
Yep. Shuffles it. Bridge shuffles it.
Yeah, the chat
That's a
move
flex.
right there.
今かなりワンピースのこのカードゲームをする方がとても多くてですね、もちろん日本ほどではないので、こういった大会でもまだまだ日本の1000人規模というわけにはいかない。
But I think you guys kind of touched on the story that anyone can be world champion, right? Like surely this time last year wasn't at Worlds, right? Was able to play this card game, pick it up, get qualified to Worlds, make it all the way here. This is a miracle story, a great run, but not an exclusive run to Abo, right? This is something that if you guys put time and effort into the One Piece card game, I think you get rewarded for it a lot.
Yeah.
You can take this really seriously and get these high rewards.
Yeah, there's so many players that only started the game 2, 3, 4 months ago, and you see him top in regionals, playing at Nats, doing well on Nats. I believe the Teach player at Orlando was a somewhat of a newcomer to the game, and imagine being a top cut player for Orlando Cardfest.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, the nice thing about competitive card games is there's so many different levels that you can choose to approach it. You know, you can play off-meta stuff and just simply have fun and go try to get wins here and there that way. You can be ultra competitive and just try to go for the world champion, or you can just play locals, just play fun, you know, play for fun. It's like you can do all that and then still watch this and appreciate, you know, the best of the best as well. So it's I do feel like it always should be, you know, treated as like a genuine competitive endeavor like any sport, you know, where you can engage with it as a casual fan and then still enjoy watching it as a fan of like the pinnacle and really see who is the best at the game that you love.
100%. And you can put as much time as you want to put in. You'll get the results that you want as well. And again, our world champion for the 2024-2025 season.
Right. Congratulations, Ao Bao from China. And now we're going to head over from now. One last view of our champ. The emotion he's got to feel so cool.
And I can't imagine if when he took that picture, if he knew that he'd be standing underneath it with such a champion bounty there.
Any wink or sneeze.
Pretty neat. All right, so now, at least I believe now, we're going to get into some exciting announcements about the future of One Piece. So you do not want to miss that. I mean, it was at the World Championships last year when Ying and I were casting that. It was like 30 seconds after the champion got off stage that they announced the restricted list. So we'll see if we get there fastest time around too.
Oh yeah, hearing the crowd is going an uproar over the results of the ban list. Hoping we'll see an unban, but we'll see.
I am looking forward to hearing a live reaction, right? And seeing people's on that. But there's also, you know, I don't want to say too much, but I think there's a lot of just great information. We've already kind of got, you know, a taste of it with knowing that there's a global release, clearly more influential on the English meta than necessarily Japanese meta immediately. But yeah, I think this next season is going to be very exciting just off the get-go.
Yeah, I do appreciate we're eventually gonna, with the global release, we're gonna get to the
I think they're leading into it.
Oh, let's hear it.
They're leading into something big. What's it going to be?
I see clapping.
It's applause. Hey, big applause for everybody. We made it.
Yeah.
Made it all the way through another season of the One Piece card game. Crowned a champion. Hyped to be here. Now it's time to talk about new information. Oh, there you go. See? It changes at the top of the screen. New information release.
Okay, can't
I'm
wait.
ready for the release.
そこら辺がね、じゃあ何のカードが使えるの、今後何のカードが発売されるの、今からいっぱい聞いていきましょうということで、ここからもですね、我々4名と、そして、もう一方、登場いただくということになっておりまして、最新情報ということですので、
Looks like they're talking about what information I think we're gonna start with.
Yep.
But there's a good amount. There's a good amount that we're gonna talk about, I think.
Yeah.
That's right.
よろしくお願いします。
And we're going to have a series of them too. So we'll see what we lead with.
よろしくお願いします。はい、まあもう先ほどね、世界大会の熱も冷めやらぬというところでありますが、
What's coming up ahead for this lovely game?
はい、ということにもなりますので、これからもいろいろといい発表あるんですよね。
はい、もちろんです。今年3周年を迎えるワンピースカードゲームは今年度も今まで以上に盛り上げていきたいというふうに思っております。よいしょ。
楽しみでしかありません。はい、ということでですね、ここからは和光プロデューサーから最新
Well,
情
we're
報を
all
聞いていきます。
along with you here, and you know, as we see some pop up, we'll talk about it. And we'll react to it along with you, and it'll be good. There we go. All right, so
Okay.
yeah, that's
First
right. We
off-
do have the new starters, right? And those are some amazing looking cards, by the way, for the
Wow.
starters, the leaders themselves.
backgrounds.
Buggy, Buggy, anyone?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I knew that would be the first one to catch your eye there, and
Oh, yes.
this was announced that we in the English speaking card game are getting it a little bit earlier. We're getting it June
Yeah.
6th, with
That's right.
Japan getting it at the end of June. So, but I think this is the first time we're seeing these new leader arts, right?
Yeah,
Diego.
this
Yeah,
look
that's right.
phenomenal. The background is so vibrant. I'm loving the little effects around their bodies.
Mhm.
I
Well,
love
we
that
know they're
art.
going to do that. I mean, if it's anything like the other newer leader cards, it's always really, really nicely foiled too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
I love it. I mean, these leader arts are kind of some of my favorites, honestly.
Yeah, curious to see how the new, like last time, they had new cards introduced. They, like Newgate, right?
Yeah.
New card. So I'm wondering how the new cards in this deck are gonna impact the way it plays in the current format.
Yep.
Yeah, but I
mean-
really do like this idea of having 2 or 6 leaders reintroduced in the meta, having some support from it, and it was really great. I think from the last wave, so this wave is really exciting. Don't you think, Doa?
I'm extremely actually scared about Yamato getting more support.
Yeah.
Like,
no, we
the-
need more.
That scares me, man. Like, I'm always terrified playing against that leader more than a lot of other ones. So we'll see. But obviously, I'm excited about Buggy. I think Shanks is going to be really interesting too. All these should be very interesting. Jewelry Bonnie. There's so many diehard Bonnie players, and then Teach as well. Like, I mean, Teach is another one of those leaders that, with like just a bit more support, is going to get really good, and he's already getting it in OP10. So, what more can they give him? I'm just really curious to see what new stuff we're going to get for all these leaders.
And then, Shanks, second best leader in the world, right, by our
Yeah.
measure, and being able to get some new
Apparently.
pieces to help it out, I think it's going to be really, really strong.
Or potentially provide new ways to play it.
Ooh, and you get some Dawn if you
Yes.
purchase some starters, and this is Japan only though. So
Yeah,
if
these
you're
are
in
Noah
Japan,
packs.
you get to enjoy this. But
Yeah.
you're not in
We've
Japan.
seen some of these Dawn before on the English side, right? So, but I know that these designs are great. They've been highly coveted. So, big news for Japan to get these introduced into their rotation.
The I Love You from
There you go.
Rocinante is a very popular Dawn for sure.
Yeah. We've got the Boa, we've got like the Luffy, a lot of great Dawn, a lot of great action captured on these.
What do you prefer? Do you prefer the manga Dawn like this, or do you prefer the sort of just multicolored Dawn symbol ones?
You gotta match the Dawn that you're using with the deck you're using, right? Like if you're
Yeah,
playing
that's
Boa
the right
Hancock,
answer,
right,
yeah.
you gotta play that. If you're playing Rosinante, you gotta play the Rosinante one, right? So
Yeah.
Right.
Allowing more opportunities for that, I think, is great.
Yeah, beautiful Dawn, especially the one from Sky Island arc, the Luffy shadow in the sky.
Yeah, it's a really, really good design. So as much as I liked, bogarting them in the English version, right? I am happy that the Japanese players will have some easier access to it as well. And really happy that they get this opportunity to get these.
Yeah, they have to get him eventually, right?
Yes.
Seems that way. Yep. Oh, okay. And Team Booster, the best Volume 2. And man, the best Volume 1 was probably some of the most fun packs I've ever opened. So I'm very, very excited about another version of that, another iteration of that.
Yeah, I almost wish it was called like the Bester, but Best Volume 2, I'll take that. And I think a big difference between this one and last one is that instead of all reprints, there might be some new cards to help us, improve our decks.
Says that. Yeah.
We'll be getting some new cards, so that's gonna definitely not strictly be the reprint set, but the one that's gonna bring you new cards to the table.
That is pretty sick. And I mean, it's amazing how exciting they made a reprint set, because they really did. I mean, it said the best, and it really was like a collection of many of the best cards from that point of the game forward, right, or behind. So, if they stick with that, I think it's going to be a really great set to help people catch up. And I love the idea of these sets too, because if you are a newer player that needs some of those, some of those Hallmark cards that goes in certain decks that are kind of just generically good, this is a great way to catch up without having to go and buy a bunch of singles too. So I love it. And then the special kind of like sparkly foil treatment they did for a bunch of cards in there, that was fun. As a Reiju player, there's a lot for me to go and grab and kind of sparkle out my Reiju deck.
Yeah, you can
There's no
fully
better
bling
term for
out
that.
your Reiju, right?
Yeah, I think we were calling it like the Jolly Roger foiling. Really love that effect.
Yeah, I think Jolly Roger foiling makes sense. Yep. And again, we have the look at this. Check it out, OP13. We're already announcing, and yeah, that will be interesting, right? Luffy and his brothers will be the main characters. So will it be the younger versions as we see on the art, or will it be more than that through time? I'm very curious about this set.
It could be, yeah. It's we've seen a lot of the adult three brothers, so maybe seeing more exposure of the kid ones would be really interesting and refreshing.
And a little bit of extra information too is that they're every year going to do an anniversary set. So this is the one for the 3rd anniversary, and being able to focus on the three brothers, right? We've seen them in conjunction for like the Star Deck 13 stuff too. So maybe something to do with the number 13 makes sense. But it's been I'm really curious to see what they do.
BY Luffy support. I mean, that's or any of those leaders, right, from that Starter 13. I mean, a lot of people really love playing the Ace and the Sabo as well. Obviously, BY Luffy is the one that stands out as far as having a lot of competitive success. But there are 3 leaders there that need some love, and so I'd love to see a little bit more of that from this expansion.
Or new color combinations for these beloved characters as well.
Yeah, and I see 3 different characters we don't have a lot of cards for already, so we can maybe find some new combinations, and really curious to see what they do with this 3rd anniversary.
Yeah.
All right, and this is huge. Goldie Roger joining the game as a leader, right? I can't imagine what that power is. If he's not our first 7K leader, I don't know what you're gonna do.
Yeah, the design space could be just so big for this, right? When we got our first Goldie Roger card this last year, it was a big hit, right? And the ceiling's so high for what we can do for this.
Like when the game first got announced, number one questions was, when are we getting Roger? And we have it here now as a leader.
Right. I mean, the secret rare just lets you straight up win the game under certain circumstances. So what is the leader going to give us? I'm definitely expecting this leader to be red, and I'm definitely going to expect it to be one of the craziest leaders we've seen in the game.
Maybe new WinCon?
I don't want to even suggest anything. There's just so many possibilities for a leader like this, right? Could it be like how could it be like a triple color deck? Could it have more power than usual? Like there's so much design space, and I can't wait to see what they do.
Well, I would love to see a deck that lets you just build the one piece. You try to like collect a certain thing throughout the game, and when you finally get that, you win. You're kind of building something. I don't know. Lots of options.
Glyphs.
Designers teams
There you
here.
go.
Maybe I can help out. We got some good ideas, I feel so.
Yeah. Are you writing this down? I hope somebody is.
If they need help, we're in the country for the next couple days, Diego and I. So we'll be on call.
Love that art too.
Yeah, art is fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think a manga alt art will be really good.
Oh, for sure. Oh man, do I even want to say? What if we have a manga leader art?
He laughed.
Yeah, that'd be
okay.
insane.
And more information coming for the Japanese version of the 3rd anniversary product, and I would imagine after that, eventually the English version.
Yeah,
hey, we always get those previews, right?
We're closing in, right? So
we're getting there.
We're getting there. So excited to see what this 13th set is going to look like, because 11 just came out. 12 is on the horizon, right? I don't even know if we've seen many, if any, cards released for that or shown for that.
12, none. We're just
none for 12. I think they're still doing reveals for like 11, basically, right now, right?
Because it just came out. Yeah. So.
Oh, it just came out. Okay, right.
Yeah.
I don't pay attention to the Japanese meta quite as much.
Well, you'll have no choice soon.
Well, it'll all be one meta, and that'll be great. Yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah.
But
all right, and 7 Warlords of the Sea binder set. You like 7 Warlords of the Sea? Sure, we all do. Well, here is a pretty amazing little collection of all of them, all the cards that you love to put in Dofi, right there.
I believe this is a localization of the Chinese anniversary, which celebrated the 7 Warlords. So that's really cool that we're getting here on the English side of things.
Yeah, and this is going to be premium Bandai for USA too. This is not a Japanese exclusive too. I know we're kind of piggybacking off that stream, but you will be able to order this on March 16th. So make sure to check that out. Which is that
yes,
today?
that's today, sir.
That's today.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
and we're
is
going
it?
back to our anniversary here.
So, and this is a previous available product too, also off Premium Bandai, the second anniversary set. Got the 4 Emperors on that playmat. Looks fantastic.
The foiling
I have
for
already
lettering
ordered
is
this.
amazing.
Yeah. This has been ordered for a while now, and you know, 3 out of these decks at least I've already enjoyed playing, so definitely up my alley.
You need that buggy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Buggy, the Shanks, the Teach. I'll get to Luffy eventually, but we got to see the playmat in person in Orlando, and it's got this really neat foiling to it that you wouldn't expect. Like the hockey and the letters are all foiled, at least in the version we saw in Orlando that they showed off on stage at that event to everyone, and it looked very cool, very unique looking playmat.
Yeah, and we got some special done here featuring the 4 Emperors as well, and that storage box, really nice too.
Yeah, you probably store 4 decks in that box. At least. At least. Yeah, but I mean, I love the leader art where you've got sort of the leader and then their crew basically around them. Very cool. All right, and
So
then
looking forward to seeing more of that show up on North American shores too. And,
indeed, and only another serial
Seems like
card campaign coming. Yeah.
Seems akin to the Rocket Luffy that we had in Japan. It was a promotional card, and we ended up getting it stateside, well, English side as a promo for our CS.
And by we, you mean Doa.
Yeah,
Doa's been able to open one of those up. So
oh, yeah,
I was very lucky. I was very lucky to open a serial Luffy. It was my biggest hat cracking moment probably of my life. So yeah, hopefully we get a chance to do that again too.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, the serial cards have been super cool.
Yeah. Oh, and One Piece Card Game Fest 2025 in at the Aichi Sky Expo. It looks like in August. So that'll be in Japan. It looks like.
Summertime here, yeah.
I can't believe we're already approaching the 3rd anniversary of this game. It's
Right?
still just so fresh. There's just so much going on with it, and just an accomplishment already to get this far.
It feels like a game that's been around longer. It really does.
Yeah,
it's so well developed, and the speed that it's grown too has just been amazing. Very cool
I
to
think
see.
we're having fun. Everything's going really fast, and we went from seeing art-only card reveals to now we're seeing set 13 starter deck plus 20. So we definitely come a long way, and I think people are going to be happy with what's to come.
Well, I mean, all 3 of us were at One Piece Day in Dallas just last week, and just seeing the enormous crowds. I mean, seeing 3,000 plus players in the regionals. The side event side of the building was packed, and then there's a whole nother building filled with just convention stuff, just people being excited about One Piece, you know, as a franchise, and so the fandom like is gigantic right now, and it is cool to see such a good card game attached to it.
Yeah, and I don't need many excuses to go out to Japan again. I'm here right now, and I know I'm going to miss it already. So
absolutely,
we'll have to see if what this event looks like. But 3rd anniversary is huge, and this game's only getting better by the day.
I gotta get out there eventually, at least to that part of Japan. I have been to southern Japan, but not Tokyo.
Lots to do.
I bet. All right, I think we're gonna move on. Our next one, there we go. Yeah, well, I mean, we're already underway, right? The One Piece Card Game Championship 25-26. It has started March 17th. You know, through July 2025. You know, funny thing is, we already got going a little bit earlier in NA, right? With our regionals last week at One Piece Day. Some people earning their spots at the first nationals already. But what an awesome season it's going to be. I think OP10 is going to shake up a lot of stuff. I think we're in for a really fun meta.
Yeah, showcasing the logo for the next season. We already got a preview off at One Piece Day Dallas, but the art that you see in the background, it's beautiful. Like the art style, the characters, every single Straw Hat being featured there. And if I recall correctly, the same way they announced the last season, that became the playmat for the finals. The Year 5 Luffy holding the compass. So we might be seeing this as a playmat for pricing eventually.
I'd be
For
sick.
sure,
Yeah.
or even sleeves. And I also want to note this is until July, right? Of for the season 1 too. So we do have quite a few events we already know for North America that we've been seeing pop up for it, and it's going to be interesting to see what the season 1 kind of wraps up to be, or what the schedule is going to be for this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's kind of our schedule. As we can see, we're going to have that season that we just talked about, and then the season 1 finals for NAEU will be through August and September, right around when season 2 gets rolling. And then again, we see season 2 ending December, January. So kind of following the same trajectory we've done for the last couple of years. Again, situated for World Finals in March, just like we've had the last 2 years. But what it all adds up to is another great year of One Piece.
Yeah, and I really appreciated that last year we had 2 seasons of finals that we can qualify for. I think it worked out really well.
Yeah.
We were able to do that again this year, and just produce a lot of great tournaments.
Yeah, more opportunities for more players to get into events and play and make it here. We did increase the player size for this World Final, so definitely way bigger event than it was the first year. We're only a few players now. We're up to 34 players representing their countries.
Right, and I can't stress enough, if you have an opportunity to go to one of these bigger tournaments like a Bandai Card Game Fest or something like that in the U.S. or wherever, you really should. It's an awesome event. There's so much to do. Everyone's having a great time. I've loved doing this now for a year and a half, and it's going to be great. And there's the championship prizing cards, and some really solid ones there. Awesome art, but also, hey, very playable. I'd sleeve those up.
Oh yeah, no, these are beautiful.
And we've seen these in person a little bit, right? These
Yeah,
are
that's right.
already in circulation in some regard, right? All have been super great. The Sanji in particular, that top 8 finish, what a strong card. If I could play it in my red purple Luffy, this version specifically, I'll play Sanji.
Phenomenal.
But what a fantastic looking art.
Very playable card.
Yeah,
Definitely. I'm a big fan of the Zoro.
Yeah, it's been pretty present, I think, here. Even in the OP11 meta that we've been able to observe, we're able to use it in the blue and purple Luffy from OP11, being able to use that to get that extra Dawn, make us get to 8 so we can use our leader effect. It's been a really strong card, I think, as well.
Yeah, definitely. Just great art on that one, too. Green flames,
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sounds like we're ready to move on to our next slide.
And well, we also
Nope, maybe not.
I think we're staying here for a moment, but we do
Guess
also
so.
have the Nami, which we did get some Nami finishes in the top 64 for this past weekend in the OP pre-regionals. So being able to bling out your deck, right? It's a deck that you're known for being able to make for not a lot, but this Nami can increase the price for it. We saw like the Sanji's peel off from the best promo, so that's pretty nice.
Oh,
all right. Yeah. Premium card collection, the best selection, volume 4. So we got a really neat one that was in circulation over the last year that had some cool leaders. But this is just a great selection of alternate arts for a lot of cards. Very cool.
Yeah. Big variety. I think more than prior sets.
Yeah. And,
because we had go ahead.
This will also be on Premium Bandai starting March 16th at 6 p.m. PST or 10 p.m. EST. So. Which is approaching you pretty quickly, right, Doa?
It seems that way. I don't know. I've lost all sense of time and space at this point in the evening. But don't ask me.
Trust me.
Yep. I like that Lafitte, though. I'm going to have to pick that up for the Teach deck. Ultra Art Rikishi as well. Great in Vegapunk. Just throwing that out there.
Gotta love that Calgara alt art right there.
Yeah, of all things, I saw you focus onto it.
Right.
And yeah,
Oh.
and then one more item for Premium
All right.
Bandai. It is official Playmat Limited Edition Volume 3 with Nami there and the whole Straw Hat crew. What I remember when this art was released in general to the public, a lot of people loved it, and so to have an official playmat with it is amazing.
Very well received.
Kind of a combo psychedelic pinup kind of collaboration of One Piece stuff. It's very different from a lot of the art we see from the game. So props for that.
Yeah, and I do like the the playmat extends to the border, right? We've got the flowers there too.
Yeah,
that they added to it.
It's so pretty.
Really, really cool piece of art there.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Now the restriction list is coming up. We promise. It is. We cannot tell you the exact amount of seconds, but it's soon.
in seconds.
It is legitimately. It is the next slide. We promise that.
What about Frankie riding on the duck with the spiked collar there? That is wild. I mean, I'm not fully caught up in the series, but that's a new one for me. I'm kind of worried about how the ice cream cone is being held by Nami there too. Like that is, I don't think that's a great way to hold it. I think it's gonna start melting.
We see a free rider with Luffy already trying to eat the ice cream too.
Loving the Zoro here, cutting the watermelon.
Usopp just diving in from the top there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I love the color scheme. Awesome.
Zoro playing Fruit Ninja over there.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And Brook not eating anything because he doesn't have a stomach.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's already dead.
It's true.
Yeah, it's really great. I can't wait to see this in person, and just to see what it looks like. I know this is highly coveted art for One Piece right now.
Can't wait to get it.
So again, one more time too, for all the products we mentioned for the English version, they will be available March 16th, starting at 7 p.m. PST or 10 p.m. EST, which is about around 12 hours, or maybe a little bit more.
So a lot of people always ask about Premium Bandai when international, but a lot of the times these products do eventually make it out to the LGSs in other regions. So nothing to fear; it should come to you as well.
There you go. All right, and so, like I said, moments away from hearing about that restricted list announcement, the crowd goes silent in anticipation.
Last predictions, that make them now.
I'm tired of saying Red is back.
I mean, we've talked about it. We've talked about it. We've speculated. We've theory crafted. We've talked about it. It's time to find out what the actual results are. I mean, if it's nothing, that's just going to be. But it is something. It is something. There it is. All right. So these cards will not be usable from April 1st on. Gecko Moria, Jinbei, Ice Age, and Raigo. Vegapunk just catching strays over there on the right side of the screen there. It's rough, but man, this is going to absolutely change the meta.
Yeah, especially for we just had Lucci just win Worlds.
Yeah, with Gecko Moria and Ice Age in tow, right? Two integral cards for the meta for this deck, but also the fact that for the North American version, or the English version rather, it's April 1st. So it's when the season starts for OP10 for us. We do not have this card in any of these cards in our meta.
Yeah, so Wild West.
Yeah.
I'm excited about this. I mean, it does seem like it really hits BY Luffy hard, right? Using both Gecko Moria and Raigo, and like some lists did use Ice Age, so kind of there too. So that's one that's going to need some serious retooling, I think, because those are core cards. Obviously, Gecko hurts a lot of black decks that are not Teach. Teach is going to Teach stocks going up. That combined with the cards getting in support. Jinbei being restricted for now is going to be really interesting because Dofi will still be, I think, pretty playable, but it just won't be able to go as wide as fast.
Yeah, there's so many cards for Dofi that you just get a Bandage out, Bounce Low, and Teach as well. So I think it's still in pretty good hands.
Yeah,
Dofi's
agree.
Dofi's still going to be good. Yeah.
So, and we do see, as you said, like Kingdom Come there. Bad news for your Vegapunk deck, right? You're going to have to find some alternative ways for removal. I think Anel, which we also saw in finals, was able to use that card pretty successful. So makes sense. A very strong card in that sense as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And also Ice Age. I think it's very, very cheap.
Yeah.
So I think it's justified.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been really helping. A lot of things get into range for your reduction. It means that I think a lot of people have to reevaluate how removal and how their decks work with it. And I'm, really looking forward to seeing what innovations to the OP10 meta that we get as English players, since it's going to be completely unique from us and not seen before.
I think this is a great list for me personally, as someone who plays a lot of Reiju. I think that's really good. And Teach, I think, is going to benefit from this quite a bit
I
as
think
well.
all the Moria haters will rejoice now.
Yeah, but I also think
Ooh, maybe.
there's a lot of decks that were kind of like put down by the fact that Rob Lucci had such, blanket removal that they can exist a little bit more, right? A lot of removal was hit. Gecko Moria is kind of a catch-all card, right? And with Doflamingo being a little bit less oppressive too, and not as, not able to swarm the board as much, there can be a lot of innovations.
Yeah, I think the thing to keep in mind when you look at lists like this is that it's not necessarily purely based on this card is too strong or this deck is too strong. It's these cards restrict the design space too, right? I mean, if you have an event that costs 1 and gives -5 cost, that really makes it hard to make new cards that are events that do minus cost, because they're always going to be compared against Ice Age, and they're always going to be probably not as good, which is why we've seen Ice Age stick around for so long. So a lot of this too is about opening up the design space. So I always like to see things come through here, because it usually ends up meaning a wider meta, a wider variety of what you can play, and having that choice as a player, I think, is always a good thing.
Yeah, so this is coming out at the beginning of our OP10 meta, and I want to think like what decks can I now maybe try again, or maybe opens up the possibility for maybe something that was previously off meta to be meta all of a sudden, right? But I think in general, the Black has to refine what their value cards are, right? Moria has been relevant since its release a year ago in OP06.
Yeah, I think even
Yeah,
Red
for sure.
too, because Red was also put down by the swarming effect of Blue with Jinbei, and then having Black Gecko Moria be a huge body, being omnipresent into that matchup. So I think Red might be in an upswing too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and this is
Well-
just, I think, super impactful.
Yeah, for sure. There was so much speculation around it, and I'm glad they didn't do something like ban Dofi, I'm glad that we got something a little bit more nuanced that still leaves things playable, but kind of incentivizes more, more choice and decision making when it comes to deck building, and opens up a lot of leaders to come back too. So Garp, anyone?
Yeah,
Black Garp?
he's got real good reduction now that Ice Age is gone,
I
right?
know.
So
I know.
You could put a lot of things into range for that. And out here in OP11 in Japan, we have another red and blue Navy leader that's been trying to get some attention too. So Garb could be the play.
Yeah, and he's going to be getting more support eventually down the line, be at the next set with Kobe. A lot of red cards are from the Navy, so more to come.
Yeah, very, very exciting stuff. And so I think that kind of brings us more or less to the end of things for the broadcast.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're going to pop up on camera or not here, but it has been a ton of fun casting with you guys again. Had a lot of fun in Dallas last week, and had a lot of fun virtually with you this week. And so I kind of want to move into final thoughts on this. Final thoughts on the season, final thoughts on the event. We'll start with you, Diego. What are you thinking about as we come to a close here?
Yeah, so this season it felt a little bit longer due to having more events as the game progressed and had more things. And it's so many more finals that we had around in the United States, in Europe. We had more events to come through, and the game developed so much more than it did in year one as well. There was more expression with decks, and a lot of players joined the game. And I think we had a really good year, really good season too.
Yeah, this has been fantastic. I think all of us have been, following it along in our own ways, which is fantastic. And my biggest thing is that I've been feeling the move for this to be a more international game. I feel like I've been saying that 100 times this last week, but being able to see a lot of players from a lot of different countries all come together, this was the epitome of it for this season, for this event. But I also think that we have another announcement that might be, part.
One more thing to talk about. So just when you thought it was ending, we're still going strong here. Well, I'm getting a little bit of lag on my end. I don't know about you guys, but yeah,
It's okay.
we'll get there.
That was me
It's been a
personally. My bad. I'll try to be more present.
Eggman started glitching out there. He needs new batteries.
Yeah.
I need new batteries. Yep.
Yeah, it's and it's approaching almost 2 a.m. for Doha. If you guys haven't caught, Doha is representing North America from North America. It's it's getting pretty late in the night.
Time zone. Big deal.
It's approaching 4 a.m. for me here, actually.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of close.
Yeah.
We really do appreciate you for being here and helping us offer coverage and insights for the matches we've been seeing. And
I'm glad to be
looking
here.
Forward to seeing what our final announcement could be too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I am just reminded of this now, and I remember now. I recall what it is, and it is something to stick around for. Absolutely. So do not turn off the stream yet.
Yeah.
If you
Next
do,
time we gotta get you out here too.
If you do, you will hear very, very much about it.
You will be messaged immediately after, like, turn it back on.
Yeah,
like
that's right. Yeah,
there's some. I don't know. Like I really don't know what to say, but except for introducing block numbers, I'll say that it's on the screen.
There we go.
Yep, that's right. And so, let's talk about this a little bit. Talking about block numbers. So, more or less, just to give you a little bit of a background on this, the final large announcement is related to it's block numbers, right? One Piece card game started in. Yeah, can you not hear me?
Go for it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anyway, as with many card games, the total number of card types keep growing. That's just going to make the game a lot more complicated. While the game is becoming more strategic and various leaders are showing potential, it's also true that for those One Piece fans who will get excited about starting the One Piece card game, it's difficult to keep up. There's a library of cards. That's a huge burden of knowledge to put on a new player, right? And so because of that, I want to provide consistent, easy to understand. Simple card text for everyone. Both newcomers and current users can enjoy the game. So because of that, we're introducing block icons. Yeah, that's right. So we're going to get into a little bit more info as soon as the next slide changes.
Yeah, and it's kind of more so adding more value to them. So if you pick up any like most One Piece cards, you can look in the bottom right. It's been
the Devil Fruit.
Yeah, the Devil Fruit. You can see what block number a card is from. I think already. So you can that is kind of I think a bit of a hint on this as we wait for the next slide. But this is going to be something that they're going to be introducing from April 1st, 2026 onward. So essentially at the end of this season that we've just started, today, right after that ends, it will be hopefully close to a global meta, and we're going to have this block numbers.
Yeah, exactly. And so just over a year from now, you kind of know about this already. You guys mentioned it. Down in the bottom right corner of the screen, there's the one with the little swirly over it. Kind of looks like Sanji's eyebrow turned upside down. Or a devil fruit. You can look at it in a couple different ways, but that is the icon that will tell you what block a card is from, and then that is relevant for what we'll learn now. That's obviously something that's going to change in the future and relate to other things.
Yeah, so
there you go. So, and here's right. So here are the blocks. Right, block 1 is going to be OPO1 through OPO4. Now block 2 and 3. Block 2 will start with OPO5, go to 8. Block 3 will be OPO9 and go to OP12, and the block numbers will be updated every year. So, why might that be important? It's because from April 2026 onward, only block 2 and 3 cards will be valid for playing in championships and official tournaments. So that means 1 through 4 will rotate out of tournament play, essentially. That's right. That is a massive announcement for this game. And before anyone gets scared, as someone who's played card games for 30 years, this is a very good thing for the long-term health of the game.
I agree.
Yeah, this is something unique for Bandai. I think for this capacity. So being able to use this to help keep the format healthy and keep it new, but also keeping stuff in check. It's really I think a good step forward for the game.
It's gonna take it's gonna force a lot of innovation and make players find new sources to play their decks and make people try new leaders, because we're gonna eventually be phasing out every leader from OPO1 to OPO4.
Right. Yep. So tournaments that use this format will be referred to as standard regulation tournaments. So in accordance with this change, like you can see, 1 through 4 are not going to be eligible anymore in there. And it looks like the eligible card pool for official tournaments will always consist of cards from the past 3 years, basically.
Yeah, so I would assume, OP13, right, will likely be in the 4th year block,
Correct.
right? It
Seems
started
that way,
as
yeah.
it's an anniversary set, so that would be my assumption for that one. And so to make it so you keep it healthy, right? It means that we have at least 12 mainline sets. We're getting all these in between. We're getting starter decks, so we're getting a real big chunk of cards for each one of these blocks.
A lot of big staples are going out.
And when I talked earlier about design space, right? Again, having some cards rotate out allow you to do a similar thing with new cards, but in more interesting ways too. So don't worry though, with all those old cards, there's still plans to hold tournaments where all the previous cards are going to be available. Those are going to be called extra regulation tournaments. And then starting in 2026, extra regulation tournament events will be held regularly, with plans to hold regional tournaments, which exclusively use the extra regulation tournament format worldwide. Please stay tuned for future updates. So it sounds like there's still going to be a fair amount of support for tournaments that use the older cards, which is great, because obviously you can always play kitchen table One Piece with everything, but it'll be nice to use those in competition, if you want. That'll be neat.
But and then the next thing from there too. So I actually went back and looked at it. This one drop Nami's been printed 10 plus times in the last 3 years. So there are a lot of printings of this Nami. And so whatever the most recent version of it is what block it's also in. So if you have a reprinted card, you will have the latest block. So Nami will be safe from getting rotated out from this first year because of these extra printings that Nami has had over the last 2 years.
Safe.
Yep, that's right. And that's, again, fairly consistent. They also plan on keeping some cards usable from 2026. We'd like to consider adding more cards depending on the environment and player feedback. So it sounds like there is a little bit of flexibility here in this as well. And so, the idea, again, is to reduce new player complexity and then also, keep deck building open for years to come. I think it's great.
Yeah, do notice that these cards were also reintroduced in the PRB1 the best. So having that represet was critical to keeping these guys afloat.
Yeah, and we've already announced today that we've got Volume 2 on the horizon. So that could be another way to introduce cards from set 1s to 4 back into the meta or organically too, which I think is great. And I think this just has they've put a lot of thought in this, obviously, and I really like what they've come up with.
And just on the most simple level, too. I mean, if you look back at the history of competitive card games, every card game that has done this has benefited from it. It opens up the design space for future expansions. It, again, reduces the burden of knowledge for new players. It keeps metas from getting too stale, right? If one deck from like way back again, say a certain, I don't know, blue leader that tends to play a lot of 4 costs, is around years and years later, this kind of keeps it fresh. Keeps things working out. So I love this. I was so excited to see that they were doing this, and again, I think it's going to be really, really good for the game.
Yeah, and we're still in the first half of 2025, right? We have all this stuff coming up in 2026, right? Being able to be at the same format, but also our format dynamically shifting. I think that the future is really bright for the One Piece card game.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that despite the rotation for blocks, we're still going to be able to play our legacy leaders with the new tournaments.
Sure.
Yep, that's right. So no doubt on stage they're having some of the same reactions we are about everything. With all the announcements we've seen, what's the most exciting to you, Eggman?
I still think it is the being able to have the same meta moving forward. If I've learned anything from these past couple weeks, it's just how big the world is and how many people play the One Piece card game inside of it. So being able to bounce ideas with people around the world, be all at the same time checking out a new set or a new meta. All of that's really exciting, and it really all comes together, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
How about you, Diego?
I do see that. Yeah, I do see that too. But personally, my favorite was the block number announcement because it is going to generate more innovation with deck building, and it's going to force people to think outside the norm and let go of those leaders of the earlier sets, those cards of the earlier sets. So it's going to create more fun decks to play every single year.
Yeah, I agree with both of you, and I think the biggest thing for me for the general kind of health of the game is going to be the block set. But for me on a personal level, I'm excited about the ban and restricted list just because it's going to make the game, I think, a little bit better in the near future, right? And it's going to be fun to see what decks sort of emerge, from that. That'll be pretty cool.
Yeah, and we really do have a fun couple of months, I think, ahead of us for the English version, right? We have our unique OP10 meta, which kind of goes into our unique EBO2 meta.
Yeah.
We do then get the starter decks early, so
Yeah.
we kind of already get like a little bit of this taste of new stuff for
Yeah.
North America, and I think that's only going to continue until we do converge.
Very true.
Yeah, absolutely. So going back one more time, final thoughts from the weekend. We'll start with you, Eggman.
I'm super happy to be here for this one. This past week in general, from One Piece Day in Dallas to this stream, it's been a personal journey on top of a professional journey for everyone. I'm really looking forward to the future of the One Piece card game. I've been really committed to it for a long time, and I feel rewarded for it, and I think a lot of you guys are as well. And I really just can't wait to. I want to play a game of One Piece right now. I've been starved for the last couple hours. I need my game, so I'm really looking forward to it. So, Diego, what about you?
To put it simply, I love the people in this game. The community is amazing. It's so welcoming and diverse. I love seeing parents and their kids. We had a cosplaying Gear 5 Luffy at One Piece Day that played Gavin, and I got to talk to him a little bit, and I had a phenomenal time with them, and I'm glad that they went there and they had a great time. I love that we're all here at CardFest, whether it is remote or in person. I'm thankful for the opportunity. And also, I want to say that I do love this game, and I hope that it carries on for many years to come because it is a great thing to have, and we love card games, and we're lucky to have these.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, the best thing about competitive gaming is the way it brings people together from not just, communities and things like that, but globally, right? Nations come together in a way that you don't really see otherwise when it comes to competitive gaming. So it's great to have that. It's great to get to see the biggest brains in One Piece battle each other, and we've got so many more years ahead of it. It's been awesome to be a part of the scene and start to cast it, thanks to you two for, again, helping me get into it, and for the community out there for being so welcoming too. I really do love it. And I'm catching up. I'm like episode 600 and something. So I'm getting there.
Yeah.
So bear with me as I spoil myself with card game things and then learn how it all happens when I actually watch it. But that's going to do it for us for the Bandai Card Games Fest 2024 to 2025 World Tour Final in Japan from Doa the Eggman and Orange Samurai Diego. Thank you so much for watching. Props to our production crew behind the scenes for making it all happen. And props to you out there for playing the game and making this all possible. So thanks once again. Have a wonderful night, morning, or day, wherever you are. We'll see you at the local.